all of you, and I hope you all are doing fine. We're going to start our webinar, the day 2 of the international webinar about research methodology, trends, quality, ethics, and value from a global perspective, organized by MI College Autonomous Vijayanagar, Andhra Pradesh, India, in collaboration with the Tejasvi Astita Foundation, New Delhi, which is a non-government organization that fights for just and right. I would be your host for today, and my name is Ritika Srivastava. I am an engineer and a YouTuber. I make videos about personal growth, productivity, and life. Now, before we begin today's webinar, there's a couple of things again for housekeeping purposes that I would like to discuss. You should keep your mics muted all the time, except for when you are speaking or asking a question to a speaker. You would be given a chance to ask the question.
Excuse me, ma'am, your voice is not audible.
You still are not able to hear me?
It's not clear, ma'am.
Okay, just give me a minute.
Audio disturbance is there, madam.
Are you able to hear me now?
No, it's still there, ma'am.
It's
Madam,
still not audible?
yes, it is audible, but little bit disturbance is there.
Little bit disturbance is there. Okay, let me check my mic. Just 1 minute. Is it okay now? Is the disturbance?
Yes, it is okay.
It's okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. All right. So I was talking about some rules. One is please keep your mic mute at all times, except for when you're asking a question to a speaker. Please turn on your video cameras because we are only able to see the DPs. Just keep your mic on mute. That's all. And please, yesterday we had a lot of trouble connecting to people and telling them that their phones are in a very awkward position. We were able to see somebody's bathroom, we were seeing somebody's kitchen, and all of those things. It was making a bad impression because this whole thing is being live telecast on the DN News YouTube channel on YouTube, and right now that is happening as well. So just for reference, if you want to know how your video should look, you can look at Mr. Nageshwara Rao's video, you can look at Dr. Dilip Kumar's video, you can look at Mr. Satyanarayan Rao's video, Mr. Anand Gumma's video. They all have their videos in a perfect position. So you can take reference and note from them, and please keep your phones in such positions. Don't keep it in a vertical position, keep it in a horizontal position somewhere. All right. Now we're going to move forward, and yes, before I forget to mention, after the end of this webinar today, you all will be receiving a feedback form in your email IDs, and once we receive your feedback form with complete responses, only then we would forward your certificates to your email ID. So make sure that you participate in the feedback form and fill all the information. Apart from this, at the end of each speaker's lecture, there would be a Q&A session. You would be able to ask them questions by unmuting your mic, and it would be a interactive session. So please participate, listen to the speaker, and ask questions, any questions that you have. Now, without further ado, I am going to call upon Mr. D.N. Srivastava, the founder, chairperson of Tejasvi Astita Foundation from New Delhi. And Tejasvi Astita Foundation is an NGO that fights for just and right. Mr. D.N. Srivastava is also a journalist. He is a real philanthropist and a social reformer who works day and night for the welfare of the society and the people of this country. Mr. D.N. Srivastava, are you able to hear us?
Yes, please.
I think you're on mute, sir. Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
All right, the stage is yours, sir.
The stage is yours, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Can you all hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yes,
Sir, good morning,
yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Good
sir.
morning.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Good
morning to
morning.
all
Good
of
morning,
you.
sir.
Yesterday was a long session from 10 a.m. to 7 to 8 p.m. I think we had been sitting on paper presentations, and a lot of people have been presenting papers. It was really nice of all of you to have joined together in such a large number and present your papers that you have been working so hard on your research. Now, today, I would like to give you only one information, and that is, after the webinar is over, you are going to get a feedback form. This we do only to ensure that in future webinars, whatever defects are there, whatever feedback we get from you, and we try to rectify those defects. We try to make our webinar more perfect from all angles, and we will try to make sure that the best is delivered to you in future. So please don't forget to fill up the feedback form. That is very, very important. Every participant, whether they have presented the paper or not, irrespective of the fact that they have presented, they have to please fill up the form. Please do it with a point of view that you are going to increase the performance of the webinar organizers. And in future, you will get a much far better delivery of the performance. So please do it. And if there was any defect, any mistake from our side yesterday for the whole day, during the whole day, if there was any defect, any performance, you have seen that it was not up to the mark, we feel sorry for it, and we'll definitely make sure that that is not done again. Thank you very much for joining us today again in the webinar, and we hope that you are going to present your papers today again and make it a grand success. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shrivastava. And now that he's mentioned about the paper presentations, I remember that yesterday you all presented such amazing, knowledgeable papers, and I got to learn so much. I learned so many things that I did not even know before yesterday. So thank you very much for sharing your knowledge. And now we're going to move ahead with our schedule for today. And I would like to call upon our first guest for today, Dr. D.K. Giri, who is the Professor of International Politics. He is a political commentator and author from New Delhi, India. Mr. D.K. Giri, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, I can.
Hi, Dr. Giri. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I am fine. Thank you.
Sir, you can take over the stage and you can present.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I must say I'm delighted to be amongst you to talk about a subject which is quite interesting and important, because anyone, whether he's an academic, an activist, practitioner, everyone does research. So research is a topic which is critical and common to all of us in our respective walks of life. Yeah, but then research is a subject which is quite technical, really. So for the first time, I am presenting it in a webinar. It's done better in a physical setting when you can see audience, you can use the blackboard or show your PowerPoint presentations. But anyway, I'll do my best to communicate what I have to say through this technology, which is the new normal now, interestingly, given this unprecedented time that we are facing. The first thing we should understand the concept of research. Yesterday you had a full day. I'm sure all speakers in their own way would have touched on this point. What do we mean by research? As we all know, English is a funny language. It has no formula. I call it a language, an instrumental language, because they used it to rule the world. So they made it, the language instrumental, not looking at the purity of the language. So research is not really research. A lot of people would say something has been searched and we are researching it. It's not. It's a complete misnomer, because in English, all the words do not mean the same. So when you say return or repeat or redo, when you say redo, you're doing it again. But when you say recall, you are not calling again. You see, you are recalling something, you are remembering something. A lot of people in Delhi, when I call them, they would answer the phone and said, sorry, I'm busy, I'll recall you. So that is not correct, really. When you recall, you remember. So research is not researching. Yeah, research has a meaning of its own. It is not related to search. So that's first thing I would like to clear, because when I was studying in England, my supervisors, I had 2 supervisors for my doctorate, and they told me research is not researching. It could be search for knowledge, new knowledge, or some people call it search for truth. Yeah, but that is quite platitudinous. Search for truth is really very high sounding. We are not into searching for what is true. We are researching a subject. So I would say research would mean at least 3 things. One is finding or creating new knowledge. That would be one meaning. Second is contributing to the pool of knowledge that exists. Mind you, you are not creating anything new. If you do that, you will get Nobel Prize, not PhD. Yeah. So PhD is meant for joining, participating in the existing literature and locating your finding or your perspective into that literature. That's one kind of research, of course, but that is research. So someone said that, what are you researching? I said, well, I'm researching a subject. I'm trying to prove something. You take an hypothesis, you see, make some assumption, you test it and come to a conclusion. So that's broadly the research. There are 4 kinds of research that I am aware of, and I will talk about one. My topic, as you would have seen, is conducting action research and nuts and bolts of it, on the tools, etc., and the process. So I'll be talking about action research in another 15 or 18 minutes or so. But there are 4 kinds of research I was saying. One is academic research, which is pure research, yeah, or some people call it scientific research, but academic research. The other one would be applied research. Third one is action research, and fourth could be evaluation. Yeah. So other aspects people would have talked about. I will talk about action research. Action research started in 1940s. This concept was coined by an American German sociologist called Kurt Lewin. Kurt Lewin in 1940s talked about action research, and he also made a profound statement about idea and action. Yeah, when you combine idea and action, we call it action research. A lot of people have disdain for theory. If you talk to an Indian politician and you are a professor, they would say, yes, of theory. I mean, it's all theory, you see. So the politicians are impatient with theory. They want action. Yeah. And if you go to the activist and you talk to them about action, they said, we already know it. We are doing, but we would like some theory, we would like some strategy, formula. So there is no dichotomy between idea and action, actually. And Kurt Lewis said, giving a good theory sound theory, practicable, implementable theory is also contribution to practical action. So both are really, in fact, symbiotic. You know, the action draws on the research, inspired, informed by the research, and research also leads to action. So they're symbiotic. One, in fact, does not exist without other. And again, Lewis said, no research without action and no action without research. Because someone said action without idea is blind, being blind, and idea without action is being lame. You are not walking, you are lame, you are limping. So that's the connection. I would share some tools with you how to, whether you are an academic or a development practitioner or an activist, any field, you can apply this actually. You know, the formula that I would share with you, you can apply this in doing or undertaking any kind of action within your department, within your profession, and within your organization. Yeah. So let me give you a very simple way of developing action research, because action research is more used in the kind of a development sector and where people are active and, you know, engaged in the field with people. See, how do you develop a action project? First, we have a thought. You know, we are thinking all the time. We are full of thoughts. You see, lots of ideas come to our head. Okay? But they will not, the thoughts, not idea, thoughts, you know, thoughts will not lead to any action unless we do something. There's a joke I heard, it was in Hindi, but I'll do it in English because there are people from South. Somebody said, hello, I'm thinking of going to United States. I'm thinking of going to America. How much will it cost? So the other guy replied, he said that it will cost nothing. He said, what do you mean? I said, you are thinking of going to America. Thinking costs nothing. You can think of going to moon. You see? So the idea is, when does it cost money or when does it involve resources? So when you add thought plus action is idea. You see? When you add action, for example, you are certainly wanting to go, then you have to apply for the visa. That's one action. You will have to book a hotel. That is another action. You will write to your contact there who will send you an invitation. That is another action. So taking a visa, booking a hotel will cost you money because you are already into action. It will require resources. So thought plus action is idea. Then when you put an plan, you add plan to an idea. That becomes a concept. Meaning, what is the plan? Resources, actors, and timeline. When you add these three things to an idea, then it becomes a concept. And concept is a mini project really. And with concept, you add details, that becomes a project. That is why we develop projects. That is why we do planning. Yeah? From a thought up to an actionable project, this is how the process is. I'll give you 3 tools to do this, and I'll explain through these tools so that you can remember, you know. One, which you will not find it in the book, I have somehow coined it. It is called SOSTAC, SOSTAC. I'll explain each of these initials. So SOSTAC, if you remember SOSTAC, you can develop an action project anywhere, any field. And after the 20 minutes, when you at the end of this day, you try this. It's really easy. SOSTAC. Okay. The first S, SOSTAC, first S is called situation analysis. I'll do it briefly, but you can follow it up. You will find this aspects in anywhere. What is situation analysis? If you Google, you will know. So I'm not saying anything new there, but the order of things, the kind of the abbreviated formula I'm giving you, that is new. Other things you will find. So situation analysis, wherever you are, whenever you want to do something, you have to analyze the situation as it exists. Some people call it problematizing it. But situation analysis involves again two things: problem analysis and stakeholder analysis. You see, who are the stakeholders? What is the problem? You know, in a bigger project, we do a problem tree. But let me tell you simply with one example. Supposing you have a drinking water problem, okay, in your area. Drinking water is not coming regularly, or it is not edible, it's not pure. Yeah, supply is interrupted. So drinking water problem. But then when you do a situation analysis, saying simply drinking water problem will not help, because you can't attend to the problem. You see, so one is whether the technology, the pipelines that has come, technology is correct. Second, the supplier, the Jal Nigam or whatever, the water authority, whether they have any problem. Third, whether the taxes have been paid, whether there is a symmetry between supply and demand. People are not paying their water fees, things like that. So you identify the problems. That is what we call the problem tree. Then you turn these problems into objectives. Okay, and you also identify the stakeholders. Who are the people involved in it? Water authorities, consumers, you see, and the technicians. Yeah. So map the stakeholders. Then you have to address them. So stakeholder analysis is important. If you leave one stakeholder, supposing you leave out the mechanic, the problem may not be solved. Or the mechanic does not get orders from the water authority, problem will not be solved. So the problem analysis and stakeholder analysis go together, and these problems are turned into objectives. So first S is situation analysis, then O is objectives. You formulate your objectives. From the problem, your problems, when you turn them into solutions, they become objectives. And you aim at those objectives. So one objective would be to regularize the water supply. That is one objective. You see, that authorities, to see that technology is operational. Third, the supply is sustained. Fourth, the demand is legitimate. People without paying, they are wanting to drink water or take water. That is not possible. You see, so like that, you formulate your objectives. That is the second O. Then the third alphabet or third formula in the SOS stack is S. So you draw your strategy. You see, in each activity, you have to have a strategy. You see, Prime Minister Modi has a strategy to deal with China now, isn't it? Without a strategy, how can he deal with them? Whether he will talk to Americans or you will talk to Russians or buy more weapons, whatever. You see, so there has to be a strategy. So you also do the strategy, whether you will write to the water bodies or you will ask your local MLA who will influence them. So you draw your strategy. How are you going to influence the authorities? So that is strategy. Yeah. Objective is what we do. Strategy is how we do it. So between this what and how, the objective is strategy. Third T, which I have drawn from the field of journalism, is the third SOS stack. T is tactics. It is called sub-strategy. You see, when you are acting, you apply, and very much used in India, the tactic. You see, so sub-strategy. For example, an officer, is known to somebody in the area, in the water authority. You use that contact. That's the tactics you follow. It's not a part of the strategy. You do a little bit of cultural diplomacy. You talk to that guy in your area. Oh, he's your uncle, yeah. Why don't you speak to him? It will help. It helps in at least in our country. If you know somebody, you can mobilize that person easier. So that is tactic. Tactic means how you improvise on your strategy by doing small things, and informal things is tactic. Then the next letter is A. Activities. You see, so in your action research, you identify the activities. Okay, activities in set of activities. This is what we will do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then costing. The last one is C, costing, because you need resources to do a research. You see, small resources depending upon your actions. Okay. Going to meet somebody, it requires a transport, or you want to take him out for a tea or whatever, it requires cost, things like that. I gave you a very pedestrian daily life example of drinking water, but when you do bigger projects, for example, sanitation in a particular 6 villages, then or healthcare, then it requires more resources. That is why you define your activities and then you list the inputs that you need, and then you cost them. So this is how your action project is formulated. Okay, action research project. Now, other thing to remember, how many minutes more I have, Ruchika ji? How much time I have? 3 minutes? 5 minutes? I can't hear.
Sir, you can take as much time as you want.
Oh, I see. No, I would need another 5 minutes or so.
Sir, you can take as much time as you want. It's okay.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, in action research, again, another thing to remember is that what is the outcome? There are 3 words actually: output, and Americans use throughput, and outcome. That's also very important. In action research, you will have to show both output and as well as outcome. Otherwise, it is not action research. In academic research, you do not show results. You see, it is contribution to the knowledge. Your thesis, your PhD thesis or MPhil dissertation would be in the library and people will consult it, those who would like to read it. But you are not really accountable morally or financially to show results in academic research. But in action research, yes. Action research, you will take actions and should be responsible for the consequences of that action. Consequences has to be good, not negative. You are going to do something good for somebody and then you end up harming the interest of the people. That is not action research. You see, action research always has to be to the benefit of the people, your stakeholders. So I would like to tell you the difference between output and outcome. A lot of people confuse between these two, really. People think output is outcome. Let me give you an example. So if you are training, let's say, 200 women, in healthcare, okay, Anganwadi workers or someone, you are training them in healthcare. So training is an input, it's an activity, it is costed, all right. But when the nurses are trained, 200 nurses are trained, is it an output or an outcome? If anybody can hear me, I'd like to have an answer, or if not, is it an output or an outcome? 200 nurses trained.
Good morning, sir. I think that is output.
Correct. That's a correct answer. That's an output. Outcome is a benefit for the people. Suppose if 200 nurses are trained, how does it help me? How does it help anybody? Unless they go out and really provide health care to the people, isn't it? So nurses being trained is an output, and when they go and deliver that output to the people, it becomes an outcome. So people getting cured is an outcome. Nurses getting trained is an output. Okay? So in action research, these two things also have to be kept in mind. When you do the objectives, I'll give you another tool. I'm sure you would know it, but there is something called a word called SMART. SMART objectives. I'm sure you would have heard it. SMART objectives is S is simple, M is measurable, because you can measure your objective, whether you have achieved it or not. Yeah, there are indicators and there are means of verification, but we'll not go into that. But remember that they're measurable. You cannot have lofty objectives. If I say today I'm a political science professor, I would say tomorrow I know in 6 months' time, I'll become the chief minister of Delhi. Is that a doable objective? They would say this guy is crazy. He does not know how to do research and how to do planning. It is not possible. So SMART means S is simple, M is measurable, A is achievable. You know, you can achieve it. So the objective that I just shared with you, it is not achievable. And next is realistic. And it's also not realistic. It is fantastic. You know, so it's not realistic. And finally, T is time bound. So whenever you do objectives, it is good to be smart, to have smart objectives. Okay? So that is how you do your action research. Coming back to research in relation to the other kinds of research is that people get often confused about what is this research area? Am I being original? Am I being authentic? A lot of people do Google search, and a lot of people now are accused, both teachers and students and journalists are accused of plagiarism. You know that plagiarism is a crime. Any research that you do, not only you will be disqualified, you will be denied the output of that research, you will also be punished. Plagiarism. So people often wonder whether this research is original, authentic. I want to dispel your doubts from my own experience that there is nothing original about research, let me tell you. Okay? You see, there is a funny saying, if you copy from one person, if you copy the idea from one person, it is plagiarism. You will be accused of plagiarism. But if you copy from many persons, it is research. Okay? So it's a funny quote, but what it means is that honestly, you are not saying anything absolutely new which nobody has thought of or nobody has ever said. It's not that. As I said earlier, if you do that, you will not get PhD or MPhil, you will get a Nobel Prize because that's absolutely original and a new invention. You see, it's not that. What is your contribution is that you study a subject from a new perspective, you take a new approach, your approach is original, and then you retell the story. You see, that is how the research is. Yeah. And then in universities, particularly in UK, they insist on a theory. They say that you must have a theory to your PhD research. When I was studying in UK and I didn't have a theory on my PhD, they said they won't give me the PhD because there is no theory. My supervisor and myself, we argued with them. They allow you to argue, and we both argued that yes, this subject, it's a bilateral relation, updating a bilateral relation. It was European Union in India, so it requires no theory. But then they said, you discuss a theory and say that this is not applicable to this thesis. We'll take that. But you have to mention a theory near enough to your subject and say why it is not applicable. But what we did is that I was studying European Union and India relations. So then I looked at Keohane and Nye, Joseph Keohane and Nye, and they had a study called Theory of Interdependence, and that was applicable. So I discussed dependence, independence, and interdependence in international relations, and that's how I hooked my thesis to that theory of interdependence. You see, and there was something called complex interdependence, and that's how it applied. So they will not give you a PhD without a theory. But in India, that is not the practice. I have a PhD from India as well. I have 2 PhDs, you know, and that's British Labour Party. I did it from JNU. But here there is no theory. There is no insistence on theory. What they say that you will have to take hypothesis and test it. Otherwise, what is the thesis? You have a thesis because you have tested a hypothesis. And when you test it, it becomes thesis. Anyway, let's not go into that. But that's another aspect of research. In US, you know that you don't write a thesis. You study, even in PhD, you do courses, you do different papers. In the end, you write a short paper, and that's how you get your PhD. So different universities have separate regulations. Anyway, so I was talking about the research, and there is something called passion in research. You see, if you are a researcher, you will have to be passionate. You know, I always tell you, you would have realized, those who have done PhD, is that the easiest phase of your student life is the easiest and ironically most difficult phase is the PhD. It is easiest because you are not writing anything new. You are only, not copying literally, but you are reading from others and writing. But that you don't do in high school or even in graduation. You give exams, you see. So you give exams and you sit in the exam hall and write for 3 hours. But in PhD, no, you write a thesis sitting at home, either in midnight and all, and you submit it. So it is easy in one sense, but it is difficult in another sense, because that is your later stage of your life. You are about to get married, or you have got a job, or you are wanting a job. So the fortitude, persistence, tenacity, and passion is missing. You see, unless you have them, PhD can drag on forever. There is a teacher, I will not name him, in JNU. He was doing a PhD for 24 years, and he was still doing when we were studying. We finished it, but he was still working. And he was working on somebody. He came to JNU, that guy from United States. He said, I've changed my perspective. I've changed my ideas. So this teacher said, you might have changed your ideas, but I'll continue to work on your ideas. Can you believe it? So that is a very difficult stage. So passion is necessary. To be a researcher, you need to have a different set of qualities. There's again another funny saying. They say that it is a bit sexist also, but he said a jealous woman, a jealous woman does better research even than FBI. What it meant is that she is jealous of something, she is fighting something, and she would go to any nook and corner, pull all stops to collect material, to corner the enemy. Even FBI cannot do it because he is passionate. Yeah. So that, the research requires a set of qualities in a researcher. Remember that, otherwise research will not be complete. This is a test of your character more than test of your intellect. This is what I have experienced. A lot of people have experienced it. So research is really a higher form of academic or intellectual living, and research requires different set of mind. Yeah. So I think I have said what I had to. I'd be happy to take questions. Yeah. And I will end my presentation here. And I wish you that at some stage in your life, you are involved in action research. I have been for last 25 years. I've done academic research, and I'm also into action research. So I offered to Mr. Srivastav that I would rather talk about action research, because this is practical and it can be applied in any stage of your life, individually, institutionally, and internationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. This was such an amazing session, and I can see it on the participants' face that they are so captivated and interested in whatever you were saying. Now, I would like to ask the participants if they have any questions for Dr. Giri. They can unmute themselves and ask the question.
Good morning, sir. This is Naishwarrao Bhagaprapu from Vijayanagaram.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to hear you, because I came to know what is the research. Research is nothing but only not research. This is nothing but invent a new thing. I'm very thankful to you, sir. And at the same time, I want you to have a clarity that what is the thesis difference? What is the difference between thesis and research, sir? In a simple word.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Research and thesis. Okay. In thesis, what is the thesis? People would say, thesis, you arrive at a thesis by doing research. Okay. So something which is proved, which is tested. Let me give you an example. You make a hypothesis. You see, hypothesis written like if and then. Yeah. So either you call it assumption or hypothesis. How do you draw a hypothesis? You have been studying. Sorry, supposing you are studying, let's say, Indian politics. Yeah. You are doing Indian politics paper. I will draw a hypothesis here on Indian democracy. I would say Indian democracy succeeds. It's always put in a positive way. Indian democracy succeeds because people are very active and engaged. I will not say political parties are very honest and accountable, but that's not correct. But Indian electorate, Indian political consciousness is the highest in the world, let me tell you. So everyone talks politics. It may be good or bad, but it is a sign of a vibrant democracy that people are conscious, active, and participating. So my hypothesis would be, but I'm saying it, I do not know how it is correct or not. This is my assumption, isn't it? This is my assumption that since Indians are active, and participative, that is why Indian democracy is sustaining. So this is because Indian democracy sustains when people in India are active. That's my hypothesis. So Rao, what I'll do? I'll do the research. I'll go and see, talk to people, see their voting percentage, and ask them questions. When they are talking, what are they talking? Okay, are they talking politics or they're talking something else? How they are participating in panchayats? Are they raising problems? Are they making petitions to the authorities? Are they joining in protest demonstration? When something goes wrong. So I will take a certain criteria for democracy. One is protest is a part of democracy. Petitioning is a part of democracy. Participation is a part of democracy. Participation has another meaning anyway. I have no time to talk today, but participation, a lot of people misunderstand participation. If you are in a meeting, sitting there, you are not participating, really. You are present, but not participating.
Yeah.
So each word has a meaning actually, so that people, I am a concept fetish, So participating when you influence a decision or when you contribute to a decision, then only you participate. By being in a sitting like, quiet and not listening, not talking, you are not participating, you are present. Anyway, so with these, these criteria, I would come to a conclusion, yes, Indian democracy is enriched, enriched by people's participation. Then my thesis is that, which is correct. So this is how I come to a thesis. Then it becomes thesis. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure.
Thank you,
Good morning, sir.
Yes, you can ask the
Good
question.
morning.
Good morning, sir. I am Shanmugara speaking from Vizianagaram.
Yes.
How does the word action research can be implemented in political sciences?
Yes, the action research in political science, are you talking within the university system or outside the university system? Well,
Let's say someone who is aspirant of this research, PhD or a PhD award in political sciences, he is trying to do an action research in political sciences.
Okay.
How can we?
I got it. So supposing he himself takes the initiative, he wants to become a member of parliament or member of legislative assembly or just a philanthropist, just an altruist, that also will do. So he wants to do something good for the people, okay, in his area. So he has to choose an area. Or if he's assisting somebody, let's say he's assisting a member of parliament. For action research, you need an actor, you need a set of actors or an actor. Either he can be himself or he can assist somebody, okay? So supposing he wants to improve the consciousness of the people in his area. People are not happy, but they are not conscious of their rights as well. What are their entitlements? So he will find out, he will take a few villages, have a geographic area, and then identify, analyze the situation, as I said, apply SOSTAT. So situation, what is the situation? Is there no political science teaching? Is there no meetings taking place? Why people are not conscious? So you identify the problem, because your objective is to make people aware of their rights, make conscious of their rights, raising consciousness. So you will find out the problems or the obstacles to not having consciousness. Okay. So then you set your objectives, set the strategy, and set the strategy, do a list of activities. You would say, I would meet this household. I will create a few volunteers, train them, and send them out to speak to the people. They will door-to-door campaign, That is one. Or you will call a few meetings.
Okay.
Or you will use a microphone and make some announcement and call a few meetings. So you do your strategy. And then either it would be through social mobilization is one strategy. You see, other strategy is communication, dissemination could be another strategy. Third strategy could be interpersonal, communication, interpersonal influencing. So like that, you draw your strategy. And then tactics, as I said, when you go to talk to the villages, they may not listen to you. So your tactics should be to go to the head of the village, the Pradhan, convince him, and he will help you mobilize. Okay, that is tactics there. Okay. So, and then you do the costing. You do the costing, how much it will cost. Where do you get that money from? You see? And you can do a timeline also. I need 3 months to do it. Like that. Okay. So that is your action research. Is that clear? So stack.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question?
Sir. Hello.
Hello.
Madam. Sir,
Yes,
namaste,
yes,
sir,
ma'am.
for giving valuable. Sir, thank you, sir, very much for giving valuable information on that. I have a question, sir. What is the research?
I could not hear it. Can you type it, ma'am? You ask Ruchika ji to type it. She can type it in the chat.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, actually, we are unable to hear you. Can you please type out your question in the chat box?
Okay, ma'am.
Or say it again. Yeah.
While Mrs. Sandhya is writing her question, there is another person who wants to ask a question. Shubha Balga. Is Miss Shubha Bagla there?
जी मैडम, can I ask a question in Hindi?
Yes, you can ask your question.
Oh yes, of course. Hindi में बोलिए.
हाँ.
My wife speaks only Hindi, so I have to.
धन्यवाद जी. आपने बताया ये रिसर्च के बाद हम किसी न किसी थियरी को प्रेजेंट करना है. अगर वो साइंस का सब्जेक्ट है तो हम कुछ थियरी को रख सकते हैं. अगर लिटरेचर में करना है तो हम कैसा थियरी दे सकते हैं? थियरी में तो कैसे दे सकते हैं? हम तो हिंदी वाले हैं और हिंदी में जब रिसर्च करते हैं तो हमारे रिसर्च के अंत में हम कौन सा थियरी दे सकते हैं?
यस, तो ये थियरी जो होता है ना, थियरी तरह तरह का थियरी होता है. ठीक है जी. और थियरी जो बोलते हैं कि कोई चीज को आपने प्रूव किया तो वो थियरी हो जाता है. ठीक है जी. वो भी एक रिसर्च का हिस्सा है कि थ्योरी बनाना एक रिसर्च है. ठीक है ना, है ना. हम थ्योरम से ये थ्योरी आया, ये मैथमेटिक्स से वर्ड आया है. हम लोगों ने मैथमेटिक्स, आप भी स्कूल में पढ़े होंगे, जो थ्योरम बोलते हैं हम लोग, a square plus b square is equal to c square, you see, or b square plus p square is equal to h square in a triangle. उसी को थ्योरम बोलते हैं. उसको प्रूव करके हमको टीचर बता देता है, वो थियरी हो जाता है. ठीक है जी. सो कोई भी आइडिया को प्रूव करने से थियरी. हिंदी में कैसे करेंगे? हिंदी लिटरेचर में इसी एक्शन रिसर्च की मैं बात कर रहा था. और जब हिंदी लिटरेचर में भी जो रिसर्च होता है ना, लिटरेचर में तो एक्शन ज्यादा नहीं होता है कि, लेकिन इसको भी एक्शन मान सकते हैं. लिटरेचर का भी एक पर्पस है ना, उद्देश्य है कि लोगों का मनसा को बदला जाए, लोगों में उत्साह या आशा पैदा किया जाए. वो भी तो लिटरेचर होता है. लोग कविता पढ़ के और आपका लेख पढ़ के उनका मनसा बदलता है, खुश महसूस करते हैं, कोई मुद्दा हो तो उसको ज्वाइन करते हैं. तो लिटरेचर की भी सोसाइटी के लिए रोल है. तो वो जो रोल आप निभाते हैं उसी को आप एक्शन रिसर्च बना दीजिए. ठीक है ना. उसमें आपको सोस्टैक नहीं लगेगा, वो भी उसी को भी अप्लाई कर सकते हैं कि भाई ये चीज मैं कविता के माध्यम से या मेरे लेख के माध्यम से इस चीज को मैं बदलना चाहता हूँ. ठीक है ना. तो वो आपका एक्शन रिसर्च हो जाएगा. लोग जब पढ़ेंगे उसको, ठीक है ना, उसको पढ़ के प्रभावित होके फिर वो बदलेंगे, वो एक्शन रिसर्च होगा. और हिंदी लिटरेचर में थियरी भी आप बना सकते हैं. कहेंगे देखिए ये चीज आदमी पढ़ के इसको आदमी का एक नया सोच पैदा होता है या नया उमंग पैदा होता है ना. तो आप इसीलिए तो लिखते हैं कि समाज को प्रभाव डालने के लिए, है ना. पहले हमारे अंग्रेजी में कहावत था कि आर्ट फॉर आर्ट सेक. हम लिख रहे हैं हम एक पेंटिंग कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हमें शौक है पेंटिंग करने का, है ना। सो इसको आप बोलते हैं कि आर्ट, लेकिन परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट जब होता है जिसमें आप एक्शन करते हैं और लोगों को दिखाते हैं, तो आपका एक्शन रिसर्च जो है हिंदी में इसको परफॉर्मिंग लिटरेचर कहिए, जो लिटरेचर को सोसाइटी के लिए रोल हो। आपने कविता लिख दी, उसका कोई मतलब ही नहीं है, तो ऐसे भी लोग लिखता है, तो उस कविता का क्या फायदा, लोग उसको पढ़ें, है ना। लेकिन लोग इसके लिखते हैं अपना ये मन का ये निकालने के लिए। तो मैं कहूंगा जहां आप सामाजिक एक उद्देश्य जोड़ेंगे अपना लिटरेचर में, वो एक्शन रिसर्च बन जाएगा।
अच्छा, धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you, sir. Sir, there are some. Just a minute.
हाँ,
So there are some participants here who do not understand Hindi. Could you please summarize the answer in 1 or 2 lines for them in English?
English, okay. Yeah, the lady asked a good question. He said research is about building theories, creating theories. So we can do that in science or other applied subjects like sociology and social work. But in literature, because she is from, I think, Hindi literature, from literature, he said, in literature, how can we do theories? So I was telling her that we call them arts actually. I mean, political science, history also are arts, but arts and literature we call it. When literature embraces a social purpose, then it becomes action research. So literature could be for literature's sake, you are writing a poem or writing a story or an essay just for yourself without having a social purpose in mind, without wanting to influence anybody. Then that will not qualify as an action research. In literature, action research will be something which has a social purpose, and through your writings, through your literature, you want to contribute to that social purpose. Then when you add society or societal objectives into your literature, that becomes your theory, that becomes your action. There are lots of literature which have revolutionized societies, across the world. You see, people said if Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Voltaire, one of them were a literature. If they were not there, French Revolution would not have happened. So the pen is mightier than sword. That formula works here. So your pen will inspire change in the mindset and inspire action in the society. Yeah, that's your theory.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, although it is not your topic for today's lecture, but one of our participant wants to ask you, what is a research paper in the peer-reviewed journal? So, if you could just tell them in a line or two.
Right. Okay. Sure. What is a research paper? You see, there are research journals. They publish your articles only after it is reviewed by experts. That's called peer review. Okay. There are also publishers, they publish books only, they will send it for what is called referral. And once the referees say that this book is publishable, then only the publisher will take it. They will also make recommendation that make this change and that change, etc. So likewise, in a journal, in a research journal, peer reviewed journal is one where your article is reviewed by at least, normally it is 2 people, but sometimes they do it 1 also. They will send it to an expert, independent expert, and he or she would recommend that your article is worthy of publication, and then you have greater credits as a researcher because it has been reviewed. You did not send an article and the editor your uncle and he published it. That is also possible. You see, so that will not give you credit. That's why they, when you apply for higher jobs for professor, from associate professor, etc., they would ask for peer reviewed articles, and they have greater credits than non-peer reviewed articles. The other journal like Mainstream, Hard News, Outlook, they are not peer reviewed. They are, they're journals, but there are quite a few peer reviewed articles. Commonwealth and Comparative Politics, where I write, or the many Journal of Political Science published by the Indian Political Science Association, or Journal of Sociology, published by Indian Sociological Association, they are peer reviewed. Yeah. So, when you, they would say, journal would say that it is peer reviewed. So, you would know, and it is good for you, for your research credits. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
This is Naishwara. Are there any peer review journals in mathematics?
Yes, yes, yes. There are, you know, you Google, you would see it. I do not know offhand in mathematics, but you say peer-reviewed journals in mathematics, you know, everywhere, yeah, mathematics also. Because the formula, etc., that you are taking, and they would review, you know, because a mathematician would endorse it. I say, yes, this is how it should be done, you know.
Okay,
So,
thank
yes,
you.
there are. But I don't know offhand, so I can't tell you, yeah.
Okay.
I did mathematics in school. After that, I forgot. So, no, it is so tough. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question? Anybody else who wants to ask a question can unmute themselves and ask the question. All right. Seems like everybody has asked their questions. Mrs. Sandhya, you could let us know in the comment section if your query was answered. And Dr. Giri, it was an amazing, amazing session. We have received so many compliments for your session by the participants in the chat box telling us how thought-provoking your presentation was. And I believe Mr. Srivastava wants to ask you something. Sir, you can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Please.
Dr. Giri, that was a really nice talk from your side. We are grateful to you that you have made yourself available at this time and you have presented such a nice talk which would benefit a lot of researchers in the country. And we hope that you would definitely join us in the future also. But yes, for the participants, I want to say that Dr. Giri is not an ordinary person. He's a different personality, and this thing will be explained by one Dr. Satyanarayan. He is working as a lecturer at the MR College, Vizianagaram. He is going to tell you all about Dr. Giri now, because Dr. Giri has told you something about action research and it's how it works. So you need to know something about Dr. Giri also. Dr. Satyanarayan will now tell you all about Mr. Giri. What is he and what he does? Mr. Satyanarayan, are you on the line?
Sir, sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the interruption, sir.
Mr. Satyanarayan, are you on the line?
Yes, sorry for the interruption, sir.
Mr. Anand Kumar?
Yes, sir. I am on the line. I am on the line.
Anand Kumar?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Anand, will you please let us know about Dr. Giri? I also don't know much about him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. After listening the excellent presentation of Professor Giri, I want to mention some of his credentials to our participants. It's my privilege to speak about Professor D.K. Giri, Professor of International Politics, Delhi. He's an excellent academician. He did his school, college, and university education with merit scholarships from government. He did his MA in International Politics. He got dual PhD, one from JNU Delhi and also another from University London. Professor Giri wrote 8 books and 600 articles on various national and international issues. He also used it to participate on debates in international and national television channels on various political issues. Professor Giri is a visiting professor of international politics at JMI. He is the chief editor of International Journal of Humanities and Social Sciences, New Delhi. He is also the director of Subal Services Private Limited. Professor Giri studied and stayed in Europe for 10 years and has traveled to over 80 countries. Professor Giri is a honorary director of 3 companies, Paltech Cooling Towers and Equipments, GiftingPeople.com, Delhi, and RICO Organizations Private Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the excellent talk.
Please,
I want to
say something. Just
sir.
One last parting words.
Yes,
What
sir.
Mr. Srivastava is doing in partnership with your college. That is the best example. You know, one of the stark examples of action research, really. You see, NGO means he is in the field of action, Mr. Srivastav. I know him. He's a spirit of persistence, tenacity, passion, and purpose. He's unmatchable. And, we collaborate with the college, educational institute, which is a kind of industry of knowledge. You see, we were generating knowledge there. And by collaborating with the action organization like Mr. Srivastav, you are giving a good example of combining ideas with action. So keep it up, and this is how it should be, really. Yeah, because you are not expected in the college to go out and in the villages, only occasionally. But this is how, combining with an action organization, you are into action. I commend this effort, and this model should be replicated, and please keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I thank Mr. Anand Guma that the things about the great personality, Dr. D.K. Giri, which I did not know till today. You have done so much research to find out what is he and what not. Actually, I did not know about you so much, sir. Dr. Guma told me that he has done so much research on the website and he has found out so many things about you. Then I said, you please let me also know. And at the same time, everybody will know about him also. Thank you very much, Dr. Anand. Thank you very much for doing this commendable job. And thank you, Dr. Giri, for being with us. If it is possible, please stay with us, stay tuned with us till the end. But I know you are a very busy person and you will not be able to stay here. You have many appointments elsewhere. You may have to go to 3-4 television channels for some debate or something. So I do not know whether you will have time, but I would love to have you on the platform till the evening. If it is possible, you please come back in the evening in the valedictory session, sir. Please.
I will.
Thank you very much.
I will. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure. All the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was an amazing session, and it was very helpful for all of us. And now, before we move on with our schedule, again, I would like to remind all the participants to please turn on their cameras and keep it in a horizontal position and show that you are in the frame, because I had to remove some of the participants because they were in a very awkward position. Some were even sitting shirtless. So please ensure that you are sitting properly in the frame. Because I have been receiving complaints from the DN News team who are telecasting this whole webinar live on their channel. And I've also shared in the chat box the links that you can share for the live telecast with your friends and colleagues if they wish to see this webinar online live. And now we are going to move ahead with our schedule, and the next speaker for today is Dr. Aarti Nirmal, who is the Assistant Professor, Department of English, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, India. And to introduce Dr. Aarti Nirmal, I would like to call upon Mr. P. Satyanarayana Rao, who is a lecturer in physics from MR College Autonomous, Vizianagaram, Andhra Pradesh, India. Dr. Satyanarayana Rao, are you able to hear me?
Yes, madam. I'm audible, madam.
All right, so you can go ahead and introduce Dr. Aarti Nirmal.
Okay, thank you, madam. Good morning to all of you. Today it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Aarti Nirmal, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of English at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, Uttar Pradesh. She has been the recipient of Government of India Scholarship thrice for her outstanding academic performance. She was honored with National Youth Parliament Award, New Delhi, Visishta Shikshak Samman, Varanasi, Maharani Lakshmibai Samman 2016 and Young Achievement Award 2018. She has authored a book, Shipping Homes and Transnational Identities, Women Novelists of Indian Subcontinental Diaspora, and edited 3 books titled Legal Research and Methodology. She has to have credit nearly 32 publications of research articles in reputed journals. In addition, she has presented 49 research papers in national and international seminars and conferences in India and abroad. She also has experience of guiding 5 doctoral dissertations. She is a regular invited speaker of All India Radio. Here, her area of academic interest includes literary theory and criticism, Shakespearean drama, diaspora literature, contemporary literature, cultural studies, and gender studies, Now, I would request Dr. Aarti Nirmal ma'am to take over the session. Thank you, ma'am.
A very good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So first of all, I would like to thank the founder of Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, Dr. D.N. Srivastav, Principal Maharaja College, Vijayanagaram, Dr. G.A. Kalyani, Dr. Sudhakari, and other members who are associated with the organization of this two-day international webinar for inviting me. And for today, the topic which I have chosen is Academic Research in Humanities, Some Reflections. In fact, the keynote speaker yesterday and Professor Giri, who spoke just before me, they have already set a very strong background, a platform for what I am going to speak today. You can see that in my topic, I have chosen to speak on humanities. There are two reasons. One is that since I have been a student of literature, I teach literature, therefore, I think that I should talk something about my discipline. Second reason is that somewhere or the other, I feel that humanities as a discipline has not been given that focus, that serious attention by the researchers and the policy makers in past few decades. And therefore, if it can be done so that we develop our own research methodology, or keeping in view the nature, the requirement, the goals of humanities, if research methodology can be defined or research methods can be understood, I think research quality in India can be improved. In academic research, when I say, then I am certainly focusing on higher education system. And as you know that initially the research centers were supposed to conduct research. But in due course of time, our government realized that even central universities and colleges should also be encouraged to conduct research. And that is how research became an integral component of higher education system. I often say that there are basically three components. One is teacher, another is learner, and third one is researcher. Teacher is engaged in the transmission of knowledge, learner is busy with the acquisition of knowledge, and researcher is in the process of creation or generation of new knowledge. And it is this research component which distinguishes higher education system from school education, because in schools also we have teaching and learning, but this research factor is not there. Therefore, the teachers of universities and colleges have a very high responsibility, very serious responsibility in order to fulfill the needs of the research as well. And it is an altogether a cyclic process, because the new knowledge which the researchers generate, create, or produce, that eventually in due course of time becomes part of the curriculum, part of the syllabus, part of the textbooks too. So research has a very serious role to perform in human life, and it is through the creation of new knowledge only that the betterment of humanity as well as the society is possible. Now there are different disciplines, and one cannot be the jack of all trades. You cannot be master of every discipline. And for our own convenience, we divided knowledge into different disciplines. And humanities is one such discipline which needs serious consideration today. When we talk about humanities, then we will have to understand at first what exactly humanities is. There are so many definitions, I will not go into the details,
But in order to proceed in my discussion, I think I should briefly reflect on what humanities is. Usually in colleges and universities, subjects which are like arts, as Professor Giri was also mentioning, arts, literature, philosophy, culture. So these subjects, we say that they are the disciplines, they are the subjects which are taught under the discipline of humanities. So humanities, we will have to understand what it is, what is its nature, and how it is different from other disciplines. Because if we do not know what is the nature of the discipline, it will be very difficult for us to go ahead with our research. Because how will you decide what kind of research methodology or what kind of research method or what kind of research action needs to be performed in order to do justice with what we are going to do? So there are various disciplines of humanities, but there are various definitions of humanities. But as a discipline, it basically refers to the branches of learning that investigate human constructs and human concern. See, when I'm talking about humanities, later on I shall be trying to have a comparison of the two disciplines, two domains, science and humanities, but that doesn't mean that I'm against science. That doesn't mean that science is not important, because science is very important, and without scientific temper, there can be no research. And it is because of the science and technology only that today we are talking to each other, being at different places of the globe. So science has its own importance, and it is very important, like humanities, in order to do something good to human world. But what I'm trying to emphasize here is that as a researcher, we have to do some study. In sciences, particularly physical sciences, there is a laboratory. And in the laboratory, experiments are conducted, variables are controlled, variables are changed, they are moderated, modulated. But for humanities and social sciences, this whole world is a laboratory. The entire world is a laboratory. And therefore, humanities basically aims at understanding others through their language, through their history, through their culture, in order to make moral, spiritual, and intellectual sense of the world. One of the participants raised an interesting question pertaining to literature before Dr. Giri, and Dr. Giri tried to answer to that very well as well. And in my discussion, I'm going to focus more on exactly what a researcher should do when researching in the field of humanities. So as I said, the whole world is a laboratory for us, and therefore it is not possible for us to control the variables. The variables in the world, the factors in the world, they cannot be controlled the way it is done in sciences. And there are other differences too. So this is precisely what I mean to say by humanities. So if you are going to do research in the field of humanities, you should at first know what humanities is, what its nature is, what your subject demands, what it expects. Otherwise, how will you decide how you have to move ahead? Now I come to the basic question. What is research? Since the previous speakers have already reflected very well on this issue, on this subject, I will not go into the detail, but let us briefly, for a layman's understanding, how we will define what research is. So research is a journey from unknown to known. That is why we talk about hypothesis. Hypo is little, preliminary, and thesis is the thesis, the idea, the law, the principle. When a researcher begins research, the researcher is in the state of not knowing a lot of things. But once you do research, you arrive at a conclusion, you present a thesis, and then you're supposed to be an authority in the field of in the field of in your discipline in that particular area. So journey from unknown to known is one factor, and this is a simple, I think, the most easiest definition of research. If we go little precise, then it is a systematic study of existing knowledge for the creation of new knowledge. Systematic study of the existing knowledge for the creation of new knowledge. So when the previous speaker was speaking, he said that it's not just about creation of new knowledge. It is true, because he was speaking in a particular context, and he rightly said there are various facets of it. But yes, it is through any method, through any approach, an addition to the world of existing knowledge. And for that, systematic study is important. No new knowledge can be created in vacuum. And that is why there is a difference between invention and discovery. Because invention is something which is innovative, which is exactly new. Whereas discovery is something which is existing, but it has to be discovered, it has been found. So a systematic study of existing knowledge for the creation of new knowledge may be considered in a simplest way to be the definition of research. Now the next question is, why researches should be done? How researches should be done? Why, after all, we need to conduct research? And can we do without having research? So there are different objectives, there are different purposes. For example, I mentioned one, and that is creation of new knowledge. Second one is discovery of new knowledge, as I said. The third one could be understanding of existing knowledge. Suppose a book has been written, but you are trying to understand it, and you are interpreting it, you are adding your comments to it, and you are trying to analyze it in a new perspective. That is also a kind of research. So understanding of existing knowledge. Next very important form is investigation or examination of existing knowledge. The knowledge is there. I am doing a research, I am arriving at a thesis, and I am adding that information to the existing world of knowledge, but it needs to be validated, and therefore examination or investigation of is there any problem with the visibility of?
No, very clear.
Okay.
Continue, Aarti.
No, I'm getting few messages
No, madam.
saying that you adjust your camera, therefore I asked. Is it fine?
Fine, madam.
Yes,
Okay, fine. So investigation, suppose some research is done, and then if it is not being validated, if it is not being questioned, I propose a thesis today, I give a principle. I think that it is true, but until or unless others testify it, others examine it and see how far it is valid, I think the purpose of research will not be served. In fact, Matthew Arnold, one of the significant Victorian age critics and poets, and he is in a way considered as a pioneer in the field of comparative literature and comparative criticism, cultural criticism as well. So he defines poetry by saying that poetry is the criticism of life. Now, poetry is the criticism of life. It needs to be understood what he means by that. He says that poetry, that literature, that knowledge is useless, which has no application or utility in our day-to-day life. So poetry should be such that it may help in the betterment of human life. So as Professor Giri talked about art for art's sake, there is another approach that is called art for life's sake. So art should be, literature should be, study should be, learning should be, research should be for the betterment of life so that it may be applied. So application is another very important thing. Interpretation of facts, as I said, revision of accepted laws, principles, theories, and postulates. See, the world is not static. It doesn't remain the same. Every moment the world is changing, every moment our mind is maturing, every second a new knowledge is coming into the existing domain of knowledge, and therefore it is also important that we keep on updating it. What we are doing, this virtual meeting is what? We are adapting ourselves, we are trying to adjust ourselves, we are trying to update with the new knowledge. Now we are thinking of new apps. Which app would be better to conduct our virtual classes? So what is this? Upgradation of the existing knowledge is also very important. So there may be others as well. This is what is coming to my mind at this moment. So these are some of the objectives which we have in our mind. Then we can decide that in what way we have to proceed in the process of doing research. Now, teachers might be knowing, but many of the researchers, I feel, still have a very, very vague idea about what is the difference between research methodology and research method. Is it the same or they are different? And if they are different, then in what way they are different? So let me very briefly mention here about what is research methodology and how it differs from research method. In fact, I co-edited a book with Professor G.C. Nirmal, and that is on research method, and it has been very well received by the readers worldwide. So we have tried to organize the content of the book, keeping in mind this difference between research methodology and research method. So research methodology is basically the systematic study or systematic analysis of the methods. When a researcher decides to proceed in the research, then the researcher at first has to decide what is going to be his or her approach of the study. What are you going to study? When you ask this question of what are you going to study and why are you going to study? So what of research and why of research gives you some, will give you some idea about research methodology, because it is the framework of approaching a research problem. Now my research scholars often ask in the beginning, ma'am, which theory has to be applied in this research? Suppose they are doing their research in some novel or in the plays of some author. So they will ask what theory, how to decide which theory has to be applied to it. So what I say is that you don't have to decide which theory has to be applied. You read the novel. You read the novel and you try to understand. You read what is not written through the medium of words. Because in the process of reading a text, there are three levels: what, why, and how. Say, for example, a poem is written, then you read the words, that is what the poet is saying. And then you have to ask a question that if the writer has written this, then what is the reason behind writing this? Why the writer is writing so? For example, if somebody is writing, alas, I have nor hope, nor health, nor peace within, nor calm around, nor that contempt surpassing wealth the sage in meditation found. All right? Or will no one tell me what she sings? Perhaps the plaintive numbers flow for old unhappy far off things and battles long ago. So if somebody is writing something, there must be some reason. There must be something in the background which might have motivated the author to write in that way. So this is what I say, that when the writer writes, you ask any writer would never say that I had this theory in my mind when I was writing. The writer will say that I just wrote it. And there are some hidden influences behind the writing or the creation of that work. So the researcher will have to at first know what is being written. If a story is there, then why that a story is written? For example, I'm giving you a mention. Bharatendu Harishchand in Hindi literature wrote Andher Nagari Chaupat Raja. And in many of the schools and colleges, I think it has been dramatized. And usually the general interpretation, the what says that it is about a king who has lack of vision and he doesn't know how to do justice. And then When you go to why it has been written, then you will realize that it is not just about the king and his lack of vision. It is about the British regime which was controlling India at that time. And through symbolic images, through metaphors, in an indirect manner, through imaginary characters, the contemporary situation of India means the enslaved India is being articulated through it. So what is important, why is important, and then how is important, how it has been written. So you read a novel, and the novel in the process of reading will draw your attention to certain issues. It can be feminist problem, it can be ethnographic issue, it can be historical, it can be psychological. So that then you decide that this is going to be the framework of my research, and from this perspective I have to study. Now, once you have understood what is the methodology, once you have understood that how to decide the approach of the study, then you will understand automatically what is going to be the suitable method to conduct that study. Say, for example, I say I want to be an artist. Then the first question would be that there are different art forms. What kind of artist you want to be? So in that case, I will have to decide if I want to be a painter. So if I have decided my approach, my methodology, that I'm going to be a painter, then what would be the methods required for that? What would be the tools required for that? What would be the materials needed for that purpose? So we will just then, the painting brush is required, the color is required, and so many other things are. So method is basically, it is the tools and techniques for the conduct of research. And in simple way, you can say that it is how to obtain data. Say, for example, that if it is a psychoanalytical text, then you will decide your method accordingly. So therefore, we have different methods. For example, textual method is there, case study method is there, interview is there, survey method is there. So this is how we need to have a very clear concept in our mind, that what is research methodology and what is research methods, so that suitable methods may be selected for that purpose. Now, as I said that I don't want to, when I'm comparing between science and humanities, I don't try to keep them separate from each other, because there can be science in humanities and there can be humanities in science. Scientific discoveries would lead to devastation in human society if there is no element of humanity in it. Say, for example, the scissor may be used to save somebody's life. Needle may be used to somebody's life, and it may be used to destroy somebody's life as well. So both are complementary to each other. But when it comes to research, then certainly there are certain nuances of each of these disciplines which need to be kept in mind. So there has been an age-old debate regarding the supremacy of science over humanities, or humanities over science, philosophy, and so on. And the students of literature must be knowing that how Plato in his Republic tries to banish artists and poets from the idealist state, because he believed that the writers and the poets and artists, they imitate art, there is no reality, and they are governed by emotions, passion, subjectivity. But later on, when you come to Matthew Arnold, I'm again referring, because Matthew Arnold very rightly says that mankind will discover that we have to turn to poetry to interpret life for us, to console us, to sustain us. He's trying to say, by poetry, he doesn't mean poem. By poetry, he means literature on the whole. By poetry, he means art or humanities, you can say. So he says that in time to come, science will certainly rise high, and scientific advancements, technological advancements will certainly make our life better. But it would pose some great problems as well before us. And at that time, people will realize the importance of humanities. People will realize the importance of poetry. So There are other ideas too, and but then I moved to S.T. Coleridge. See, time is less, so I have to just focus on certain things to build up my argument. S.T. Coleridge, he was well versed in psychology, and he was a great poet as well. And therefore, he tried to amalgamate the scientific temper with that of poetry. And he said that this debate between science and poetry regarding who is superior and who is not, it is absurd because both are having the quality of each other. And he said that a poem is that species of composition which is opposed to works of science by proposing for its immediate object pleasure, not truth. Truth here means fact. Meaning is that both science and poetry, science and humanities, they do the same thing. Only difference is that of their approach. In art, the immediate purpose is joy, delight, pleasure. And the second is the facts, truth. In sciences, the immediate objective is the truth, the facts, and then the second objective is joy or poetry. Say, for example, imagine when Edison would have invented electric bulb. So he invented, don't you think that it would have given him immense pleasure? So when you discover something, then that gives you pleasure, gives you joy. So both have their own roles to perform, and at a point of time, they become one with each other. There is only difference, and the difference is that of the approach, the way they proceed. So there should not be any debate. But when it comes to researches, again, I say that for a student of humanities, the whole world is the laboratory, and therefore, accordingly, we have to decide our plan. Now, keeping these in mind, there can be different approaches to study in humanities, to conduct research in humanities. Some of them I have already mentioned. One is historical. You can conduct a historical study. Say, for example, William Shakespeare wrote 37 plays, and most of his early plays were history plays. If you try to read his history plays, Richard II or Henry IV and other works, you will notice that it is an interesting way, it is a medium to study the contemporary history of his time. So these are not only imaginary dramatic pieces, but they are an authentic record of history of that time as well. Then we have critical, there can be critical study, there can be analytical study, and therefore when we are formulating the topic of the research, then we look for such terms. So accordingly, as the approach you have decided, accordingly the title will go. So analytical, it can be psychoanalytical study. Those of you who have studied Freud and others, you can understand what psychoanalysis is. Ethnographic study could be there, eco-critical study could be there, cultural, comparative, ecological, social, gender. So these are different approaches, different dimensions from which you can proceed in the process of studying research, particularly when you are in the process of studying humanities, when you are conducting research. Now, there can be different categories, different forms of research, and one very important category is to divide them, the methodology, into qualitative and quantitative research. So again, in the field of sciences, most of the researches are of quantitative nature. They are measurable, and they depend on the variables, and then there is a lot of control on it. Whereas in the field of humanities, I don't say that there is no scope for quantitative research in humanities, but most of the researches that we do in humanities, that is of qualitative nature. I don't want to go into the detail to explain what quantitative research is or what qualitative research is. I will just give you an example. Suppose a scientist has to study the fall of an apple. This is what Newton did. Newton saw an apple falling, and he studied the effect of gravity. He observed that phenomenon, and as that phenomenon was observed, that was studied. But after some time, the natural events and natural happenings, they become a matter of past. Then how do they come to us? They come to us through the record. So I saw an apple falling, and the way I understood that natural phenomenon of falling of an apple, I recorded it, and then through my record, it will move on to others. And this is how all the natural happenings in this world, they have been experienced and they have been recorded. I often say that imagine we all would have been speechless. Human beings would have been speechless right from the beginning. And we also did not know the art of writing. Then do you think that the world would have been so? To some extent, it is through our words, through our interpretation of the natural events of the world, that the reality of the world has been created to some extent. This is how we describe. We have seen the world, the way we have seen it, we have been describing it, we have been writing about it. And this is how the whole tradition of knowledge proceeds. And so many books have been written so far in this process of understanding how this world goes on. I again get back to the sciences. So in the science, the natural events are studied or the way they have been recorded. Then what the researcher in humanity does, we study the expression of the experiences. The expression of the experiences. So somebody experienced and that got recorded in the form of book. If it is literature, it would be more in the form of fiction, imagination, narrative. If it is painting, then in the form of painting, you can say. It can be art, it can be performance, in any other way. So expression of experiences, a researcher in the field of humanities studies the expression of the experiences of others. And this is related to another discipline of study that is called hermeneutics. So hermeneutics is the science and art of study, that branch of the study which tells us the art of interpretation and understanding. How to read a text, how to read a book, how to interpret it, and how to understand it. This is done in the domain of this discipline of knowledge, which is called hermeneutics. So I will not go into that in detail. I have written an altogether separate paper on this. So understanding and interpretation of the expression of experiences. I am repeating what a researcher in the field of humanity does. Understanding and interpretation of the expression of experiences. So somebody experienced, somebody wrote it, recorded it in the form of the books, and then we are, particularly in the field of literature, I'm saying, and then we study it in the form of novel, book, in the form of novel or drama or poetry and so on, or theory, and then we are trying to interpret and understand their expression of those experiences. So therefore, the nature of the research in humanities is more of qualitative. When I say this, I do not mean that no empirical research can be done in this field. When you talk about linguistics, then in linguistics you see that the nature of the discipline is quite scientific. And then you find that there are certain exceptions of what I'm speaking here. So a scientific study is possible there. Quantitative study is also possible there. Empirical study is possible. But humanities in general, if I say that this is how we see. Now, if we have understood these things, then the task of selecting appropriate research method becomes little easy for us in the field of humanities. I again say that we will have to see what happens. Unfortunately, yesterday the keynote speaker talked very rightly about how in past few decades the quality of research has declined in our country. And I think this is also one of the reasons that we have developed a habit of generalizing the nature of all the disciplines, academic disciplines. And it is very unfortunate that particularly in India, humanities has not yet been able to develop its own kind of own research methodology. Social sciences drew much from sciences, physical sciences, and we have drawn a lot from social sciences because social science also is part of humanities. It shares some of the qualities, but still some of its subjects, some of its disciplines, they are of quite scientific nature. So particularly in the field of art and literature, if I say, so nature of the discipline, it is very important. Again and again, I say to understand what literature is, understand what music is, what art is, what philosophy is. If we don't understand this, we will not be able to understand the nature of the problem. So understand the nature of the discipline, understand the nature of the problem, and then accordingly you decide your objective, your goal, or your purpose of research. If that can be done, then it becomes very easy to select suitable research methods, tools, and techniques. One more thing I would like to add here is that in the sciences, the research focuses much on objectivity. Objectivity is one very important thing, and I think that is the most important thing, significant part of scientific study. Whereas in sciences, there is always this charge that it is quite subjective and there is no fixed truth. One line of poetry may be interpreted in different ways. So this poet will say this scholar will say that. So it is very true that there is subjectivity in humanities, but as far as possible, subjectivity should be moderately controlled in the process of research. Subjectivity here means if a writer is writing, in poem there would be subjectivity, in drama there would be subjectivity, in the expression of art there would be subjectivity, because we are after all human beings. Our personal idea, our emotions, our sentiments, they get expressed through humanities and its discipline. But in the process of performing research, one should not be subjective. So these are two different things. Hope I'm able to make it clear that the nature of humanities as a discipline is subjective. It may be subjective because it is an expression of human mind, human ideas, human sentiments, human emotion, human passion. It will be subjective because it has to communicate with the hearts of others. But in the process of conducting research in the field of humanities, our findings, our conclusions should not be very subjective. It should be very rational. It should be scientific. It should be intellectual. So these are the things which we should keep in mind. Now I get more focused to the subjects in the discipline of humanities, particularly when we are doing the research. What we need to focus on, what we study. So first important thing is context. Context is very important. In which context that work has been produced, in which context that book has been written. Say, for example, very recently, an eminent Hindi author, Nirja Madhav, has written a novel on Corona. So Corona is the recent pandemic through which we are experiencing it. So she has written, so you can see that the novel on Corona is a product of its time. Had there been no pandemic of this kind, she might not have even thought of writing a novel on it. And there are many other books which are being written, so many articles are being written on COVID, how to cope up with this, how to come out of it. So these things are being discussed. This is also a research. So context is very important. So a researcher in the field of humanities has to know what the context is. How important context is, let me explain by referring to one of the eminent Indian aesthetician, Anand Vardhan. He talks about 3 levels of meaning Abhidha, Lakshana, Vyanjana, denotative and connotative and denotative meaning. So one example scholars give that, suppose I say, the sun is setting. There is just a sentence, the sun is setting. And in different contexts, it may mean different. Say, for example, if in a Gurukul system, the Guru is asking the disciples that the sun is setting, then he might mean that the evening time has come, let us prepare ourselves for prayer. If a mother is telling this statement to the child playing outside, then she might be asking the child to come into the house because the night is beginning. Suppose the leader of the robbers is saying that the sun is setting, then it might mean that, see, this is the right time for our business. Let us proceed. So it was just a way to say that how important a context is. Second is narrative, because in literary work or in any artistic expression, there is a narrative. What is being narrated and in what manner it is being narrated. Then certainly there is a plot, the way the story has been narrated. Expression, in what way it is being expressed, language, style, aesthetics, ecstasy, sublimity. So all these things are there, because Longinus, for example, talks about sublimity. That art is no art which cannot uplift you from your physical self. The writers say that it is Brahmananda Sahoda. Therefore, when you are listening to a good music, you are lost. You are watching a good performance and your friend is calling, you are not able to respond because you are completely taken away, carried away by that performance. You are no more in this physical world because the art has taken you away to some other world. So that is the state of extreme joy, extreme pleasure, ecstasy, sublimity, aesthetic sense of beauty. So the discipline of humanity, particularly art and literature, has all these qualities, and in the process of doing research, these are to be taken into consideration. So in this way, we understand that research data in humanities would be our text. Text means the way it is written or expressed. Words are very important. See, we all use the words. In English, there are 26 alphabets and we use different combinations made up of those words to express ourselves. With the same word, somebody can fight. With the same word, somebody can write. With the same word, somebody can sing. And with the same words, literature and art can be created. So words are important. Metaphors, there are various devices. There are various literary devices which are used, because if the writer speaks the way we speak, then why should we read that book? When we read a novel, we read it because the way it has been written, it attracts us. And after you have finished reading, you realize that, oh, this happens in my life as well. This is all about what is happening around us. So this is also the art of the writer to make ordinary things appear extraordinary to the readers or the viewers. So therefore, metaphors, imagery, these are all very important things. And it is through words, as I said, that we create and recreate reality. But the most important thing is that to read between the lines. Words tend to often misguide us. Quite often, the writer, the poet, doesn't express what is deep inside his heart. The writer gives the clues through the words. You pick the clues, and then between the lines, the spaces are very important. You try to understand if the writer is saying so, what is the reason behind this? Why it is being said so? As I said at the very beginning, what, why, and how. So silences are very important because in our society, those who can speak, they can easily be heard. But those who cannot speak, somebody has to speak for them. So silences are very important. Spaces are very important. You just don't confine yourself to what the words are saying. Say, for example, if a politician has to perform, well, as Professor Giri was talking about research action, the writer acts through words. And through the words, sufficient clues are produced before the readers. It is the reader's duty to read it carefully, deconstruct, break those words in order to understand what is being said and what is the purpose of the writer. Because many a times writing is used by the authors as a weapon, as an instrument. Things which cannot be said directly to the society is said through the medium of writing or expression. So that is why this is a, we have to, therefore I said that the data in sciences would be different, but the data in humanities would be these. So we have to focus on these. We have to read books, and from those books we have to select these. And certainly other scholars' experiences, other scholars' comments and references, they are also to be taken into consideration. I would here like to give you some example, because I'm talking about literature. So it is very important that how important the text and context is for us. Though there are different movements, literary movements and different theories, one is supporting text, another is negating context. So there is a debate, but I would simply try to say here that why it is important to have your own method of study, your own approach towards humanities, because that which is borrowed from sciences will not serve the purpose. I take an example. Wordsworth writes, "My heart leaps up when I see a rainbow." So because he was a nature poet, when he looks at a rainbow, he feels very delighted, and therefore he writes that my heart leaps up when I see a rainbow. Now, if you tell this to somebody who wishes to analyze it scientifically, its validity, then it would turn out to be a severe cardiac problem. It will be a serious cardiac problem. After all, why your heart is leaping up, pounding so much just at the sight of a rainbow? So our approach has to be different, because the moment you apply a borrowed approach, borrowed method, borrowed technique to understand humanities, the problem will be there. Another example, for instance, I say, one impulse from the vernal wood may teach you more of man, of moral evil and of good than all the sages can. So Wordsworth is saying that just a movement of a plant or a tree can teach you more than any teacher or more than any sage. Now you want to be very rational and critically analyze this from a scientific perspective, then you will not be able to find any appropriate answer. Because then how is it possible that just a movement of a plant will teach you better than the teacher, better than the sages? And there is another example. In Macbeth, Shakespeare writes, "All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand." Now you try to apply your logic here. You can say that just one bottle of perfume is sufficient, just a simple spray of a deodorant is sufficient for that matter. And how is it possible that all the perfumes of Arab will not be able to do this thing? So therefore, another example I say, "वियोगी होगा पहला कवि आह से उपजा होगा गान, उमड़कर नैनों से चुपचाप वही होगी कविता अनजान." So I'm simply trying to say here is that literature has its own aesthetics, art has its own nature, humanities has its own demands, its own call from us. If we overlook that, how do you think that a right research can be done? So there is immense amount of confusion among the researchers when they are proceeding in the process of conducting any good research, that they fail to understand what their subject demands from them. Then we proceed, and if we say in simple sense that simple way that what are then the essentials of good research for any research, not only humanities but any research. First thing is attitude. We should have attitude. Passion, as Professor Giri was saying. Yes, you have to be passionate. Don't do research if you are not interested. So UGC and other bodies have, like, in a way made it mandatory. I know that there are many serious professors who never did PhD, but they did excellent in their field. When I was travel abroad for conferences and other things, and when I meet foreign professors, and when they see in my tag that there is Dr. Aarti Nirmal, so they say, "Oh my God, doctor at such a young age." So getting doctorate in India has become quite it's a commonplace thing. I think it needs to be controlled. Otherwise, there would be no quality remaining in that. So passion is very important. I should feel that I want to do research, but even researchers are helpless because there are certain organizational pressures on it, because they have to do research for various other reasons except for they want to do research. Next is aptitude. You also check, you test yourself whether you can be a good researcher, whether you would be able to dedicate your 5, 7, 10 years seriously in that pursuit of knowledge. If not, then please don't go. There are so many other very interesting things to do in this world, and the world requires you. Maybe you can do better in other disciplines, but don't do research, I would simply say, if you don't have aptitude and attitude. Next is organization. In any good research, organization is very important. You have to be organized. The title of your research should coordinate with your preface, with your introduction, and all the chapters should connect with each other, and then conclusion. So there has to be some organization. If there is no organization in your study, because in the very beginning I said systematic study of the existing knowledge for the creation of new knowledge. So the study has to be systematic and organized. Relevance, very important, and that is why research begins with literature review. A very sound, very intensive, extensive, exhaustive literature review should be done, because then only we realize that the topic of research on which I am going to work, how far it will be relevant. If that is not relevant, then there is no need of wasting your valuable years in doing this kind of research. So relevance is very important, and the most important thing is integrity and ethics. People have been talking about research ethics, and then there is plagiarism check software and this and that. Why do we need them? Why can't we check ourselves? If you borrow money from somebody and you don't pay it back or you don't acknowledge it, will it not be crime? Likewise, if knowledge is also now an intellectual property, if you borrow somebody's idea without acknowledging, don't you think it will be unjust? So research ethics is very important. And why should any software govern us? After all, we human beings have invented these, we have made these softwares. Why should these softwares govern us? So we should govern our own self, our own conscience, because you are the knowledge which you are going to produce through your research. Remember, it is going to influence the lives of many. In time to come, maybe for centuries, people and researchers will come and see your work. You never know. You write and you just put it in the public domain. For example, what I'm speaking right now, I'm speaking with great responsibility, because it is now going into the public domain. And people in future will be referring to the work that we are doing today. So we have to be very sincere, very honest in what we are doing. So research ethics is very important, and it has to be practiced. And above all, the point which I have not yet mentioned is infrastructure. Particularly with reference to Indian scenario, it is one very, very important factor. You have aptitude, you have attitude, you know the organization, you know the relevance, and you also have research integrity and ethics. But it will be very difficult to conduct a good research in the lack of proper infrastructure. And humanities on the whole as a discipline is facing this problem. I personally believe, and I have felt during my research, that it gets a stepmotherly treatment in our country. When I have to go to foreign countries to participate in conferences, you cannot imagine that even in the central universities, the funding which teachers get, I am not generalizing, I don't know about all other institutions, I'm not talking about research institutions, but the amount, the support, the funding which we get is pretty less than that is required. And moreover, the process of getting funds is also an intricate one. And sometimes it becomes so complex that you altogether give up the idea of going abroad. So anyway, So keeping all these things in mind, if in nutshell I have to say, then I will say that there are certain challenges. These challenges are acting as obstacles in our agenda, in our goals towards ensuring quality in research. And the first one is, as I just said, subaltern status of humanities and social sciences in India. Either we have very poor funding, or there is very less funding. There are very less funding agencies as well. And you can understand with this example that in humanities, if somebody gets a research project of maybe 5 to 10 lakh rupees, it is a big deal. Whereas in sciences, getting a project of 5 lakhs actually means nothing. I'm not comparing, and I'm not trying to say that what they are getting is not good. They should get, because they have to conduct lab works, and a lot of equipment and instruments are to be bought for that matter. But yes, funding agencies in the field of humanities, they are very less, and those we have, they are not able to support us the way we want. Next is lack of subject-specific research methodology. So in my previous discussions, I was focusing exactly on this. Yes, next very important thing is blind borrowing of research methodology and methods from sciences. Now, it's not very easy to develop a discipline-specific methodology just within 24 hours or so. But my purpose of discussing these things too is stimulate a kind of thought process in all of you, in fact, myself as well, as to how we can make it better. How we can find out such methods, such techniques, such tools which would help us to do good research in humanities. We are certainly doing good research. It doesn't mean that it is not good. Better research is how we can improve the quality of research. And I can say that doing research in humanities and social sciences is very difficult because of its nature, that it has so much of interdisciplinariness. It has its branches into so many other disciplines and domains that it becomes very difficult to confine yourself to a particular point. Next is aping of the West. It is a truth that even today we are copying the West. Now, I teach English literature. All right. So I have to look up to West for my content and all. But a good research is that which has its application in the society in which it is produced. The West is doing research keeping in mind their problems and challenges, their requirements.
Dr. Nirmal,
India,
I am so sorry to interrupt. Actually, there is another speaker in line as well. So could you please conclude?
Sure, okay, just within 5 minutes. I'm going to conclude in 5 minutes.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, I'm
Thank you.
towards the conclusion actually.
Okay, thank you.
So aping of the West, as I said. So there should not be blind aping. We will have to see our situation, observe our surroundings, understand the needs, and accordingly we have to. Cultural divide between East and West. The two cultures are very different, and therefore we will have to understand that what we need and what is the need of our discipline. Yes, costly foreign books. This is another important thing. The books published from foreign publishers, they are usually very expensive. And many of the researchers, Indian researchers, I can say, if they are not getting funds or a scholarship to do their research, and which is a reality. So for them, buying those books, accessing those information becomes a big challenge. Restricted access, or sometimes some good journals are there and that is of their concern for research, but the access is restricted. They have to subscribe it, they have to pay for it. So that is another big challenge before them. And the next thing is craving for citation and Western approval of our knowledge. We will have to accept it, that we still have that colonial mindset that we need our knowledge to be approved and validated by the West. So many software, citation, this, that. If it is a good work, it will be appreciated. So we should not run. Citation is important. Citation shows that how relevant your work is. But writing should not, research should not be done only and only for the purpose of that. And by way of concluding, concluding, just 3-4 points quickly I will mention that let us promote humanities to save humanity. If you want to save humanity, then we will have to promote humanities, study in humanities. Let us emphasize on knowledge cultivation rather than knowledge production. Knowledge should not be seen as an object, not seen as a commodity. It should be seen as something which has a great impact in our life, and emphasis should be on knowledge cultivation. Encourage genuine research. Let doctoral degree be coveted one, not commonplace. If anything becomes easily accessible, easily affordable to all, its value and quality begins to degenerate. So let only those come to higher education and pursue doctorate degree who have attitude and aptitude for that. And the last but not least, study and research should serve the nation and preserve the planet. So if it cannot save our nation, if it cannot do something in the betterment of nation or nation building or in the betterment of the whole world and humanity, then it is of no use. And with concluding words, I would simply say that in our Rigveda also it is said that let noble thoughts come to me from all directions. So our mind should be open to the good information, good knowledge from wherever it is coming. Thank you. Thank you very much for patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was a very, very nice session full of knowledge and wisdom. And it is really pleasant to hear you speak. Now, there are a couple of questions for you, ma'am. One question. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Please. All right. So one question, Mr. D. Yeruku Naidu has asked, what is the difference between the depth of research and width of research?
Okay. Depth of research and width of research, you can have alternative terms for it, intensive and extensive research. Depth of research is intensive research. You take a subject and go into a deep analysis of that. So it will be very focused, more focused study. On the other hand, width of research or extensive, it means you are trying to take into account whatever is there with respect to that. All right, so the expansion. Suppose there are 10 books on the subject and you try to read them all. So it is the width, the range. And you pick a book selectively and go deep into its analysis, then it is intensive study. So depending upon the situation and depending upon the nature of the problem, one has to decide whether the approach of research has to be intensive or extensive, whether it has to be on the basis of the depth or it should be wider in the range. Anything else?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can ask the question.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm Shanmugha from India. Actually, you have mentioned the name hypothesis and the thesis. What is hypothesis and when does it become thesis? Is there any clear definition for that?
Okay, interesting. See, hypothesis, the researcher in the beginning frames the hypothesis. As I said, hypo means lower, preliminary, thesis. Before you arrive at the thesis, the assumption of that is hypothesis. So you frame a hypothesis, it is a kind of assumption that if I do this, this may happen. If I do this, then this will happen. But you have not yet tested it. So what happens with this assumption? You start your research. And once your research is done, and finally you arrive at this conclusion that, okay, what I had assumed in the beginning, that has now been proved. So that is, now your hypothesis has been, through your research and study, got validated. You have validated that hypothesis, and then it becomes thesis. So hypothesis is basically the assumption of the possible thesis which your research may yield.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Actually, in every thesis, there is one particular section called rational. What are the important points to be touched in that section?
Your voice
Rational.
is breaking. I'm not able to hear you. Can you please speak again? Hello?
Actually, in every section, in every case, there is one section called rational. What should be what should be the points to be touched upon that?
Dr.
Could you
Shyam,
please write your...
Hello.
Yes, Ruchika, could you please tell me what he is saying?
yes, ma'am. Dr. Shamukh Rao, can you please type your question? We're unable to hear you properly.
Okay, let me write it. Thank you.
Yes, please type it in the chat box. And in the meantime, does anyone else have any question for ma'am? Is there anybody else who wants to ask Dr. Nirmal a question? All right. While Dr. Yes.
Good afternoon, madam. This is Nashura Bhogopugu from Vijayanagaram. I'm very grateful to you, Nirmala madam, but because you make me very knowledgeable with your simple examples. Because there is an example, sun is setting. There is so many angles to understand. It's very good example, madam. So if we mind in any sentence, every sentence may be researchable, a source of research, I think, with your explanation.
Definitely. Yes,
Thank
definitely.
you, madam.
This is, that's what I said. You change the context.
Yes.
For example, we're giving you another example. I take a flower and I say that what a lovely flower this is. So I'm talking about that flower. But suppose there is a young child, very pretty child is there, and I just pat on that child and say how lovely the flower is. So I might be meaning by flower, I might be referring to that child as well. So the way you speak, the context in which you speak, to whom you are speaking, all these tend to change the meaning and interpretation. That is why I said that in humanities, interpretation is very important. Hermeneutics, therefore, one should understand what hermeneutics is. One should read, because that talks about different ways of interpretation and how important interpretation is. The whole world actually depends on how we interpret it. All right?
Yeah,
so
madam.
the world is the same for us, but we all have different ways to look at it. We have different philosophies, therefore, come into being, because we have different dimensions to approach it. So it is all about context. For example, for Hardy, things seem to be pessimistic. For Browning, everything seems to be optimistic. So in the same world, we have different approaches, and it is exactly because of the context. So similarly, in literature, in the words also, we have its context, and that context helps us to understand exactly in what situation it has been written and what it intends to say.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Ruchika ji, have we got that question?
Yes, ma'am. I have got the question. It is what is rationale and what are the points to be mentioned in the section rationale?
Okay. Rationale basically is, it's very important thing. It is related to the objective. I decide to do a research. So why am I doing that research? And if I'm using a particular method for that purpose, then what is the rationale behind? So it is basically the answer to that question, that why are you using? So you will have to give a valid argument in support of that why have you chosen this dimension to study? So rationale basically is the purpose, intention. All right. So I say that I'll be conducting a textual analysis, critical analysis, or I say I shall be doing a comparative study. So for that, I will accordingly mention that this is going to be the tool, this is going to be the method. So there has to be a rationale, a logic behind that. Why? Because the kind of research which I am going to do, the kind of hypothesis which I have formulated for my research, for that, this method, this tool, this process will be the appropriate one. So that is why rationale is important to be mentioned there, because you cannot simply use anything for any purpose. So there must be some purpose, there must be some reason, some objective, some goal. So rationale therefore is written to explain.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for answering the question. Is there anybody else who wants to ask any question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can go ahead and ask
Ma'am?
the question, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I'm very impressed with your excellent explanation, ma'am. You have given, you have touched the roots of the research and everything, ma'am. I have a small doubt, ma'am. My question is quite different. Those who do research, they first formulate the hypothesis and finally they prove that what they have thought, what they have searched for. But is there any research, means like mathematics, we first give a hypothesis, then finally we conclude this is a contradiction, so this will not happen. So is there any research like that, ma'am? I just wanted
All right.
to know,
Very
ma'am.
good question. In fact, I think I should have mentioned this when I was talking about hypothesis. See, here also there is a difference, and in fact, difference and similarity both. What happens, what usually the Indian researchers do, that they don't let their research to proceed in the natural fashion, because in conclusion, they deliberately write the conclusions and findings in such a way so that it can validate their hypothesis. Whereas, it is not necessary that every hypothesis will get proved at the end of the research. Many times, for example, when I was doing my PhD, the topic I got and the way I started working, after a point of time, I realized that no, my research was taking me to some other direction, and therefore I had to make certain modifications in my research topic. So, like in mathematics, for example, there is null hypothesis, negative hypothesis, all these things are there. So it is not necessary that every time your hypothesis will get proved at the end of the research. It may not be proved as well. But that is also a kind of research if you are not arriving at exactly the same thesis according to your hypothesis. Because every research will yield something. Something will certainly come out of it. Some findings would be there. So in humanities also, it happens naturally. If you do research in proper way, then it is not necessary that every research finding will go according to hypothesis. Your result may be very different from your hypothesis. So, but in that way, we will have to also prove and explain it. And the factors also needs to be mentioned there as to why it happened. All right. So the deliberate matching, the effort of matching the hypothesis and thesis should not be done in good research. So in humanities and in sciences, in social sciences, everywhere it is possible that your research finding may go quite different as per your research hypothesis. But then again, you will have to rationally prove it.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are very fortunate to hear you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question? All right. Seems like there are no more questions. Okay, there is one question in the chat box. Just a moment. Yes, so this question is from Mr. Neeraj Kumar. He's asking how the context of life and the context of society be common to the research cohesive to humanity.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes, the question is how the context of life and the context of society be common to the research cohesive to humanity.
Okay. I don't exactly understand what the participant is intending to know. As I understand the question, see, life, society, all right? So it is life. Life is the bigger circle in which there is society, and then inside that circle there is another circle that is of academics, and then there is research. So you, in your mind, you make these concentric circles, and at the center, now if you put, however, life is at the center, but for our understanding, So they are all part and parcel to each other. You cannot separate life. Life, society, they go hand in hand. And therefore, when you are conducting research, you cannot separate these questions from one another. So society is influencing an individual's life, and individual's life is making the society. So I think when you are doing a research, then it will address both simultaneously. I could not exactly get the question, but as far as I have been able to, I'm responding. If you have any additional question to clarify it, then you can ask.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, there is another person who wants to
Ma'am.
ask you a question.
Yes, yes.
Manami Nag, I believe you want to ask the question. Miss Manami, you would have to unmute yourself first. Unmute yourself from the screen.
Ma'am, may I have my question?
Yeah. Am I audible now, madam?
Yes, you're audible. You can ask the question.
Yeah. First, I would like to congratulate Aarti madam. It was a wonderful session. And for people who are, for people who really want to go for a research, this would definitely be opening vistas for us. What I would like to ask you, madam, as you know that I've done my MPhil and on my way for a PhD, I would like to ask you something that, for example, if I'm working on the translation of some indigenous poets' works on indigenous poets, do I always need to, how should I go about? Is it better that I should base my work on a typical theory, or shall I work upon the translation of the poems first, and then should I move from the poems to the theory? If you please kindly guide.
Okay. So in fact, your question has two questions. One is whether you should at first start with theory and then go to translation or study, or at first understand the translation and go. When I was discussing at that time only, I said that this is my personal belief, you may differ, that when the writer writes a work, I think the writer doesn't keep in mind that there is a particular theory which would be applied to my work. So if we try to understand the natural, like without all these associations, just a work as a work, a text as a text. So I think at first let us understand the aesthetics of that work, the emotions contained in that work, what that poem, what that text has to say. So I think the first thing would be to know that. Now when it comes to translation, then translation has its own merits and demerits, because in the process of translation, sometimes it is poor translation, sometimes it is good translation, and sometimes it is transcreation. So sometimes even translations become better than the original work. And there are different theories to understand translation from that theoretical or critical perspective. In translation, one basic issue is that ideas may get translated into words, ideas will be translated, information will be translated, but that cultural context and the emotion contained, sometimes it fails to get exactly transferred to the new language. So therefore, I think the context of writing also becomes very important. For example, you talked about indigenous work. So say if I talk about Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Bhojpuri, for example. So somebody has translated Bhojpuri poetry into English language. So in the process of translation, certainly ideas and informations have come into the new language. But that very cultural context might be not that prominent, that is effectively present there as it is in the original language. So there, in order to fill that gap, it becomes necessary to know the context. You try to know what that poetry exactly means in that particular context. There is one word, I do not know. Do you know Hindi?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you know Hindi.
I do.
Okay. So yesterday, somebody posted a poem on my WhatsApp. So there was a term, I think one of my students wrote a poem on Facebook. It was there. There was a term, khoicha. So khoicha basically is a handful of rice which a mother gives to the daughter when the daughter is going to the new house. And there is a lot of sentiment associated with that, a lot of myths are associated with that, a lot of traditional rituals are part of that. So it has a different meaning in that context. But if that Khoicha is exactly translated into English, and moreover, I do not know what exact word would be to equate that. So that very essence might be missing. So therefore, in translation study, the researcher's challenge is very high. You have to understand the text. You also have to understand the way it has been translated into another language and the gap which arises between the two. In order to bridge that, fill that, context is very important to be known. So if you know the context, then you can supplement those informations in your work. So I think this is how I would respond to your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for dispersing all my doubts and showing me the right way.
There
Thank you
is
so
no
much.
perfect answer. There is no perfect answer to a question, but this is how I look at the issue. Which
At least the inceptional way of reaching out to the problem. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, we are
Hello.
short on time. I know that there are a couple of more questions that people want to ask you. So what we are going to do here is we will collect your questions in the chat box along with your email address, and we'll forward those questions to Dr. Neville, and she would respond with the answers. Because
I would
we
love
have
to
more
respond to those questions. Yes, I understand. We are already much delayed with our schedule. So anybody who has a question can contact me through my email address, and I'm willing to respond to them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session, and thank you very much for your time once again.
Thank you.
हमको तो बोलो ना. चलो.
All right, so we are going to move ahead with our schedule. And now we have Dr. S. Shobha Rani, who's the principal of Vishakha Government Degree College for Women, Vishakhapatnam, India. She is the recipient of Bharat Ke Anmol Ratna Award by Tejasvi Astuti Foundation, New Delhi, and an Educational Excellence Award and Quality Brands India School Award from NEHRD Mumbai. She has conducted many extension activities and national and international seminars and webinars. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Shobha Rani to please take over.
Thank you, Ruchika.
Yeah, good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
How are you? Fine?
Fine, sir. Thank you so much.
How is Corona doing in Vishakhapatnam?
Fine, sir. So actually, our simultaneously one career guidance webinar is going on for our students. So I'm attending that also, and here also, sir. I'll just take 5 to 10 minutes. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I just want to introduce you properly because Ruchika has introduced you very shortly. Actually, Dr. Shobha Rani is the principal of Vishakha Government Degree College, and in the last 1 decade, I have not seen such a dynamic principal who has done what she said in her college. What she wanted, she has achieved in the college. She has not hesitated to meet the highest authority in the country to meet her requirements of the college, and she has been able to provide all facilities, assistance, and so many things, so many issues that were there. She has been able to sort it out. So we have been inspired by her motivational work and her hard work that she is doing in the college for the women, for the female students. That is one of the most hard fact, that she is working for the female students who come. Most of them are from tribal area who don't even think of going for education. So she is working for such kind of girls. I am really very, very proud to introduce her before this crowd. Please, I welcome you from the core of my heart on this platform. Please go ahead, ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your positive feelings. And distinguished speakers, webinar chairperson, Dr. G.A. Kalyani ma'am, Principal, Maharaja College, Autonomous, Vizianagaram. Webinar director, Sri D.N. Srivastava sir, founder chairperson of Tejasvi Astitwa Foundation, New Delhi. Webinar convener, Dr. D.B.R.K. Murthy, reader in physics, MR College, Vizianagaram. Webinar coordinators, Dr. G.V.S. Jaipal Rao, senior lecturer in physics, MR College, and Dr. Sudha K. Sudha, senior assistant professor in Hindi, Visakhapatnam Government Degree College for Women, Visakhapatnam. And respected delegates, dear participants, and my dear students, a very warm greetings to everyone. First, I would like to thank webinar chairperson Dr. G.A. Kalyani ma'am and webinar director Sri D.N. Srivastava sir for welcoming me as a special invitee. And it's my honor and privilege to be a part of this two-day international webinar on research methodology, trends, quality, ethics, and values. So education and research are closely intertwined. Research leads to new discoveries and creation of new knowledge and perspectives. It serves as a nation's objective in addressing global challenges such as aging populations, climate change, and sustainability. It is inevitable that to succeed in the 21st century, education, research, and learning for graduates need to be lifelong learning activity. One needs to continually upgrade and reskill to remain relevant and productively employed amid rapidly changing professional and business environments. In order to achieve this, institutions should be committed to the highest standards of ethical and professional conduct. It should strive to achieve an environment in which research, teaching, and learning is accomplished with openness, honesty, and respect. It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. If one thinks about it, one would do things differently. Today, cutting across all disciplines, research ethics, integrity, and values has become increasingly important, as innovation and research development are key drivers of economic growth worldwide. With many research activities taking a global dimension, it is essential to discuss positive approaches in inculcating best research integrity practices and ethical values. It should also examine academic publications in following the standards for research integrity. In an increasingly globalized world, there is a critical need to develop guidelines and recommendations for promoting integrity and ethics in research at an international level. This will serve as a fundamental document containing basic principles that can be used as a standard for research integrity throughout the world. This international webinar serves as an opportunity that works like a common platform for us to discuss key points of research ethics and responsible conduct in research. Specifically, addressing research integrity issues defined mainly as falsification, fabrication, and plagiarism. Indeed, it is important to imbue good values and practices early on our young researchers. Starting at the undergraduate level, not only should we guide students on what inappropriate behavior, but what is inappropriate behavior, but more positively, we must educate them about best practices in research. Responsible research is in our hands. In general terms, responsible conduct of research is simply good citizenship applied to professional life. Research conducted with ethics, integrity, and values ensures that all research data generated is beyond reproach. And while doing research, one must follow and practice certain ethical research principles like practicing the use of honest and supported methods when performing reporting research, ensuring accuracy in reporting, maintaining proper records of data generated, adhering to statutory requirements, integrity at all times in their dealings with others inside and outside, that is fair, honest, and considering the interest and reputation of the institutions as well as of others. Trust and respect should be practiced with each other as well as with persons outside the institution. Provide an equal opportunity environment for all to learn and work. No one shall discriminate against any individual on the grounds of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, age, disability, sexual orientation, national origin, or any other personal characteristics. Access to confidential information is not to be disclosed to any person or party without the prior approval of the relevant authority. It is to be remembered that policies and principles continue to apply even after the members' relationship with the institute ends. Avoiding conflict of interest and ensuring that their personal interest or relationships are not to conflict or appear to conflict with that of the institution. Commitment to excellence in achieving and performing one's duties in a professional, responsible, and conscientious manner so that the institution will continue to achieve excellent standards of quality. All members of the institution shall abide and observe with the institution's regulations, policies, and procedures. Safeguard and ensure proper use of equipment and resources belonging to the institution. They must not use such equipment or resources for personal gain. They shall use such equipment or resources responsibly and in accordance with the institution's safety and compliance guidelines. I would like to conclude with a quote that research is creating new knowledge and no research is complete. It opens the way for something will better, still better. The common facts of today are the products of yesterday's research. It is to see what everybody has seen and to think what nobody has thought. Really, this two-day international webinar serves as a platform for interaction between academicians and researchers to share their ideas and views on common research integrity issues, which may in turn inspire new and practicable standards and framework for promoting research ethics and codes of conduct for training students, academicians, editors, publishers, and researchers. At this juncture, I would like to thank the organizing committee chaired by Dr. G.A. Kalyani ma'am and Dr. Sri D.N. Srivastava sir for their hard work and effort in planning and coordinating this event. I wish to express my profound gratitude to Sri D.N. Srivastava sir for inviting me to this wonderful webinar. And also I congratulate him for his association and support in arranging and conducting both national and international webinars at many colleges. He has been associated with our Vishaka Government Degree College for Women Vishakhapatnam also since many years in conducting many student-centric activities like quiz, debates, seminars, and webinars, both national and international, with a motive to bring awareness and knowledge to the students. Thank you, sir, for your motivation towards our students. And I wish to congratulate the organizing committee for executing this event in a wonderful manner. I also thank the convener, coordinator, and each and everyone who involved in this excellent informative webinar. I wish everyone a successful and fruitful webinar, and my very best wishes to all of you. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shobha Rani. Yes, thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful presentation by you. Because ma'am has to go to a meeting, we would not be doing the Q&A session right now. But if anybody has a question for Dr. Shobha Rani, they can leave it in the chat box along with their email address. We will forward it to ma'am and then we'll respond with what her reply is. But before you go, ma'am, Dr. Aarti Nirmal has mentioned that she conveys her greetings to you, and she says that it is very good to see you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Aarti.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll rejoin in the afternoon session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You please come and join us in the evening at least.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sparing your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vanessa.
Okay, once again, thank you, ma'am, for this amazing session. And now we are going to move to the paper presentation session, and I would like to hand over the stage to Mr. D.N. Srivastava for this.
Now is the time for paper presentation from all the researchers who have written the research papers or articles or whatever, and want to present their papers here at this platform. And for that, may I request Mr. Surya Narayan, Assistant Professor from MR College Autonomous, Vizianagaram, to please take over this stage for further presentation of the papers of the researchers and the registered participants who have sent their papers here. Can you hear me, Mr. Surya Narayan?
Yes, sir, I am here.
So the stage is all set for you now, sir, and please see that no one is left out. And even if they have not paid, as I said yesterday, they have not paid the registration amount or they have not registered and want to present a paper, please allow them to present their paper.
Sir.
Huh?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Aarti, welcome to today's international webinar. Now I request Srimati Jayanti Ratna Garu, please present your paper. She is working as an assistant professor in physics, Department of Physics, Maharajas College Autonomous. Please, madam, please present your paper.
Yes, sir.
Madam, are you there? Ratna madam, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Jayanti Ratna, Assistant Professor in Physics, MRA College, Vizianagaram. First of all, I would like to thank the Tejasvi Astitva Foundation for giving me an opportunity to express my views on research methodology. And also I would like to thank our college principal, HOD sir, Surnaran sir, and all the staff members for organizing such a wonderful and knowledgeable webinar. So I would like to say that research methodology, the research is nothing but a systematic investigation or the way to study about anything such that facts and new conclusions can be made. And methodology is the strategy that shows how we can do research on any topic. What should be guidelines that we have to take, what should be covered while doing that research, and what information can we gather. All this can be known by methodology. This methodology gives the brief concept about, this methodology will tell how to do a research on a particular topic. So while doing any research, first of all, the first thing that we should keep in mind is how to select a topic. The selection of topic is very, very essential. Its strength and its analyzation can only give us a fruitful outcome. As we select the topic, then the first step is to know about its roots, how it came, how it works, what is its past, what is its present, what is its future. Everything, first of all, we have to know. And then we can go step by step, like a tree is having its root, stem, branch, leaves, fruits, like that. Research is also having different steps. As nowadays, as the technology is improving, not only in science, in every field, the research work is increasing at a faster rate. So for science stream researchers, the research basically depends on the experimentation. If we choose any topic, first of all, each and everyone gives and experiments for several times. Then after doing several experiments, he or she come to one conclusion. So as we say, the research, that is a very simple word, but while doing research for any topic, it deals with a lot of hard work, lot of patience, and all thing. It takes a lot of time to complete for a conclusion. So for any research, as the roots is important, then after knowing about its roots, its generation, we have to come for its upliftment. And after that, how this research about any particular topic can help us for society. And then after doing all works related to that, we come with the outcomes. And as from my knowledge, I feel that the research work must be in such a way that it gives the all necessary information that can anyone grasp from that work. And also, while doing research, one should keep in mind that it is not a work of a single person. It needs a help from several persons, internets, e-books, gadgets, experiments. Everything should be kept in mind, and we must not harm anyone's personal feelings or any. We did not use any misconcepts for doing our research. It must be kept in mind for each and every one. So, and at last, I only want to say that the research quality can only be maintained if we do the work with full 100% concentration. And at last, the research can only be successful if we can answer whatever the question that anyone asks us. And also, research work, now today's generation, internet has came, everyone is browsing in internet, going through YouTubes and all, and they are just grasping the knowledge. But not only browsing on internet can give you the research paper, we have to also must follow the earlier publications, the books, journals. We must take guidance from our lecturers, gurus, and keeping in all that, a healthy environment must be maintained, and time management is very, very important, as there are, and also our research must be in such a way that it must give some fund, it must be useful for each and everyone. And we are all having several funding institute which provides funds for our projects, like Indian Council of Social Science, Baba Atomic Research Center, NISER, IGCAR, CISR, and several, which provides funding in science. Not only studying and analyzing topic is essential, but also its outcome must be learnt by researcher. It is not just simply we have chosen a topic, we have done research, we have done experiment, and we have written the paper, so it is published. We must be in such a way that we must be pinpoint to each and every term that is related in that research work. Thank you one and all, and thank you Sunan sir for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, madam. Your presentation is very nice. Thank you so much. Please mute yourself. Now I request Dr. DBRK Murthy Garu, who is the convener of this program. Now he is unable to present his paper due to the ill health. Now I request on behalf of his Srimati RVSN Uma Devi Garu, who is working as assistant professor in chemistry, please present paper. Uma madam, are you there?
Yes, Sunaren Garu.
You are welcome. Yes, madam. You are visible and audible. You are welcome, madam. Okay, please present your paper. Please present your.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, the principal of MR College, and organizers of this webinar for giving me this opportunity. So the paper now, the topic of the paper is research methodology, trends, quality, ethics, value in science, global perspective. The different fields of science research are the nanotechnology, robotics, computer science, space research, environmental research, etc. So methodology means that it is the way in which how a research can be performed. As Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru said, scientific advancement is the only tool to eradicate the poverty. New inventions are very much necessary for the full growth of the human civilization. Science is beyond galaxy. A researcher is any science field, researcher on any science field, it not only goes through the basics of the subject, but it also enhances the proper fact of the subject. Secondly, they follow several tools like inherent internet, books, references, previous literature, etc. Suggestions from the guide. Thirdly, along with co-workers, they perform several experiments and they will come to the conclusion. Researchers, they have to follow these steps: selection of topic, meanings, analyzation, observation, application, and conclusion. The topic analyzation must be in such a way that it can give wide opportunities for him. The quality of the research describes whether it can be published or it can be funded. The example in his case is collection of literature, synthesis of materials, characterization, results and discussion, conclusion and future direction. The outcome of any research should help the society or mankind. Research ethics are important for a number of reasons. They promote the aim of research, such as expanding knowledge. They support the values required for collaborative work, such as mutual respect and fairness. This is essential because scientific research depends upon collaboration between researcher and groups. The research ethics are honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, openness, respect for intellectual property, confidentiality, and responsible publication. Thanking you for once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Suryaran Garu.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much. Convey my thanks to Radhakrishna sir. His paper is very nice. Now, please mute yourself, madam. Now, I request Sri D. Ramarao Garu, Department of Chemistry, PR College, Kakinada. Please present your paper.
Sir, okay, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Ramarao Garu, sorry, sir. Dr. Ramarao Garu, please present your paper. You are heartily welcome to our webinar, sir. Please present.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, are you visible my screen, sir? Presentation?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you for college and conducting the conveners and my dear participant. My topic is ethics. This is a very wonderful seminar topic designed for the Maharaja College with the association of Srivastava sir. Srivastava sir also very dynamic leader to conducting the seminar. So in previously, our college, Pidapuram Rajas College, a government college, Kakinada, they are also conducting the collaboration of this unit, sir. Thank you. My presentation is research ethics. Nowadays, the research ethics is a very wonderful topic because so many researchers, there is no idea about the ethics, publishing so many papers, but the ethics is the important due to the present paper or a publication paper. It is very wonderful information. Okay, my topic is the research ethics. Research ethics are the center of ethics govern the scientific and other research performed research institutions or universities. It is used the funding agencies. Government agencies funded by the commissions like BRC and the Government of India, the funding so many lakhs of rupees to contribute the funding agency from the colleges. So sometimes the funding is unutilized or there is no idea about the how to research, how to do the research, how to evaluation of the problem, finding the important findings of the research. So that is the when the ethics is very implementation of the our research work and research publication, that is the very good model of the research. It is the very nice presentation. Research ethics are the importance of the number of research they are promised. Research like the experimentations, these ethics support the value required collaborative work. When this is also very valuable, the collaborative work. Nowadays, the research work is a collaborative, something industrial collaboration and other institutions and engineering collaborative work. So the ethics are very useful to the collaboration or work also. That is very useful. When ethics in research ensure that a public can research for a people support of fund research, they have to be confident, and the ethics support important social moral values. This is the important. When researcher having a social and moral values, very important during the research and during the publication. Objectives of the this is the paper. The key aspect of the scientific thinking differentiation from the other modules and referenceable hypothesis, testing of hypothesis, and the clarity of results. Scientific objectives. When the scientific objectives that is a very innovative mode of the scientific objective. It is in the through the ethics, the scientific object through the ethics. That research is very valuable and also appreciable of the research. That is honesty and integrity. This is very important. Every researcher, every scholar, because whatever the work is original, that is present the papers and publish the paper. Oneness, that is the carefulness. The carefulness also very useful research. Every research is the society. It is the building of. It is used for the research. It is used for the development of the nation or building of the nation. That's why we are careful and oneness. That is the very important objectives of the research and research articles. So we are follow the every aspect. We can follow research. Fifth one, the accountability. The accountability implies the that is this is very important and also justify behavior. Accountability is the required that individual. So the accountability sometime non accountability work is there. Sometime accountability that is not a good way. The accountability whichever we are finding, whichever are doing the research, that is some self accountability also very important. Whatever we are working, that is it is wrong or it is right the decision, and accountability is the important aspect. And this is also very important for the research ethics. Fairness, the fairness of the researcher. Fairness reference a system of this value, opinion, uploading the materials across those whose work contribute their progress. This is usually done through the kind of account of fairness. This is also the researcher important. Responsibility publication and respect of intellectual property. Intellectual property, it is the very high important aspect in all researchers and all the academicians, because the researcher should never paralyze or copy other people. So sometimes that is the copy of the work is acceptable. So the introduction part of the work is compulsory acceptable, but the results is not to copy the other work, because they some work very painful work and get the result. So same result we are not copy the our research work. The formula and also the model and also the concept we are copy, but and the based on the other concept we are develop the new concept. That is the very important in the research. Conclusions. In general, it may be concluded that the research sustain environment under the environmental monitoring. However, every researcher should involve the research ethics in every time, every work, every aspect of the research work. This is congratulations to the management of the Maharaja College and also the team of the Srivastava sir. Thank you, sir, giving opportunity for presentation of this my paper.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramarao Garu. We have a nice presentation from your side. Please unmute yourself. Now I request Sri G. Anand Garu, Senior Lecturer in Physics and also working as an Assistant Controller for Examinations, Maharajas College Autonomous. Sir Anand sir, please present your paper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Surnam Garu. First, respected chairperson of the webinar, Dr. G. A. Kalyani Garu, D.N. Srivastava Garu, Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, convener of the webinar, Dr. D.B. Radhakrishna Murthy Garu, and organizing secretary, organizing member, Dr. J.V.S. Jayapal Garu, Suryanarayan Garu, and all the other participants. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. Title of my paper is Good Research Ethics. In this paper, I discuss about
స్లైడ్లు అవి చదవటం వెళ్ళిపోవటం అయిపోయింది
in research ethics.
అంతే.
Gurunagar, am I audible?
Sir,
Am I audible to?
Ramarao garu, please mute yourself. So Anand garu, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Research is a potential study and investigation to establish facts or principles. It is a discovery, rediscovery from unknown things, from known facts to unknown facts. According to Grinnell, research is a structured inquiry that utilizes acceptable scientific methodology to solve problems and creates new knowledge that is generally applicable. According to Redman and Morey, research is a careful and systematized effort of gaining new knowledge. So research ethics is the word that refers to morals, values, and beliefs of the individual's family or society. Research ethics are a set of principles about how researchers and research organizations should conduct themselves when dealing with research participants, other researchers, colleagues, the users of their research, and society in general. Ethics in research includes a diverse set of values, norms, and institutional regulations that help constitute and regulate scientific activity. Research ethics is one of the factors that contribute to the quality of a good research. So the main challenges in research ethics is the conflicts of interest between the researcher and the researched. The researcher may be excited about his research and he is in need of collecting in-depth, high-quality data from those most closely affected by the matter undergoing research. However, there is a risk that the researcher may be tempted to consider unethical research practice in order to try to obtain some of the data. So research ethics are applied in every stage of the research, including problem definition, stating research objectives, hypothesis, literature review, choice of research design, questionnaire design, data editing, choice of statistical methods, data analysis, conclusions and recommendations, and even referencing. The ethical issues that a researcher need to consider, these are the ethical issues. First one is informed consent. So informed consent is one of the founding principle of research ethics. Its intent is that human participants can enter research freely, voluntarily, with full information about what it means for them to take part, and that they give consent before they enter the research. Consent should be obtained before the participants enter the research. So the second one is no pressure on individuals to participate. A researcher should not put pressure on individuals to participate in the research process. Incentives should not be used to the individuals who do not want to participate. If an incentive is used, it needs to be only a token and not enough to encourage someone to participate who would really prefer not to take part. Now the third one is respecting individual autonomy. Autonomy means that a person can make his or her own decisions about what to do and what to agree to. Researchers must respect that individuals should make their own informed decisions about whether to participate in research. Now the fourth one is taking particular care in research with vulnerable groups. Care is clearly needed in research on vulnerable groups such as young children and with people who are ill. Vulnerability may also be on other contexts like students, employees, dependents, or people with particular traits that could be subjected to prejudice. So the fourth one is avoid causing harm. Researcher need to avoid any matter that will result in causing physical or emotional harm to his subjects. Matters such as being careful on word sensitiveness and difficult questions during an interview. Using wrong words or wrong questions may even result to conflict between the participants and researcher. Now the next one is objectivity versus subjectivity. Objectivity versus subjectivity in research is
Sir, you are not audible. Anand sir, you are not audible. Hello? Anand sir, you are not audible. Hello? Hello? Anand sir, you are not audible. Hello?
He has left from the meeting due to network problem.
Okay. So, Anand Garu, thank you very much for your presentation. So sorry, due to the internet lacking, you are left from this session. Now I request Dr. B. Gauri Shankar Rao Garu, working as an assistant professor in physics, Department of Physics, Maharajas College, Autonomous. I request Dr. B. Gauri Shankar Rao Garu, please present your paper. Sir, Hanumantrao sir, please mute yourself.
Surina,
Sir, Anand, okay. Gauri Shankar sir, please continue.
Okay, sir.
Sir, you are
yes, sir.
You are audible and visible, so you are continue.
Okay, sir. This is Dr. B. Gauri Shankar Rao, Assistant Professor in MR College, Department of Physics, Vijayanagara. I will discuss about the research methodology. Sir, audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, sir. I will discuss about the research methodology.
You are audible and visible. Please continue.
Okay, sir. What is research? Research is a logical and systematic search for new and useful information on particular topic. It is a scientific and a systematic search for relevant information on a specific topic. Research is common language refers to a search for knowledge through objects, informating, formulating a hypothesis, collecting data, analyzing facts, and a systematic method of finding solution to a problem towards the concerned problem. It is a search for knowledge, that is a discovery of hidden truths. Here, knowledge means information about matter. The information might be collected from different sources like experience, human beings, books, journals, nature, and etc. A research can lead to new contribution to the existing knowledge. Only through research it is possible to make progress in a field. Research is indeed civilization and determines the economic, social, and political developments of a nation. Research is not limited to science and technology only. There are hub areas of research in other disciplines such as languages, literature, history, and sociology. Whatever might be subjects, research has to be an active, hardworking, and systematic process of investigation in order to discover, interpret, or revise facts, events, behavior, and theories. Applying the outcomes of research for improvement of knowledge in other subjects or in enhancing the quality of human life also become a kind of research and development.
Gauri Shankar sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for interruption. Your audio is not clear. Please
Okay, sir. Type present, sir. Okay. Surnaram, sir.
Yes. We can.
Types of research. There are.
Now it is okay. Now it is okay.
Okay, sir. Basically, two types of research are there. Fundamental research or basic research, and second one is applied research. Now going to first one, fundamental research or basic research is also called as pure research or sometimes theoretical research. The scientific research aim to improve scientific theories for improving understanding or prediction of natural or other phenomena. Now going to applied research. Applied research is a methodology used to solve a specific practical issue affecting an individual or group. This scientific method of study and research is used in business, medicine, and education in order to find solutions that may improve health, solve scientific problems, or develop new technology. Importance of research. Research is important both in scientific and non-scientific fields. In our life, new problems, events, phenomena, and process occurs every day. Practically implementable solutions and suggestions are required for tackling new problems that arise. Scientists have to undertake research on them and find their causes, solutions, explanations, and applications. Basically, research assists us to understand nature and natural phenomena. How do you enter into research career? There are many ways to enter and start a research career. In India, one popular path is to appear for the National Eligible Test (NET), conducted by the National Education Testing Bureau of the University Grants Commission (UGC). This test is conducted twice in a year, generally in June and December. The NET is conducted in humanities, languages, social science, forensic science, environmental science, computer science, and applications and electronics. The Council of Science and Industrial Research (CSIR) conducts the UGC CSIR NET for science subjects like mathematical, physical, chemical, life, earth, atmospheric, ocean, and planetary science jointly with UGC. Various stages of research. There are so many stages are in the research. First one, selection of a research topic, and second one is definition of research problem, literature survey and reference collection. Fourth one is formulation of hypothesis, research design, actual investigation, data analysis, interpretation of results, and ninth one is report. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Gauri Shankar sir.
Okay,
you are giving a nice information to all the participants. Please mute yourself. Now I request Dr. CSSRL Hanumantrao Garu, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of Statistics, Maharajas College, Autonomous. Sir Hanumantrao Garu, hearty welcome to our webinar. Please present your paper.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. CSSRL Hanumantrao, Assistant Professor in Statistics, along with Sri D. Sanyas Rao, Head of the Department of History and Assistant Professor in History. And my paper is...
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, you are not
I don't have
visible.
PPT.
Okay. Then you will continue.
And my paper is...
You are not visible, sir.
Okay. Okay now?
Now okay. Then you will be continue.
Okay, thank you. And my paper is research process and report writing in research methodology. The dream of any researcher or faculty is to attain doctorate degree in their academic lifetime. So the research work can be in two parts. One is the research process and the other one is report writing. The unexplored knowledge is called as research. If we enhance the existing knowledge or redefine the existing knowledge on the subject, which yields invention of new method, new object, can be termed as the products of research. Similarly, new laws on the theorems developed in mathematics, physics, chemistry, etc. are the outcomes of research investigation. The researched material has been classified broadly and consequently a distinction has been made from the three hierarchy words. They are project work, dissertation, thesis. The thesis. The primary importance in drafting a thesis goes to primary data
Sir,
collection.
excuse me,
and
sir. Sir, your face is not visible. Please, sir, please set your camera.
Okay, now.
Now
Okay.
it is okay. Please. Okay, that is good. That is good.
Okay, thank you. The primary importance in drafting a thesis goes to primary data collection and analysis. The researched material document leading to the award of PhD is the outcome of the analysis of data and results wherein the candidate has arrived at good valid points. It is a result of the candidate's intensive structured efforts of both analytical and skill development, who worked intensively and extensively in the field and in the laboratory over a stipulated period of time under an approved supervisor or guide. Thesis is the document to the candidate's work for the award of research degree, PhD. There are various steps in research process. For a successful research, the researchers have to take precise and accurate steps to obtain precision and accuracy to a maximum possible extent. Certain precautions may help the researcher in his research. First one is selection of the problem. Selection of the problem always depends on in which way we identify and select the problem. This is to say that the research problem which the research scholar selects should be on 10% be added to a new knowledge besides the existing knowledge. The problem should be innovative and it should be resourceful source to gain additional knowledge through this study on scientific lines. Study of research literature. Through intensive efforts of researchers' research from the library source, the researcher may be able to identify a research problem. Review of research literature and the contributed additional knowledge by the previous researchers, the present researcher may be identify the gap in research literature. Basing on this, the research scholar certainly identifies the research problem by himself. Preparation of bibliography. The use of literary information and survey of literature is considered as a major and important step. The survey and study has a combined effect which results bibliography to acquire the required knowledge and skills to identify a research problem, and it should be gainful knowledge that provides indeed to the existing survey of literature. It should be a new platform of research for the next generation too, as a researcher contribution is one way of new thinking, and still for the new research scholars, they should be able to do further research after this research scholar. This should be a connective link of studies from past, present, and also to the future generations. Next, definition of the problem. The researcher himself may be able to express his ideas to the identified problems for which he is able to continue to the existing literature. The central idea of research is to identify the gap, and such gap should be identified as a research problem. Analysis and classification. The researcher should have to analyze the problem through the collected data, and if necessary, he should be able to utilize the secondary data to add. The detailed knowledge acquired through his study includes the efforts of research. Step by step follows deletion, deduction, and deducing out of the total study of material and efforts. Investigation and study of material. For investigating any problem, it depends on the study of the material. The problem will not be available readily on ready-made one for investigation. The researcher should be able to identify the tips from the data. For example, populations of India or state or district or mandal or village are available through Census of India reports. It is understood that the population growth is not uniform, but it gives us an idea. The population figures may give us an idea to identify the continuous or discontinuous growth of population. The investigation and study almost helps in taking future steps that are necessary for conducting scientific research in population studies by the researcher. Next step is research design. It is on the part of the research scholar to prepare the research design. He should prepare in advance the research design which helps him for carrying out it systematically, sequentially, and scientifically, and this design helps to test the hypothesis, analyze data, and take other necessary steps. Next, collection of data. Once the research prepares the design, he can be able to collect the necessary data for the research problem for investigation. The collection of primary data is a primary step. This is considered as a big step to move further, and secondary data also should help for the upward process of successful research. Next, systemization of data. The researcher may collect more and more information, but it helps lesser and lesser utilization of such data. The data should be categorized and systemized for further processing for identification and recognition. Next, analysis and interpretation of data. The researcher will be in a position to classify, systemize, and tabulate, and he may be able to analyze and interpret. Good analysis and interpretation clearly by cause and effect factors and identify and recognize which should be eventually helpful in different possible angles for proper understanding of the subject matter and the research problem. Next, verification of hypothesis. The analysis and interpretation phase certainly yields enable the researcher to formulate certain valid hypothesis which is possible only upon verification. Verification of hypothesis gives us good results based on scientific theory, supplemented with quantitative statistical methods, and includes parametric and non-parametric. Generalization and project aspects. General principles could be arrived at if one's hypothesis has been proved to be correct as a result of verification. Finally, it is understood that scientific research and applied research may give fruitful results and also further help to contribute something new in the name of good research. Now coming to the second part of my paper, report writing. So once if the researcher completes his research work, the important task.
Sir, if possible, it will be conclude within 2 or 3 minutes.
Definitely.
Okay.
So in report writing is an important aspect of research methodology. Basing on report writing, the validity and utility of research work is assured. All components of research work must be presented in a proper and systematic format for the examiners and others to understand that what it contains. Otherwise, though the research work contains valuable and useful material, it may be rejected. As per the objectives of research work, the results obtained after statistical analysis of data and presented in the tables in logical sequence. The conclusions drawn after applying statistical methods are presented in the tables. The values of the statistical tools are presented in the tables, which are consolidated. If the number of parameters as or characteristics is larger, then the results may be presented in a few tables. The presentation of results of statistical analysis can be done with the help of statistical packages. The titles of the table should be appropriate and brief as per the objectives of the research work in laboratory or in experimental field. Then the second part is discussion. Discussion includes interpretation of results properly and discussion about the implications, establishment of hypotheses of the present and past, and collaborating with other research work done by earlier authors, etc. In the discussion, the limitations about the size of the sample assumptions involved in using statistical tools used in drawing conclusions have to be mentioned. If the results obtained are supporting the previous research work, then reasons of supporting should be indicated. If the results obtained are against the previous research, then reasons should be established. If the results are entirely new, then it should be mentioned that further research work has to be carried out to establish or confirm the new results obtained in the present research. It is always better to compare the results of as many others as possible, but the results obtained must be latest. And finally, the format of thesis consists of certain steps. I will mention the names of the steps and not going to in detail. The format for presentation of P3 thesis will be in different chapters such as introduction, materials and methods, results and discussions, summary and conclusions, and bibliography or literature cited. This is about the parts of report writing. This completes my paper presentation. Thank you for the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. You are giving a nice information. Please mute yourself. Now I request Dr. M. Ratnaraj Garu, working as an assistant professor in Department of Physics, Maharajas College, Autonomous. Sir, Dr. Ratnaraj Garu, hearty welcome to our webinar. Please present your paper.
Thank you, Surya.
Sir, Hanumantrao sir, please mute yourself, video mute yourself.
Surya, is it visible?
Yes, yes, is it visible and audible?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Myself, I am Dr. M. Ratnaraj, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, MR College, Vijayanagara. I am going to present fundamentals of research. Here, what is a research? Research is equal to re plus search. Here, re is representing a new or over again. Search is representing to test and to probe. Together of research, it is a careful systematic study and investigation in some field of knowledge. Also, it means a scientific and systematic search for relevant information on specific topic. In other words, it is an art of scientific investigation. Why research is important? In generally, the main purpose of the research is to inform an action, to prove a theory, and also contributing to developing a knowledge in a field or any study. Only through this process, it is happen only through the research. Here, research is indeed civilization and determines the economic, social, and political development of a nation. The result of scientific research very often force a change in the philosophical view of problems, which extends far beyond the restricted domain of science itself. From this figure, 3 persons are there. Among them, who is a researcher? A researcher, someone who has learned not only how to find the information, but how to evaluate it and report it carefully and accurately. How become a good researcher? Good researcher is always must be in a open mind, must also adopt a critical way of thinking, that become a good researcher. Motivation of doing of research. What makes people to undertake research? What is the purpose to do research? Here, objectives of research. Here, in generally, the main aim of any kind of research is to find out the facts that are which are not unknown, which have not been exposed. Although each research has its own specific reason, the objectives of research can be grouped into the following categories: to achieve skillfulness with a trend, to find out the characteristics of a particular character, condition, or a grouping, to establish the relationship with which something occurs, with which it is related with something else, to test a hypothesis of a reasonable association between different variables. The types of research. Here, research is broadly categorized into two main classes. One is a fundamental or basic research, another one is applied research. If fundamental basic research is handling towards the finding of the information that has a wide sense of application to this very already existing organizing bodies of scientific knowledge. In case of applied research, here the aim of the applied research is always to find the solution for some critical problem. Here, the description of the types of research brings to the fact that there are two approaches are there to conduct the research, that are the quantitative approach, qualitative approach. The quantitative approach, the former involves the generation of data in quantitative form, which can be subjected to rigorous quantitative analysis in a formal and rigid fashion. Qualitative approach, it is a concern with a subjective assessment of attitudes, opinions, and behavior. Research in such a situation is a function of researcher insights and impressions. Research process. Research process generally consists of various steps. These are necessary to effectively carry out the research. The following are the some steps. They provide this one is a procedural guidelines to conduct the research. First one is formulating the research problem, extensive literature survey, developing hypotheses, preparing the research design, determining the sample design, collecting data, execution of the project, analysis of data, hypothesis testing, generalization and interpretation. And finally, the preparation of report or presentation of the result. At the end of the presentation, bibliography is also very important, should be enlisted at the end. Thank you. Thank you for giving an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ratnaraj Garu. You are giving a nice information. Please mute yourself, video and audio. Now I request Sri P. Satyanarayan Rao Garu, working as a senior lecturer in physics, Department of Physics, Maharajas College, Autonomous. Sir Satyanarayan Garu, RT, welcome to our webinar. Please present your paper. Sir, please proceed, sir. Satyanarayan sir, are you there? Satyanarayan sir, are you there? Hello? Hello? Hello, Satyanarayan sir, are you there?
Am I audible?
Okay, you are audible and visible, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
Now
please
ready
go
to.
ahead, sir. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
okay.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Oh.
Sir, be started.
Okay, I will start. Just a minute. Respected correspondent, sir, KVL Raju garu, Principal Madam Dr. G.A. Kalyani garu, and Tejas Sastwa Director Dr. D.N. Srivastava garu, convener of this program Dr. D.B.R.K. Murthy garu, coordinator G.V.S. Jaypal Rao garu, organizing secretary K. Sunarayan garu, and my dear participants. Good afternoon to all of you. Let me introduce myself. I am P. Satyanarayan Rao, lecturer in physics, MR College, Vijayanagaram. Today, I am going to present a paper on an introductory perspective of research methodology and research methods. Introduction of my paper, first of all. Research methodology is a set of specific procedures or techniques which are used to identify, select, process, and analyze information about topic. Research is a logical and systematic attempt for new and useful information on a particular topic. It is an investigation of finding solution to scientific and social problems through objectives and systematic analysis. It is a search for knowledge and discovery of hidden truths. The information collected from different sources like human beings, books, journals, publications, experiences, etc. A research can lead to new contribution to the existing knowledge. Only through research it is possible to make progress in a field. Research is done with the help of study, experiment, observation, analysis, comparison, and reasoning. Research is a constructive quest which can make use of appropriate methodology in order to acquire the knowledge for resolving general issues. These methods must consist of constant observations, classifications, and interpretation of data. Next, research methodology and research methods. Research methodology and research methods are two terms that are often confused as one and the same. Strictly speaking, they are not so. They have their unique identification in performing distinctive roles during the process of research. A method function like a research tool. A methodology, distinction between the methodology and methods. Here, the methodology provides the indication of using methods that is appropriate for the chosen topic. And also research methodology explains the methods by which it may be processed. And research method includes conduct of experiment, tests, and surveys. Distinctiveness of research methodology. Research methodology involves the learning of various techniques that can be used in the conduct of research. Research methodology is the philosophical framework within which the research is conducted or foundation upon which the research is based. Steps involved in research. First of all, you have to choose what are the steps involved in the research. That are, first one is we have to identify the problematic or thrust area in the research of particular field and prepare the research question. And next one, find the objectives of research study, and third one is the study area of identification, and fourth one is sample design, and fifth one is data collection, and sixth one is analyze the collected data and formulate tables by using mathematical methods and draw the graphs. And finally, the last one is after analysis of the collected data, we will draw the conclusions and announce the result in appropriate manner or method. Types of data. Generally, there is a two types of data. One is primary data and another one is secondary data. This primary data is belongs to the operator and key format surveys. And secondary data, which are collected from the Central Bureau of Statistics, are published journals or publications, reports, and remote sensing and GIS. Types of research used in different approaches. There will be three types of research approaches. One is application of research study and objectives and inquiry mode. There is some types in objectives. One is descriptive and second one is correlational and third one is explanatory and fourth one is exploratory. And also inquiry mode has two types. One is structural approach and second one is unstructural approach. Now, types of research methods. You have to adopt these methods to doing research. One is survey, case study, laboratory experiment, field experiment, action research. Survey, these type of method gather the data through the form of questionnaires, which can paper-based or web-based. Whereas case studies, the data collection one or several sites, usually over a period of time. Data is obtained from interviews and documents. Whereas laboratory experiment, studies undertaking laboratory experiments aim for control over the independent variables being measured. Participants groups are usually subject to randomly assigned treatments. Field experiments. As about to control the environment of a laboratory experiment, field experiments are conducted within a naturally occurring system. Action research. Studies using action research aim to solve a particular problem in the research setting while also contributing to knowledge about the phenomena. Action research is a reflective process of progressive action. Action research is a reflective process of a progressive issue resolved organized by the individuals in collaboration with others in teams. So thank you, Ananda, for our giving opportunity.
Thank you, Satyanand sir. You are giving a nice information. So thank you so much, sir. Please mute yourself.
Okay.
Now, now it is the time for foreign speakers enter into our webinar. So I am sorry to Sastry sir and Ganeswari madam. We will given a chance in the next session. You don't leave it. You will be given the opportunity in the next session. That is the third session. Please cooperate with us. Now I hand over the mic to the DN Srivastava sir. Sir, please hand over the mic.
Thank you very much, all the paper presenters. It was an amazing session by all of you. And now we are going to move ahead with our schedule because our foreign speakers have joined us. And to start our technical session, I would first like to call upon Mr. Sumit Prasad from Hungary. He is conducting research on organizational and political sociology, and today he will be speaking about neutrality in social sciences. Mr. Sumit Prasad, I'm sorry, are you able to hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you, sir. How are you doing today?
I cannot hear you properly. Is it okay that can you hear me properly?
Yes, sir, I'm able to hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Begin with the presentation, sir.
Yes, I will start with my talk basically, and it's basically about values in research. But before I start, I would like to say something because I was listening to a lot of presentations for the last couple of hours, and I listened to Dr. Sahai yesterday as well about nepotism and fraud and corruption in the education system in India. And what I found out was, I mean, after listening to all these papers, that the papers being presented in the seminar are not the quality of papers that should be presented in the international seminar. Papers, research papers must have something innovative in them. If there is nothing new, if they are just copying something from some book about what research methodology is and then presenting it as papers, it is no good to anybody. It is no good to research itself. And so when people present papers, there must be some innovation in it. And that's one of the most important things about paper presentations in these kind of research seminars. Another thing that I would like to suggest is there is a specific structure of research papers that need to be presented. I mean, there should be at the start what the research problem is. What is it that you are trying to actually find out from the research by doing certain research? That problem should be clearly identified. The next part is the background research or literature review, as we call it, what has already been done on that topic. The third part is the methodology of that research, what you are going to do about the methodology, how you are going to research that research problem. And then the last part is the findings and conclusions of that research paper. If the research paper is not in that particular structure, then it is not a good research paper. And from the presentations that I've heard from different people in this seminar so far, I do not find many people who have actually followed that structure. I do not find the quality of research that has been conducted. And that is a very common theme in India anyway, because I come from India. I know how research is being conducted in different universities and colleges in India, and it is not a very good way to actually go about doing research. Okay, now I'm going to come back to my topic, values in research. Now, the first thing that I wanted to point out before I go ahead with it is that values in research is different from the value of research. Value of research is basically the worth of the research work itself, but values in research basically means the individual subjective values of the researcher that comes into the research. And I will start with Karl Popper here, who actually started with the idea. I mean, he came up with the idea of positive science. René Descartes, who gave the idea that, I mean, while conducting research, the researchers should put themselves outside their own body and observe the world objectively, which basically brings the concept of objectivity into the research, that it should be something completely different from, it should be pure observation. It shouldn't be vitiated by the subjective ideas of the researcher themselves. And that also brings into the picture the idea of normativity as to what is right and what is wrong. So normativity is basically the ethical aspect of the research, what should be rather than what is, or what the research should actually come up with some ideas as to what the social world should be rather than what it is. And that's what normativity is about. Now I will also point out here the idea of falsification and fallibility, which are the basis of doing science. Somebody comes up with an idea that can be falsified, and that's a basic theme of science. I mean, experiments, observations, whatever are being done in science, in any field of science, whether it is natural sciences, pure sciences, or social sciences, the idea is that some researcher comes up with some idea and then that is being falsified by another researcher. That idea of falsification is the basis of science. Some hypothesis is created and then that should be tested in an experimental setting or in an observational setting, whatever it is. But once that is tested, only then it is assumed that, okay, there is worth in that research. Durkheim actually came up with the idea of, I mean, he started with the sociology of science itself, because, I mean, in his papers on primitive classification, he doesn't specifically say this, but the idea is that sociology was the first science. I mean, without classifications of societies, there wouldn't be any other science. I mean, there wouldn't be any physics, there wouldn't be any chemistry with it, there wouldn't be any biology, because they wouldn't be classified if societies were not classified in the pedantic classification paper that he wrote, as the way they were classified naturally. So sociology was the first thing that came, and then everything else basically is. And that is also very logical, because linguistics developed after societies were formed, and everything that we understand, whether in physics, chemistry, biology, or any other pure science as well, we understand because of the language that developed in the societies that human beings actually formed. So that is also a very important aspect. Before I go into the values specifically, it is better to actually understand what research is. There are two aspects, there are two ways in which research is conducted generally everywhere in the world. One is the quantitative methodology, and the other one is qualitative methodology. Now, the quantitative methodology is dealing with numbers, quantifying numbers here and there, whether you're doing survey, whether you're doing online interviews, whether you collect data from sensors or whatever, and then you analyze those data. You can use, nowadays there are lots of softwares that can be used to actually do these kind of analysis. But the problem with quantitative methods is it only gives general trends. It doesn't go in depth into the problems of whether social problems or even any other kind of, I mean, especially in sociology, it is very important that the problems are looked into in depth. Quantitative methods will only give general trends, patterns that we can study and we can interpret. On the other hand, qualitative methods, they give you the opportunity to actually look into a problem, a specific problem, in great detail. So the problem with qualitative method is that of representation, because you can actually look at one person's narrative and then go in depth into that narrative and come up with interpretations of ideas and results, basically, depending on the question, whatever question you have in your mind in terms of your research. But that is not representative. That is basically the few people that you may have had a narrative interview with, or a semi-structured or unstructured interview with, or a focus group with. So these are only the people that you have actually done the research with, that actually sort of come up with the I mean, the qualitative research may be in depth, but it is not very representative in terms of representing the whole society, but only a particular section of that society. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is in terms of, okay, I heard this somewhere, some person was talking about some experiments and stuff. The difference between experiments and observations, I mean, they were talking about, I think, field experiments or something. The difference basically is that observation is an observation in a natural setting. There is no artificial boundary conditions that are established. You just observe things in the natural setting. But an experiment is an observation conducted in an artificial setting within certain limited boundary conditions. And those boundary conditions determine the dependent variables, the independent variables, and the controlling variables. What are the variables? If you are able to control the variables, then you can conduct an experiment. Otherwise, it will be an observation. So experiment is basically a subset of a observation. It is nothing more than another kind of observation. Now, once we are into experiments, I would also like to point out here about causality. Now, there is a lot of research on causality, and especially there are two people. There is Rubin and there is Judea Pearl's idea of papers on, I mean, research on causality and the way causality can be actually determined in an experimental setting and even in an observational setting. But I don't personally believe in causality, because there is always some kind of confounding variable which is always existing, which we cannot take into account. It is humanly impossible to actually take every single variable into account, and therefore the only way, and that something comes up in the criticism of Pearl's and Rubin's ideas as well, that it is a strong correlation rather than causality. We can determine a strong correlation into the cause and action paradigm, but we cannot actually say with certainty that A caused B or B caused A or something like that. And that's also is basically I mean, it brings us to confounding variables. I mean, if you want, you can just Google confounding variables and you will see Simpson paradox and a lot of papers on that, and you can go into that. But I will come back to what basically my topic is: values in the research. And the best way actually I can think of is how to explain values is with an example. Now, the example that I'm going to cite is a bit controversial. Let us say, for example, there is a man who is not happy with the way his government is functioning. I mean, the government can be a democratic government, it can be an authoritarian government, whatever it is. The man doesn't like the way he's being treated by his government. He straps a bomb to his chest and he goes into the parliament and blows himself up. Now, for a lot of people, that is just basically a terrorist act. He has just gone into a building full of representatives, public representatives, and he has blown himself up. So that is a terrorist act. But on the other hand, that is also something for a different set of people which will not be considered a terrorist act, but maybe, let's say, sort of an act of a martyr. And the example that I am going to cite here from India is that of Bhagat Singh. He went into the Central Legislative Assembly, threw bombs. He didn't kill anyone, that's a different thing, but he was arrested. For the British, he was a terrorist. For the Indians, he was a freedom fighter. That difference in the interpretation of what basically the act was is value in research. For Indians, if anybody says that Bhagat Singh was a terrorist, it is sort of a blasphemy. But for British, he was basically an extremist and terrorist. So these are two different things. And that brings us to the idea as what basically is epistemic value and non-epistemic value. I'm bringing this from Max Weber's analysis of value neutrality. And for epistemic, so I mean, I understand. I mean, a lot of people in India will not understand what epistemic means. Epistemology is basically the interpretation of knowledge. How you interpret a certain piece of knowledge is that idea is epistemology. So something is written and you can interpret it in a certain way. If you can interpret it in more than one way, then it is an epistemic value. If that can be interpreted in only one way and one way only, then it is non-epistemic value. That's what basically Max Weber believes. And he believes that there is a possibility of eliminating non-epistemic values from research. But you cannot eliminate epistemic values. And when he writes in his lecture on the science of the vocation that the worst thing that a teacher can actually do is pass on his own epistemic values onto the students. So the teacher must always be very careful about not passing on his opinions, just stating what the ideas are, and also clearly stating his own values in that, but not influencing anybody else. And that's what value neutrality in research is. It is not about getting rid of all values altogether, because it cannot be. I mean, as the example cited, I mean, if anybody is writing a paper on Bhagat Singh in India, they will never write anything bad about him. That's value. But it also needs to be understood where it is coming from. That value is coming from the point of view of an Indian, and that is why Bhagat Singh is not being portrayed as a terrorist, but as a martyr. So that specifically is the importance of value in social research. And personally, I do not believe in any kind of positive science. There is no possibility of being objective or anything. I mean, if it was, and because I mean, my first degree is in physics, so I can understand that. I mean, the ideas even in physics have been falsified over a long period of time. Galileo's relativity was falsified by Einstein's relativity. Kepler's laws of motion were falsified by Newton's laws of motion. Kepler's law of gravity was falsified by Newton's law of gravity. So all these things basically, and even Newton's law of gravity is not actually being held to the same standard today because of the new developments in the field of gravity waves and stuff like that. So Einstein himself actually provided a lot of evidence to actually suggest that Newton's laws of gravity were not exactly as Newton actually propounded them, and they were only the laws of gravity that Newton propounded were only good or valid in and around the Earth and some of the major big celestial bodies, rather than actually being valid everywhere else, especially like black holes. But that's going into a completely different direction anyway. So I would like to just finish here, and in my opinion, there is no possibility of a positive science as such. So yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic of values in science. Let me open up. If anybody has any questions, they can go ahead and ask.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sumit. It was such an amazing session by you, such an amazing presentation, and it was very insightful as well. And we are very pleased and honored to have you here today. If anybody has any questions for Mr. Sumit Kumar, they can unmute themselves and ask the question. Does anyone have any question for Mr. Sumit Kumar?
I don't think anybody wants. I mean, if everybody has any questions, they can email me or whatever. Maybe you can move on then.
Yes, no problem. Thank you very much again for your time, sir. We are going to move ahead with our schedule now. And the next speaker that I would like to call upon is Ms. Sara Makar. She is from Eötvös Loránd University, Budapest, Hungary, and she's conducting research on student migration and acculturation. And she would be talking about international students in Hungary. Ms. Sara Makar, can you hear me? Ma'am, I believe you would have to unmute.
Hello. Hello,
Hi.
everyone.
Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. I'm so happy to join you, and I'm really thankful for your welcoming me. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I present the slideshow here? Or? I want to join with the presentation.
I think you can. I think you can. At the bottom, there is.
Can
an
you
option
hear
to
it?
present. Yes, I can hear. But
Okay.
there is an option for present
this?
now.
Yes, I already chose it. Can you see it?
No, we cannot see anything yet.
Okay.
Okay, now we can see it.
Is it okay? Can you see it now?
Yes,
Yes, we can see it now.
All right. I would like to talk to you about my research in the PhD. Actually, I'm studying the international students in Hungary, the country where I study now as well. And I look forward to hear from you, to be interactive with me. First, I would like to start by a small introduction about the topic. First, international students are considered as transit immigrants by definition of the International Organization of Migration. So I see this topic, I see this group of people as transit immigrants. This is the first important thing that I want to study international students from this perspective as immigrants. Last year, there was around 30,000 international students in Hungary. So the number is increasing rapidly year after year. From 2012 and 2017, there was rapid increase from 7 to 12% of the students. And also Hungary welcomes scholarship so much and increased opportunity for people to study there within the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship or the Christian scholarship, many, and Erasmus for European people. So a lot of people study within scholarships and with money allowance from Hungary. So this is important to start with this frame. The aim of my study is to analyze the international students' socio-cultural acculturation experiences in Hungary, their connections to the community, to the Hungarian people, and their future willing to start their career in the country or not, where they want to continue to live here, they adapted to the country, or no, we want to leave maybe to another European country or to the home country. That's what I wanted to study. First, I would like to put the definition is that I want to study acculturation experience from this perspective. It's a phenomenon which results when a group of individuals having different cultures come into a continuous first-hand contact with subsequent changes in original culture pattern. So they are a group of people in a new culture and they experience first-hand contact with this new society. The statement of the problem. What is the problem? International students, as I said, they are new in the country, they are in different surroundings, they found themselves in a new tertiary, they don't know anything about the transportation or the places or anything. So they feel a little bit lost in the beginning and they feel the separation from the family, which considered as the most important tie for a human being to have the family and friends. So they found themselves alone and with a new culture, and the language barrier is very high in Hungary because most of people speak only Hungarian. So they find this a big obstacle to contact with the people, to buy things or everything. As well as they study in English as a second language. So it might make misunderstanding because I speak my English in different ways than other people speak. So it makes always misunderstanding, even with the professors. And the different social norms and different food. Hungarian food is different. And there was no place in the dormitory to cook, for example, or to find the traditional food restaurants. It's very rare in Hungary to find the authentic food, what we used to have in our homeland. And beside the transportation system, it's not well known, the academic changes and xenophobic society, the Hungarian people a little bit feel afraid of different people or any foreigners generally. As well as the international students have higher expectations, looking for the future. And when they find themselves there in Hungary with no job, not prestigious job, just the students, and they cannot contact with people, they find it so depressive. So they are confounding with some feelings of loss, and sometimes it's loneliness or feeling of alienation, rootlessness. In severe cases might be depressive, low self-esteem. So these are the main problem. According to Barry's acculturation model, there are four forms. If the person wanted to have relationship with a new society, but forgot the old society, the home country society contact, it calls assimilation. if they have a stronger connection with the home country and wanted to have more connection in the new society and be open and adaptive, it's called integration. And if they want to be alone, they don't want to have neither connection with home country or the new society, it's called marginalization. And if they're just the focus on the home country connections, it's called separation. So these are the main forms of perspective. My research questions is to estimate the rate of socio-cultural adaptation among international students in Hungary. I want to know the rate, how do they adapt, and examine different factors such as social connections, age and gender, institution rank, level of study, and country of origin into the dependent variables that I will show later. Next slide, I will set all the variables. In addition, what factors boost and what hinder their adaptation? And how, deeply, how do they perceive the experience of staying in Hungary? What are the impressive, what's negative, what is recommendation for the country or to the university for the future? So the variables are as following. The dependent one, I want to study socio-cultural adaptation using a scale, adaptation scale, and to know their aim to work in Hungary after graduation or not. So they are the dependent variable. Independent variable like social connectivity, do they have connection in the host country or not? And of course, the demographic variables like gender, age, level of study, institution, the city where they live, is it a big city like Budapest, the capital, or small city, how they affected their adaptation. And the reason for choosing Hungary also has impact on the adaptation or perceiving the country. So I thought of a mixed method in order to receive all of this, quantitative and qualitative. The quantitative method will be conducted by sending email survey to the foreign students using the scale in the survey. And putting question about the social connectivity, questions about why they choose Hungary, and of course the demographic questions. Sampling design is a cluster sampling method by sending these questionnaires to the international office in 6 universities. The most famous one, why I choose them, because they have the highest number of international students, and it could be more applicable, convenient, and it doesn't cost money. So I think it's a more appropriate way to reach all participants, all kind of students from all age and from all country of origin, different kind of origins. So it will cover all types of respondents. These are some questions of the scale. I just give it as an example. From scale 1 to 5, how do you interact with a social event? How do you build and maintain a relationship with a new society? So this scale has 20 questions, and it examines different kind of skills like academic performance, adaptation, interpersonal communication, and so on. Social connectivity, I wanted to measure it by putting some questions like the most frequent daily conversation with people from the home country or the host country or international people. Or do you have the close or intimate friend from home country, host country, or international, and so on. So this question will give us some feedback about their social connectivity to the country, the host country, Hungary, and their adaptation to it. and using the SPSS, of course, can give me not conclusion, is it related or not, but how much is it connected. Another method could be done also to study social connectivity is name generator method. For example, I ask the participant to write 50 names and just nicknames or something, not the whole name, and say where they are from. 15 names, they are connected to these people and deal with them, most frequent people ever. And then investigate their connection, where they are from. And also, reason why they choose Hungary, it's important to know. I can get it from the literature and I can put it as multiple choices. They can choose, maybe because I have scholarship, maybe because I have personal reason, or I know the accreditation of the education. I can work in EU for any various reasons. The qualitative method will be by interviewing method, semi-structured. I ask about their experience. What is your opinion? How do you feel? What helped you to adapt to the new society? Would you like to start your career in Hungary? Yes or no, and why? The aim of the questions is to get depth, get deep to their feeling and understand their experiences. So I would like to ask you, from what you hear, what are the main disadvantage or advantage of up-mentioned methodology, and how to avoid the disadvantages? I'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. This was so nice and so great. I loved hearing your viewpoint. And is there anybody who wants to ask any question to Sarah? They can unmute themselves and ask the question. If anybody has any questions for Ms. Sarah, they can unmute themselves and ask the question.
Actually, I think I have two problems in my research. I would like to discuss it with you. For example, the online surveys always have the highest number of non-respondents. So people might not be interested to answer the survey. How do you think I can avoid such thing?
Okay, may I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it is not a good idea to do an online survey, because you're looking into acculturation processes, and so a better way to do would be to go with semi-structured interviews, and that would give you a better idea and more quality in terms of the data that you collect.
It will be conducted anyway, and I think to have more strengths in my research, to put as well the scale to see is it matching or not, so it's more strong.
Yeah,
if
that's
I
what I'm saying.
apply
Sorry.
two methods. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, instead of actually doing the scale through an online survey, do it in the semi-structured interview itself.
Yes, but in this case, the external validity would be so big, because the scales also give, if I apply to a high number of people, it's better to have higher validity, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's one aspect. I mean, obviously, as I said, I mean, qualitative
So we are
research
in
is not
the
representative. So
methodology webinar, so I would
is a
like
big
to hear
problem,
from
yeah.
you. Yeah. There is always not be perfect way, but many ways to get the best to reach
Yeah,
the
but
topic.
then, I mean, if you're looking for a representative sample through online survey, then you will have to forego the idea that everybody will actually do it. So there is limitations with both. I mean, qualitative will not be representative And obviously when you do quantitative like online survey, it will be it will only generate general trends. It will not give you good quality data.
Not deep
Yeah.
experiences, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. You have given us such a nice presentation for the students, international students, and how they adjust themselves in other countries is a big question, and how they are supported there in that country. We have learned so much about this in Australia. When the Indian students were beaten up there was some problem. Some other black students these days are being ill-treated in some white countries, people who are in countries other than the black people country. So it's a very big subject that has to be discussed, because although the culture is different, but from inside everybody is a human, and everybody has a heart, everybody has feelings, everybody has senses, everybody has everything, but still everything is different. But we have to adjust amongst each other, and how to do that is a $1 million question, and how to achieve that is another $1 million question. Sumit, you have to say something on this.
Sorry, I agree totally with you. There is no doubt communication issue for international students anywhere in the world. People go out of their own society, go into different. Is it okay, or is it?
Yes, we are not able to hear you. It's muffled.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree totally with you. It is a big problem for international students whenever they go out of I don't know why it is still something is wrong with the. Is the voice better now?
Yes. Now.
Okay. Yeah. I totally agree with you. For students going out of any society and living in a different society, it is always a problem, and it is an even bigger problem as far as I am concerned in this era of COVID-19, where I mean, we are lucky in Hungary that the lockdown is over and we can meet our friends and go out and stuff like that. But for the 3 months of lockdown, it was a real depressing situation here, because everybody was alone. Nobody had their families here, and they were concerned about their families in their own countries as well. And yeah, so it is a problem, and the research that Sarah is conducting is very relevant in terms of how people actually adjust in a different country and a different society is very, very important, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sumit, so another thing I wanted to share with you was the example given by you about Bhagat Singh. Is a real example that you have given, that he is worshipped like a god in India, but as a terrorist in some other country. And the people who were involved here at that time, they also were against him and wanted to kill him, because he was treated, he was for them as a terrorist. Now, what is the reason?
Yes, it's an example, and it's a very relevant example, because in Hungary, the people are more close to each other, and they have phobia from xenophobia from anyone who is stranger. For example, the black people or Arabic, and so a lot of xenophobic society is not very welcoming. So subjective. I cannot hear very well. I hear echo.
You know, Sarah, I will tell you one more thing. It's the same thing happened with Nelson Mandela also. At a time, he was considered as a terrorist when he was put in jail. But after some time, he was worshipped like a god. Even now, he is being worshipped like a god in so many countries. So this is a matter of not only interpretation, it is just a matter of how you think about somebody else. Because
Yes,
in
it's
India you will find there are many people who are worshipping stones and rocks. There are many
may I
people who are
interrupt here?
worshipping the plants.
May I interrupt a little bit? Because what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
wanted to say here is that I was only citing it as an example of values in the way research is conducted. The values basically are intrinsic in terms of societies, and the society that we live in, we call it a globalized society, but it is very different in different parts of the world, and people in different parts of the world treat different things differently. I mean, for us in India, democracy is different from what democracy is to people in the United States or in the United Kingdom, or to people in France, Germany, and other places. So the way we look at things is different from the way a Chinese person would look at things. So for the Chinese people, democracy is completely different. With the protests going on in Hong Kong and all those things, you can actually see it in the news. But from our point of view, it is something completely different, and that difference is what values in research is. So basically, the example was just to point out that Bhagat Singh as an icon may be different in different regions, different societies of the world, and that difference needs to be respected and included in the research that we are doing.
Yes, Sumit, there is a very important thing which I want to discuss here, that I am actually working on a mission, and that mission is religious harmony and universal peace. Under such circumstances, how one can reach universal peace? And secondly, you see, one has to understand whether he belongs to whichever country, whichever society, whichever planet, but he has to understand that what Bhagat Singh did was good to India, but was not bad for the others also, because he was just protecting Indians. He was not trying to kill others. He was not trying to harm others. This was not such that he was trying to harm others and protect one. He was protecting Indians, but he was not trying to harm others. So it was in a manner, the other person should also think in the same way, then we can achieve that universal peace, the thing.
I know, I understand. I mean, for every Indian, it is a very big issue that, I mean, if I say that Bhagat Singh was a terrorist, it is going to be a big problem. But, I mean, from my point of view, not from other point of view, he was basically hanged because he actually was involved in a lot of conduct. So there is, I mean, he was a martyr. He was hanged because he was involved in the murder. That is the fact. I mean, he did kill somebody. It is not that he wasn't actually a violent person. So there is a completely different thing here. I mean, I understand it will be a very difficult proposition for any Indian to accept that Bhagat Singh was a bad person or not a martyr. But my example was just there are differences, and that's it. There is nothing more to actually read into it. I am not saying that I don't like Bhagat Singh, or I am not somebody who I'm somebody who believes that he did what he did basically to harm somebody else. That is not my point. I am only saying that he was basically somebody. There was he is a figure in history which can be cited as an example to actually show how values are different in different societies. And in terms of what you said about achieving universal brotherhood or universal peace amongst every society, that is a very good idea. I mean, most liberal people would agree with that, but we also need to accept that there are people, conservatives and fundamentalists, who exist in the world, who are sort of people who do not believe in all that equality. And if we do not accept them, then there is no liberal view in our own selves, that we are basically not accepting their differences. So there are different people, and we have to accept them as well. Those people who do not believe that universal brotherhood can be achieved, they are also human beings, and we have to accept them as human beings, whether or not they accept us. That's what my point is.
No, Sumit, my point was not contradicting your statement. Your statement was perfectly okay, and the example was perfectly okay. The only thing I wanted to stress upon was that, is there anyone who is doing research on this subject? that how can we get universal peace? How can we reach universal peace? The point is that when Bhagat Singh was hanged or killed, I will call it a killing. People say he was hanged or whatever, but it was a brutal killing. But I would only like to understand that this killing, when somebody was killing him, did he think, why is he killing? What harm he has done to him? And if he would have thought, and if he was a human, and if they were really believing in humanity, they would not have killed him. So that is the thing that I want to put into every human on the earth, that people should know humanity and people should think in the same manner, that they should not give pain to others. That is the basic thing. So that's what my idea was.
No, that is totally agreeable. But at the same time, we also need to accept the fact that there are people who do not agree with you, and we have to respect their opinions as well. I think it's better that we move on to the next speaker, because we are running out of time, and people would have other things to do as well.
Thank you very much, everyone. This was a very interesting session, and I love the Q&A session as well. We are going to move ahead with our session now, and we have to accommodate one speaker before his allotted time, because he has to go to a meeting. And after that, we will continue with Mr. Zold. So, Mr. Zold, please bear with us. We'll quickly accommodate our speaker, and then we'll move on with your presentation. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Bala Ganpati, who is the Professor and Head of Department of Philosophy in the University of Delhi, New Delhi, India. His research interests include historiography of Indian philosophy, philosophy of religion, philosophy of human rights, and philosophical counseling. He has many publications to his credit, of which some of the recent ones are in the areas of political philosophy and contemporary understanding of Indian philosophy. Professor Bala is presently a member of the committee constituted by UGC New Delhi for drafting learning outcomes-based curriculum framework for philosophy in 2018. Mr. Bala, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. We are very pleased to have you here today. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you so much. Thanks for that kind introduction.
No problem, sir. You can begin with your presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that kind introduction. Dr. D.N. Srivastava, the founder of...
Sir, welcome. I wanted to welcome you, but due to the network problem, I could not immediately respond to your arrival here. I am really glad and very thankful to you that you have taken your so much precious time to come here and present your ideas and whatever your experiences are on this subject. Thank you very much, sir, for arriving here, and please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Dr. D.N. Srivastava, the director of webinar, as well as the founder of Tejasvi Astitva Foundation. See, and also the principal of the college, who is the chairperson of the webinar, Dr. G.A. Kalyaniji. Both of you coming together and making this wonderful platform available for researchers to deliberate and try to understand what are the latest research trends that have come into picture and what are the fundamentals that we have to understand. Because it's not enough if we are only looking at latest research trends. We should also not forget the fundamentals. Okay, so how do we bridge between these two is very important in the process of doing research, and that's where both of you have come together wonderfully, and I appreciate this effort of both of you to organize this. Thank you very much for that, and also extending this kind invitation to me. I'm so happy to be a part of it. I hope all of you, the viewers and participants and distinguished resource persons, I hope all of you are keeping safe during these COVID-19 pandemic uncertain times, because we see this to be a crisis. But I know from my childhood, people have been telling me that the world is continuously in crisis, right? Now, but only thing is one crisis after the other, one form after the other. So we have been moving through various phases of crisis, and this is only one form of that. This is a health crisis that into which we are. I'm sure as we have overcome the previous crisis, we would also overcome the present crisis in the best possible way, and looking for the future, brighter future. My concern today is something of this sort. Like I have been evaluating PhD thesis and dissertations of MPhil, and also I am in the editorial boards of many of the journals, and I keep reviewing the articles. There is one problem that I specifically face, which I thought I should share with you all, because this is going to help you in improving your own papers that you try to publish, and also helping the students, your research scholars, in improving their dissertations and thesis. One of the major concerns that I find when I look at a thesis or a dissertation, or I would call it a research work, okay? Now onwards, I would call it research work. Any of the research work that we are doing, the major concern of the present time is lack of argumentation, okay? Most of our friends, they write articles, they write thesis, and they do wonderful research, but they don't know how to build an argument in the thesis. This is one of the major concerns which has prompted me to go deep and try to understand and explain, because research requires certain protocols, okay? As we say, if you are inviting governor of a state, you need to follow certain protocols, right? Similarly, when you are doing research, you are also supposed to follow certain protocols. And what are these kinds of protocols that you have to follow, and how do you build an argument in a thesis is my present concern. I would take only 20 minutes. That's what organizers have given me, so I'll stick to that. Let me briefly talk about. Before I go further, I must admit this, that morning I heard two presentations. Unfortunately, I missed many, but morning I heard two presentations. One is by Professor Giri, and the other is by Professor Aarti, I believe. Both are wonderful presentations. They tried to simplify things so much and give them in the wonderful format that easily gets into the minds of the people. So I really appreciate the organizers for choosing these two speakers for the present concern. So when they were deliberating, I also thought I should talk about this particular thing, like what is research. This we have to always address in our mind, so that we can always go further from what is given to us. So even I was thinking, like for example, Professor Giri was saying that there is nothing new that comes out in research, and Dr. Aarti tried to articulate saying that no, there is something new that comes out in research, right? So I don't know whether you have observed it. There is a wonderful dialogue that happened between these two speakers. You have to identify that, no? As researchers, we are supposed to follow what they are saying and try to put them in dialogue, okay? So that's what I'm trying to do. Actually, what is it when we say research? What is it that we do? Are we really creating something new? And if at all we are creating something new, what kind of new is that? No? So this question is to be always addressed by each one of us. And for me, any attempt, see, human beings cannot keep quiet. As a human being, we are all inquisitive in nature. And if we are inquisitive, we always try to know. What is it that you can say, I want to know? Only the unknown, right? See, you cannot say, I know the known. That is meaningless. You always try to know the unknown. Okay, that's where the quest of knowledge. No, usually people think that philosophy is away from the world. Philosophy is nowhere related to the world. But actually, every attempt of each one of us to know something is philosophizing. Okay, that is how philosophy is called, love for knowledge, love of knowledge. Every attempt, quest for knowledge, it's called. Every attempt on each one of our part to know something is philosophy, and that is how the highest degree is always called Doctor of Philosophy, not Doctor of Chemistry, or not Doctor of Biology, or not Doctor of Computer Science. It is always Doctor of Philosophy in Computer Science, Doctor of Philosophy in Natural Science. So that's where basically what I was trying to drive you is research is an attempt to know something. Okay, so know something is not the known one. You have to go at least one step further from what is already known. That's where I use this metaphor. Like, what is it that we do in? Of course, it is knowing the unknown. Okay, research is a process of knowing the unknown. And what happens in this process of knowing the unknown is you push the walls of the unknown. Okay, you push the walls of the unknown so that you can bring more unknown into the known domain. And in the process, what happens? You stand in the known. Okay, when you are pushing the walls of the unknown, you have to stand strongly, foot yourself in the known domain. That's what you do. That's why you do bibliography. You prepare your bibliography. That's why you do literature review, and you strengthen yourself in the already existing research. And then you use your methodologies. You use your argumentation, which are your hands, to push the walls of the unknown. So you use the methodology to push it, and also use the argumentation to bring something more that is not known yet into known domain. That's why it is not completely unknown, and yet it is not merely the known. Okay, research, the process of research tries to help us to reach out to unknown. Okay, this jump, it is not a jump into the unknown domain. The process is not a jump into unknown domain, but it is only a slow process of moving step by step. Because when you are pushing it, you cannot push it like that. No, you have to push it slowly, so that step by step you get into the unknown domain. So this is how we have to understand the research. That is how research is also something new has to come in. That's where we stress the importance of new things to come into picture when you do research. Now there are certain kinds of research as well. You know, before we get an argument, if we have to understand that what kind of argument that you are supposed to build, that we have to build, then you should know what kind of research, what forms of research, what kinds of research that are available. For example, one of the sorts of research that we find is problem solving. Okay, so in this process, the solution is the new one that comes into picture, and again the problems would be the same, right? So that is how you are grounded in the problem and try to look for the solution. So first variety of the research that we find is problem solving in nature. The second one is a kind of process. Okay, it is not that it is going to end anywhere. It is a continuous process that moves on. For example, see, these are not limited only to humanities or social sciences or fundamental sciences or experimental sciences. Whatever models that I'm explaining now can be applicable across the disciplines. Okay, you can apply them to any of the disciplines that you have, that you take into consideration, probably with certain qualifications and limitations. Okay, so the second model that we have, second kind of research that we do is a kind of process where there is no end. It just moves on one step ahead, one step ahead. Okay, so this kind of thing happens in social sciences as well as in fundamental sciences as well. So the third variety is the one which tries to look for new discoveries and inventions. Okay, which is, again, I'm saying in all these three models, what you find is you have to be strongly grounded in existing research, and then make an attempt to move at least one step ahead. That's all. That's what is required. So that is basically what research tries to help us to move ahead. And then let me just briefly talk about models of research. Okay, there are varieties of models of research which we don't try to really decipher and try to get into them. Okay, once you get into those models, you would understand what kind of methodology that you're using and how you should use your methodology that you have. Okay, so instead of going into this jargon like methodology, etc., if you can understand research in terms of these models that I'm talking about, kinds that I'm talking about, then things would become very easy for you to see what kind of argument that you should build. Okay, so in that particular aspect, I'll put forth three models, at least three models that we have, that I can explain you. Probably you can invent and you can create, you can think of many more models than these. The first model that I would give you is sculpture model. All of us know sculpture, right? A Silpi is the one who sculpts, no, sculptor, creates a Shilpa, okay? In this sculpture model, what happens is a mass of stone is given to you, and you try to use your instruments to remove unwanted unwanted mass from the stone that is given to you, and try to create a wonderful idol, right? Or whatever art piece that you want to create. So a sculptor model is one of the wonderful models that some of the researchers try to follow. They try to bring in all the material and then remove whatever is unwanted and try to create a wonderful idol, attractive idol, which they can create for the sake of as a contribution of their own. Okay, so this is one model that is very interesting, which you should look at. The second model that I have is Potter's model. Potter, somebody who makes pots. Potter's model is very important and very interesting as well, because what is it that a potter does? He moves the wheel, right? And then he takes mud and tries to add slowly some more mud to that, and in the process he also gives a shape to that. Okay, so what is happening in Potter's model is you bring in material, and while adding the material you also give a shape to that. Okay, so this is a very interesting model that we have to see. We think that we are doing research in ivory towers, we don't have to look at the world and we don't have anything to learn from the world, but you come down and look at the world around you. There are a lot of things how we should do our research that we can learn from everyday things that we see around us. So this Potter's model tells us that you slowly, you start with the basic platform and bring in the material and try to understand it, and while adding it, you try to give a shape to that. This shape I call argument. Okay, so the argument you try to slowly develop by including some more material to that and some more perspectives to that, whatever is existent with you, and that is how you go further with this Potter's model. And Potter's model is a very effective model, my friends, I'm telling you, in doing research. Okay, better than Sculptor's model, Potter's model is the best one. But there is also one very interesting model which is very popular, which most of our friends keep doing. That is lift irrigation model, right? It's called lift irrigation model. You pick up something from here, pick up something from there, and then put both of them together and then throw it onto the examiner, right? But don't follow this lift irrigation model, which is very dangerous. But instead of following lift irrigation model or any of the models that I've mentioned so far, there is another very important model that you can follow, which is painter's model. Okay, how does a painter do? He brings both science and art at the same time to draw the painting. Okay, so he keeps using his creativity, and at the same time he also tries to scientifically move ahead with each one of the lines that he draws on the painting. So both are so important. That's why the question of asking whether research is a science or art, kind of, these questions are only for academic deliberation. These are meaningless at all. But once you get into the research and start working on it, you don't know. You don't think whether you should divide it as science or art, but you would be happily enjoying it and doing it further. This is where I would just read one sentence for the sake of all of you. A sentence should contain no unnecessary words. I'm sure all of you would agree with this, right? A sentence should contain no unnecessary words. A paragraph, no unnecessary sentences. For the same reason that a drawing should have no unnecessary lines. If there is a drawing, if there are unnecessary lines, then it is not drawing at all. And a machine, no unnecessary parts. If you have a machine with unnecessary parts, useless, right? So whether you are using sculptor's model or potter's model or a painting model, what is required is you should not have unnecessary things there. Only the required necessary things that are to be noted there. That's why in some of the dissertations, some of our friends, of course, due to ignorance, and innocence. They write like, what is important to note, they write. Actually, everything that you are saying in your dissertation or your research paper has to be important. So if you want to say that what is important to note, which means you're saying that remaining everything that you have written is nonsense, right? Not so important, which means you're contradicting yourself and your research, you're invalidating whatever research that you're doing. So that is why every sentence, no sentence should have unnecessary words, no paragraph should have unnecessary sentences, for the same reason that no drawing should have unnecessary lines and no machine should have unnecessary parts. Even this applies as it is to your research work as well, whether it is a research article or a thesis. It should not have unnecessary things. That is how Potter's model tries to slowly add new arguments to it and give a new shape to that, and it will never have unnecessary things. Okay, so these are few things I thought I should share with you before I get into what I wanted to talk about argument. Okay, now let me just go quickly to what do I mean by this argument. As I mentioned earlier, like I have a serious problem with this because most of the articles that come for review do not have arguments in them. They just place, there would be descriptive analysis, okay? They just provide a description of what is already done, or they try to provide historical account. So you have to, I'm not saying the descriptive presentation or historical presentation is not good, but I'm saying these are only secondary. What is required in your thesis, in your research work is an argument. Okay, argument is the one, for example, if it is a historical account, what are you saying? What is your contribution there? There is nothing that is your own. Everything is already stated and you are only providing a descriptive account of it. And if it is a historical account, the same thing. You're just putting them in a chronological order and presenting them. What is it that you're doing and what do you claim to be doing something new? Okay, there is nothing that you can claim to be your own. So that is how you get defeated. Your research work gets defeated, and that's where what is required is an argument that you have to build in. That you have to slowly, as I was saying, Potter's model. You have to slowly add new dimensions to it, new perspective to it, and then give a new shape to that. That's what is required in a research work. When I say research work, when I say there is argument is required, what do I mean by an argument? Argument for me is an invisible thread that keeps words, sentences, paragraphs, chapters together. Okay, it is the argument that keeps all these things together. You use many words, many sentences, many paragraphs, many chapters, many units, and then put them together into one particular comprehensive account. If you want to call it to be a comprehensive account, then what is required is a thread among all of them, and this thread is the one which is argument, and that is how argument has a very important place in research work. And argument is something that makes the transition from introduction to conclusion possible. You think, see, it is not that the chapters are independent, secluded, descriptive accounts. From introduction to conclusion, what is it that drives the individual to move from introduction to conclusion? It is the argument. So unless you build the argument, you are defeating your research work. Okay, because without argument, they merely become descriptive accounts or historical accounts, which have no place at all, nothing new to contribute. So this is where I request all of you to be very careful. So now, like, how do I build this argument? Okay, so let me start with something very interesting. All our research works will have a bibliography, right? Bibliography, references and bibliography, we all know about it, right? So I am assuming that we all know about it. In fact, there is a very interesting sentence that I have read long back in a book on research methodology, which says, research begins with bibliography and ends with bibliography. I don't know whether you heard this. Research begins with bibliography and ends with bibliography. What do we mean by that? When you want to start research, what is it that you would do? You pick up a research problem, and then you try to read something on that. You pick up an article or a book on the problem that you thought you would be getting into, and then you have to look at the work. It's not merely reading the work that you have picked up, an article that you have picked up on the problem, and then you try to prepare a bibliography of that. You also try to look at the bibliography of the work that you have read, so that takes you further into other works. Okay, this is where there is a very interesting aspect that you should never forget with regard to bibliography. Bibliography. Yeah, there is an interesting aspect of bibliography which is called working bibliography. I don't know how many of you have heard this term, working bibliography. In bibliography, we merely take the details of the book, publication and year of publication, etc. Right? In a working bibliography, we also take notes of what are the arguments that are built in the work, and also what are the sentences that you would like to pick up as which would be useful as quotations in your work. Okay, so which means working bibliography will give you all the details. Even if you don't have access to the same book again, you will be able to build your research further. So working bibliography helps you in identifying the argument of the work and mentioning it there, and also identifying the sentences that you want to quote in your research. So this is how working bibliography plays a very crucial role in initiating and beginning your research. And of course, as I said, working bibliography would be at the end of your research as well. That is how it begins with research, bibliography. Research begins with bibliography and ends with bibliography. And how does this bibliography help us in developing an argument? Okay, so once you start building your working bibliography, as I mentioned in the format, then you will be able to identify the arguments that various scholars have propounded. Okay, see, in order to build your own argument, you are supposed to know the arguments that are already existent. And how do you identify them? Through this working bibliography that you try to prepare. Okay, so the second element which is very important in developing argument in a thesis is through methodology. Okay, methodology is the one which gives the direction for the argument. What kind of argument should you take up in your thesis? There can be many forms of arguments. Argument is not of one variety. There would be many varieties of arguments. Which one is to be chosen for this particular research work is determined by the methodology that you adapt. Okay, if it is a comparative methodology, then you will have different kind of argumentation that you would follow. If it is a critical analysis, then there is a different kind of methodology that you would follow. And if it is, for example, survey method or whatever, right? Various disciplines have various methodologies, and these methodologies are the ones which determine what kind of argument and what would be the course of argument that you would be developing and adapting in your thesis. So methodology is another important aspect that determines your argument. The third one is review of literature. Most of the works that I see now, even the research articles, they don't really go into the research that has already come. Even if they go, okay, some of the dissertations and theses will not have any review of literature, and some of them who have dealt with them, they would be providing merely a descriptive account of the works that are already published in that particular area, which is very wrong kind of presentation. Again, I am telling you, because the way you write your review of literature would be helpful to you to develop an argument in the subsequent chapters that you want to work on. Okay, what I mean by that is, in the review of literature, you basically try to identify the works which are published in that particular area, and by that what you are trying to also do is identify the arguments that are existent in the field of knowledge in which you want to delve into, and these are the perspectives that are required for you to develop and move further. So that is how review of literature plays a very crucial role in developing your argument. So I have mentioned three things. The way you build your bibliography helps you in building your argument. The second one is the way the methodology is adopted and what kind of methodology that you choose also supports and determines to some extent what kind of argument that you would be following. And the third one is review of literature. This is to be done with utter like concentration and proper orientation with the review of literature, because this is what finally decides what kind of arguments that you are going to build in your chapters. So these three are very important aspects. Now, let me say a few things about how to build an argument and then I'll stop. I'll just take 5 more minutes. I will not take more than that. How should you proceed in building an argument? So now that you have done some good work on bibliography, you have done some good work on in deciding what is the methodology that you want to follow, and you also have done some good work in looking at the review, in doing a review of the literature that is existent in this particular field. Right now, you have all the aspects, all the instruments that you require to be support you in developing the argument. Now, how do you go further in developing the argument? Okay, so one of the important aspects in developing the argument is in whatever research that you have picked up, you identify different positions that are existent in that on that particular issue that you have picked up. Most of the times, researchers are not even making an attempt. Yeah, most of the times, researchers are not even making an attempt to identify various positions that are existent on the same issue. Okay, even if you pick up equality to be an issue, there are various positions that were existent in the contemporary research which you have to delve into. See, sometimes the question comes like this, like, how do you make your research contemporary? Okay, what is the contemporary relevance of your research? This question most of the times social sciences and humanities people do face. How do you address that? See, when they say contemporary concern, like how do you relate it to the contemporary concerns, or how do you make your work contemporaneous? They don't mean to say that you have to necessarily show the practical utility of the work that you are doing. Okay, of course, in some cases that is required, but in most of the cases in humanities and social sciences, you may not have immediate practical utility in the contemporary times. But what do they mean by that is, did you get into contemporary discourse on the particular theme? That is what is very important. Each one of us have to make note of that. And how do you get into the contemporary discourse that is happening on this particular concept that you have picked up? There is an easy way. Okay, what I would suggest is you pick up any journal, standard journal, at least 3 or 4 standard journals in your area of research, and then go back 5 years and look at the volumes that have come up and see if there is any article published in the area that you have picked up, and then read them and see what are the positions that they are taking on your particular theme. This is how you build your argument. You have to identify at least more than 2 positions that are existent on your theme that you want to get into. And see, sometime back, say 20 years back, looking at the journal volumes, etc., is a big issue, very difficult task. When I was doing research in Hyderabad Central University, of course, we had, fortunately, we had a good library, and also there are many libraries around, but you have to physically go there. But now in the present context, you don't have to go anywhere. You just have to sit at home and access the online resources that are available. UGC is providing them, and then Shodh Ganga provides all the dissertations and theses which are already submitted. So you don't have to do much physically, you just have to sit with the system. Okay, so this is where identification of the positions that are existent in your area are the ones which would be your first step. Okay, and then once you identify A, B, C kind of positions that are already existent, then what is required is a kind of brainstorming and trying to put one against the other. Okay, and if you identify 2 or 3 positions in your chapters, what you try to do is you try to engage each one of these positions with the other, and that is how your argument develops. You try to, if you have A and B positions, you try to put A with B and try to draw or derive conclusions or derive further inferences from that. And this is where you try to intervene and try to contribute something more to that. Okay, so that is how it becomes your own dissertation. Otherwise, it doesn't become your own thesis. So each one of these chapters that you pick up, that's why I say each one of the chapters that you want to work on, you identify certain authors and certain theories that are already existent, which you want to put one against the other, so that you can develop your own argumentation. So this is what is very important. Mapping of each one of the chapters is required, and mapping of the thesis is required. The skeleton is to be prepared. The form of the research work is to be prepared well in advance, so that you can fill flesh and blood into that, and then develop an argument which would be viable and which would give you good conclusions. So please concentrate on this very important aspect, which works as a thread which keeps words, sentences, and paragraphs and chapters together, and also something that draws you from introduction to conclusion. So this is a very important aspect which you should never miss. I thought I should stress this. Usually, like this talk on argumentation is a 2 hours talk that I have even last week given at Mizoram HRDC, but I have condensed it so much that I should only stress on the importance of argument and stop. Thank you so much for your patience, and I thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Wonderful presentation, sir. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was very, very insightful as well. There are a couple of things that I really want to mention about your talk, because I really, really enjoyed it. Now, one is that you have a very welcoming personality, which makes it really
There is
easy.
a lot of disturbance, actually. We are not able to hear you properly.
Okay, just a moment. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it is better.
Okay, so I was saying that you have a very welcoming personality, which makes it so much easier to engage with your content. You mentioned about the dialogue between Dr. D.K. Giri and Dr. Aarti Nirmal. I did not notice it then, but now that you mentioned it, I recalled everything, and I was like, yes, that is what is happening there. And then you mentioned about slowly diving into the unknown when you were talking about the researchers, and I think that was an excellent point that you made. And I think that applies to us as an individual as well, that we slowly have to do things that are uncomfortable to increase and sort of widen our comfort zone to grow as an individual. So those were some amazing points that you put across, and I'm pretty sure that all our participants would have found it really helpful for them as well. So thank you so much, sir, for sharing such a wonderful presentation with us. And now I would like to, no problem, sir. And now I would like to ask the participants to please unmute themselves and ask any questions if you have for Dr. Balaganapati.
Hello.
Department of Philosophy, Maharajas College. Mr. Balaganapati Garu, thank you very much for participation on behalf of the Department of Philosophy. Thank you very much, sir. I am Dr. Venkatrao, sir.
Venkatrao Garu. Yeah, now I see you, right. Thank you so much.
Very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wants to ask a question?
Hi, my name is Sumit Kumar. I am from Hungary. I just spoke a short while ago, and I just wanted to say, Professor Devarakonda, I really liked your talk, and it was very informative. I just wanted to add a couple of things. I don't have a question as such, because I mean you have been very comprehensive in whatever you have said anyway. I just wanted to add a couple of things. I mean, because I'm doing my research in Hungary, we have this pattern of research. There are 3 kinds of research that we do. The first is the descriptive research, the second is exploratory research, and the third is the explanatory. The descriptive research is the lowest form of research. We do not like doing those kind of research. I mean, it is not something which is not research. It is research, definitely, but it is the lowest form of research. The explanatory research is considered to be the highest form of research, which actually tries to build a causal relationship between different variables. I personally do not believe that there is a possibility of doing any kind of causal research, but yes, that is one. But the thing that I like is the most is the exploratory research, where we go about and explore the problems and try and find solutions. And as you explained, I mean, the sculpture model, the Potter model, and the painter's model, these are exceptional ones. I mean, obviously, I'm pretty sure that you've used basically just the deductive methodology and inductive methodologies from research methods and actually given them a new name. And these are absolutely much more easier to understand than the text that we actually read in books anyway. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about was the working bibliography. Now, what I do in terms of working bibliography is I make an Excel sheet. So I have the citation on one side, I have the quotations that I need from that book on one side, and then I have the keywords that I can search for. So this is a good sort of, I think this is a very good idea for young researchers to actually do. If they do it something like that, then they will have sort of the keywords and the quotations, paragraphs, passages from the books that they want to actually refer at a later time. And that's just one something that I wanted to add for young researchers here in India who would probably like to actually go ahead with working bibliography. And thank you very much for actually your talk. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Sumit, for that comment. Yeah, you absolutely got me right when you said inductive, deductive. Yeah, that's what I was doing, but I don't want to use those words. I try to avoid jargon so that people can identify themselves with the models that I'm talking about, because these are the things that they see every day in their life. And yeah, this is also research, right? So that's what I wanted them to identify themselves. So thank you so much for those comments. Yeah, I do agree with that. The distinction that you is well explained, like descriptive and exploratory and explanation. In fact, one of the important aspects is you cannot avoid each one of them in a research work. All of them would be together. Only thing is, what is it that you are taking recourse to more and build your argument is very important. So that's where the difference comes out. Otherwise, you have to explain. Otherwise, you have to describe. you can't avoid that, right? So great, thank you so much. I am so happy that even Ruchika, I'm so happy that all of you have understood what I'm trying to communicate. That's what is very important, and that gives a lot of happiness and satisfaction to the speaker. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. Sir.
Actually, sir, your talk was in such a simple language and such a simple design that I don't think anybody would say that they have not understood. They have understood everything and very nicely, and everybody has many questions in mind, I think, but nobody is able to come up because it's so comprehensive and you have done it so well that there's no question left. So they can add to it some additional things, they can speak on it, but I don't think there is any question to ask. Only thing I also wanted to agree to you that research means knowing some unknown thing. Even if you know something and you want to explore that, Sumit's word I am taking now, you want to explore more about the same thing, then again it's unknown, so you are going into unknown area to search and then make it a known one. So that is exploration. But these days, on a lighter note, I would like to say people are descriptive, people are exploratory, and they are explaining their research also, but the exploration is going more towards how to manage the theory and how to manage the PhD degree. That's what is the main topic of research today in my webinar. The plagiarism, I am talking clear cut, that most of the researchers are now, because they are forced and compelled to look for a sustainable society, how to sustain in the society. For having a job, for getting a job, for employment, they need only a degree. So they are exploring more possibilities how to manage the thesis. So most of the, yesterday also Dr. Bula Bensi from Kodaikanal, Mother Teresa University, when she spoke about the comma, full stop and all these fundamental things, almost all doctorates sitting here said that we didn't even know. So these were the basic things that most of the people do not even know. So why they do not know? After research, after having a doctorate degree, if you do not know, then that means either the guide has not guided you properly, or you have not explored everything properly, or you have hidden something and you have come out with a half-cooked matter. So that's what I wanted to speak here. And I think Dr. Bala Ganpati, you would agree with this or not? What I have said.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
true. I agree with that. Yeah. But basically, I don't want to put the blame on students. I never put the blame on students.
No, you are right. You are right. Actually, it is not the student. It is not the teacher also. The problem is we have to create such an environment, such a condition in the country that people are not moving towards exploring possibilities of manipulating things. If everything is fair and everything is available, then why do people need this? Most of the people who really want to go into research, they don't even reach that point, because after BSc or after graduation, if they get a job, then they say, okay, we have achieved the thing, ultimate thing, so we will not go for a PhD, we will not go for masters, we will not go for this. So the rest of the education is gone then. So knowledge gaining is a continuous process, but here it is staggered. I would say barricading is there, that if you get a job, then everything is stopped now. Now the ultimate goal is achieved. So that goal has changed. This is, I think I understand this way. You tell me if my idea is wrong.
No, you're right. That's where actually the second step comes into picture, where we do talk about professional ethics. So professionalization of the vocations and professional ethics have to come in, and we have to look for academic integrity. Each one of us, once we are into academics, we have to have that academic integrity which we are supposed to follow, and which is again at least missing to some extent. I'm not saying it is completely lost, but I would say that it is missing to some extent. We all have to contribute positively to that, so that the academic integrity becomes full. Human beings.
In Andhra Pradesh, I have seen, sir, the PhDs are getting 6,000 rupees salary. Why would they take interest in teaching a student? He would spend more time in earning more money somewhere else. He will come and finish his duty for 1 hour and go back. He would mark his presence. Then he would go back. So if you are not actually rewarding the person for something, research work is a very hard work. It's not done in a day. And it's not a cup of tea that you are taking a cup of tea and you are finishing your research. Research means how much in depth you are going, analyzing the whole thing, exploring so many things inside. Then after that you are getting nothing. You are getting 5,000 rupees job, and for 5,000 rupees also you are running from this post to that post. Then why do I take interest in teaching a student? And how do I guarantee? Then there are IQACs, sir. What is IQAC? It is an assurance to the parents that I would guarantee a quality to the student. You please send your student to my college. I am guaranteeing the quality of the education to your student. So you send him to my college. But what kind of guarantee will you give when the teacher himself is not satisfied? The guru is not satisfied, and you want the student to be a brilliant student. You want the students to come and compete in UPSC. You want them to become a famous doctor in the country. You want everything. You won't give him a ball to play, but you want him to become a very good player. So there is something missing, something somewhere is blank in the whole research process. That's my whole thing I want to say. And I don't know, sir, because you're a very senior man, head of the department in philosophy, Delhi University. You know so many things. I don't want to say everything here, but you understand. So you have, I think you have understood what I want to say.
Yeah, we do share that common concern for the research in the country. Yeah, I do agree with some of the points that you have said. But one aspect is it is wrong to assume that there are no opportunities. See, for example, I teach philosophy. And when I took philosophy in my graduation, people said, why are you taking philosophy? Because after taking philosophy, you would be on roads, right? So, but I have come this far. And now even in the university, Delhi University, I tell my students that don't believe in the words that there are no opportunities at all for philosophy. I'm talking about philosophy. Imagine you can think about other disciplines as well, because you always place all the other disciplines above philosophy, thinking that philosophy has lesser opportunities. Not good, not so good. Okay, it's not in terms of the worth of the discipline, but it is in terms of the academic viability of the discipline. But I believe there are hundreds and thousands of opportunities. The only thing is you have to qualify yourself. Okay. It is not that the opportunity would come to you. There are opportunities. You make yourself eligible for that, and you have an opportunity waiting for you. So this is where like there is a different kind of competitive society which has developed, where we have to compete with ourselves, not with anybody else. If you're trying to compete with others, you would fail. But if you start competing with yourself, you can only win. You can never lose. So that is my standpoint. And I think if people follow this, especially students and research scholars follow this, they can always win. They can always get their earnings done. Thank you.
Sir, you are right, very correct. But this is what I think is theoretically it's very correct. But practically, Sumit, you are there online. Sumit actually belongs to India, and Sumit is a boy who competed in UPSC IAS exam also, but he then left India and he went to Hungary, Budapest, and he is doing his research from there. Because he thought maybe there are more opportunities there, or maybe whatever difference he thought. But I would like to ask Sumit that in India, the condition is such, sir, that qualifying for the job, for the one qualifying, you said that one must qualify for it and should not take it as there is no opportunity. But today the qualification is something different, sir. Qualification is how much do I know the top people? Who puts in a word for me? If somebody doesn't put a word for me to you, you may not have come to this platform today. Because reaching you as a head of the department of Delhi University will take me 2 years to reach your office. I will not even dare to enter your office till I am given the authority to enter your office. So these are all a matter of chance, a matter of who has given you the authority to reach there. Although it is a democratic country, I am going on Sumit's subject now. It's a democratic country. We have the right to go everywhere, but we don't have the right. Is that correct or wrong, Sumit?
Yeah, hi. It is an important point that accessibility is a bit of an issue, but the point I would like to bring back here is research methodology. It has nothing to do with research methodology. Whether or not you have access to a good office, whether or not you can actually get a good job, has nothing to do with research methodology. And we are basically talking about research methodology. There is a lot of problem, nepotism, corruption, everything is there in our democratic society, but these problems do not have anything to do with research methodology. It is something completely different. It is politics, and we should actually bring the topic back to methodology and move ahead. I suppose that would be the best thing to do, and maybe discuss this some other time.
Probably some other platform fits into this. Otherwise, there is one more aspect, Dr. Srivastava, that you were deliberating before my talk, with which I am also fascinated and interested, but I stopped myself, controlled myself, that world peace that you're talking about. it's a very good area to explore and engage. Probably some other time. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity that you have given me. I thank the college as well as other friends who are there patiently listening to our conversation, even subsequent conversation. And I see our friends from Israel and other places waiting for their chance. So I think we should stop it here. Thank you so much. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We thoroughly enjoyed your session. But because we are short on time, we would like to move ahead with our schedule. So now I would like to call upon Mr. Zol Sebovci. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. He's a senior analyst at ExxonMobil Hungary. He's conducting multidisciplinary research and he will discuss challenges of social experimental settings in the COVID-19 era. Mr. Zolt, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me also?
Yes, we can hear you, and we are very happy to have you here today. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine and enjoying this webinar, and thank you very much for the invitation for this. I'm really pleased to be with you and talk about this question about social psychological experiments during pandemic. So basically, my intention is just to present the problem and the question regarding this methodology. Now I actually hear myself echoed a little bit, but yeah, now it's good. Thank you. Sorry. So the social psychological experimental method during the pandemic. That's my topic, and how can it be done without having people meeting each other? Because we all experience basically this pandemic situation in Hungary, where I'm actually speaking now, and all over the world, I think. So yeah, so let me just quickly, shortly talk about my topic of research, which is related to this social psychological experiment. My research is actually the impact of news on the audience. How can you measure the impact of narratives that you consume from the media? That's my main topic and research question. We all experience that people consume media narratives from different sources, and that changes their opinion. Or if it doesn't change our opinion, we have definitely seen people who have changed their opinion due to these media narratives, the impact of news consumption or media consumption. And the measurement of this is usually the measurement of attitude change, and most of the time it is measured. So there is a measurement before the consumption, and there is a measurement after the consumption, and the difference of the two measures basically the impact. Or the other way is that there is one group, which is the treatment group, and there is a control group. One is having this treatment, and the measurement and the impact is measured, and the other group, the control group, doesn't have the treatment and also measured, so we can make sure the treatment is having an impact. So this type of research, the measurement of narratives, the impact of narratives, goes back to the 1970s, and I don't go through the whole literature, just bringing up Iyengar and Kinder, who started to measure the impact of priming by measuring the impact of news consumption. Priming is basically the activation of existing knowledge constructs, which were previously built up through news and media narratives. So people consume information, and they have sort of an idea about the world and reality, and there is something coming that triggers the activation of this knowledge. So we have an understanding of the world, but we don't use this understanding and knowledge all the time. But when a situation comes and we have to decide on certain things, we don't decide on a rational basis, but we use heuristics and things that actually triggers our understanding, because it would be too much time and too much effort and too much energy to always check all the all the possibilities and the ideal solutions. So we basically, our decisions are basically based on this sort of stimulations, and that's the idea of priming the activation of existing knowledge constructs. And their methodology to measure the impact of news was that were two ways. There was one group who was who had to watch news for an hour, and then their attitude before and after their attitude was measured. And there was another group who came to the research lab and watched the news every day, 15 minutes for 7 days long, and they were also measured. What's their attitude change? That's basically the basic idea of this the measurement of the news consumption. So why was the social psychological experiment applicable for such a measurement? Basically, the answer is that because this social psychological experiment is very ideal to test a theory, to test whether there is a causal relationship between the cause and the effect, because in a social psychological experiment, it happens in a laboratory. You can exclude all other variables, or you can control variables in most of the cases. In comparison of the experiment with the survey research, it can be said that the survey research is very good. It gives a thorough understanding of population, but it doesn't go into the deeper feelings and motivations of the people who actually measured, and doesn't give an understanding of the mechanisms of attitudes and inner feelings or implicit attitudes of the people. So we don't know whether people what's their inner feelings. And in comparison with the natural experiment or observation, it can be said that the natural experiment, well, you observe happenings there, but you cannot exclude certain variables. For example, if you want to measure the impact of distraction on learning, you can have two classes, and in a natural setting, for example, if one building, there is a construction and you have a class, and there is another class in a building where there is no construction, you can basically measure which students will be more successful in a building where there is a construction and noise, or in the building where there is no construction and there is no noise and people can focus. So, but there are variables that you cannot exclude in this situation, because maybe the teacher will not be the same. So the impact of a teacher is very strong on learning abilities. So even though there are two classes, one has the treatment, the disturbance of noise, one has no disturbance. There are different variables that you cannot exclude in a natural experiment or observation. In a laboratory setting, you can control these variables. You can have the same teacher. You can have the really same environment, time of day. Just quickly comparing with the interview setting, an interview is actually a motives of people, of the interviewees, but unfortunately, the interview is not available to generate quantitative knowledge, quantitative data about these informations. You can go and have an interview with someone, or you can go and have an interview with 10 or 100 people, but that's also that will not be representative. So, talking about representativity, actually the laboratory experiment will probably not be representative either. Laboratory experiments have good internal validity. So basically you can repeat the experiment and probably you will get the same results, and it's applicable to the group that you are measuring. It will not be representative. It will not be applicable to the whole population. but you can generate quantitative data, and then you can analyze it with statistical methods. So where is the problem here? So if you launch laboratory experiment, then you want to control all the variables, as I said before, in order to make the laboratory experiment applicable and valid, and exclude all other variables. But in order to achieve that, you have to have the same people watching the same input material at the same time, in the same location, and having with the same person who is guiding them through this process. So it has to be the same environment, even probably the same time of the day, because people give different answers if they are asked in the morning or if they are asked in the evening. If they are at home, they give a different answer. They are in a different mood in comparing to having someone in a laboratory and having a computer test in laboratory. And the problem here during a pandemic, people actually cannot be moved to one location. They cannot be gathered in one place, and they are unlikely to go to such places. There are many people. So basically, this is the problem here regarding social psychological experiment, which I would like to present, that there are different ways to launch these experiments, but you can run it online, as it was mentioned before, with the survey research, but it will not provide the same results. And I just wanted to bring this problem, this question, and outline a little bit about social psychological experiments here. So I would like to just open the discussion if you have any thoughts on that. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joe. It's a very nice topic you have spoken on, and actually, you please wait here, because we'll have the question answer session after we hear Mayat also, and then we can have a combined question and answer session. And Mayat, can I request you only 2-3 minutes, because there is a paper presentation which is very important for a lady, but she is going 3 kilometers, 3 hours journey to a remote village, and it is almost night time now. So her last bus is in another 10 minutes. She has to leave immediately. If you just allow me 2-3 minutes, 4 minutes maximum, she will take just to present a paper, and then you can take over. Can you allow me that?
Yes, of course, no problem.
Because that lady has to go and she's alone. I can't ask her to wait for too long. So
okay, sure. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Now have internet access. Just wait for 3-4 minutes. That's all, maximum. She's not a speaker. She will just present the paper and go.
Okay.
All right.
Gyaneshwari, you are there? P. Gyaneshwari, are you there? P. Gyaneshwari, are you there? P. Gyaneshwari, are you there?
Sir, yes, sir. I'm here.
Please present your paper. P. Gyaneshwari is a lecturer in Krishna University, and this is in Machilipatnam in Andhra Pradesh in India. She is working in the Department of Management Studies. She is presenting a paper before you. Yes, Gyaneshwari, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, all of you. This is
Please switch on your video. Switch on your video.
Good afternoon, all of you. This is from Krishna University and from Department of Business Management, and I'm also a research scholar from Andhra University. So now I would like to present a paper relating to the recent trends in research methodology in social sciences. And I will share you the presentation. Sir, is it visible to you, sir?
Yes, yes, we can see your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir,
Now we are not able to see your screen, Gyaneshwari.
sir, is the presentation visible to you, sir?
No, it's not right now. It was before.
Sir, is the presentation visible to you, sir?
It's not visible, Gyaneshwari. Can you hear me?
Sir, connectivity problem.
Can you try click on present now again? Maybe
I couldn't present, madam. The present screen I cannot present the screen. Ma'am, is it visible to you?
no, it's not visible right now.
Sorry, ma'am. Again, I will try. Just I will tell you the presentation, madam. So my research now I would like to tell you about the recent trends in research methodology in social sciences. So research in common parlance refers to a search for knowledge. It is an art of, actually the research it is an art of scientific investigation. Advanced Learners Dictionary of Current English lays down the meaning of research as a careful investigation of inquiry, especially through search for new facts in a branch of knowledge. And the research is a search from, actually it is a search from known to the unknown. Research is the systematic and objective process of gathering, recording, and analyzing data for decision making. Research means to research. It connotes patient scientific investigation, wherein a researcher takes another more careful look at data to discover all that can be known about the subject under study. Okay, there are different types of research. That is descriptive. Ma'am, am I audible to you all?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Audible to you, madam?
Okay. Yes.
There are different types of research: descriptive and analytical research, applied and fundamental research, quantitative and qualitative research, conceptual and empirical research. Coming to descriptive research includes surveys and fact findings, inquiries and of different kinds. The major purpose of descriptive research is the state of affairs and exists in present. And analytical, in contrast to descriptive research, there is a research type of research, that is analytical research. The analytical research is the research the data is already available. We just analyze and we will give some suggestions, and the analysis is done basing on this analytical research. And coming to applied research and fundamental research, applied research or the action research is the research. It will give you the societal problems. It will give solutions to the present problems faced by the society and society, government, or the organizations, all these. And fundamental research, it is purely based on the theories, principles, all these. Then coming to quantitative research versus qualitative research. Quantitative research is the research. It gives in numerical terms. The measurement is existing in case of quantitative research. And in coming, that is if you the height and the weights of a particular class, or heights and weights of a comparison of heights and weights of Indian people with American people, likewise, that is quantitative research. And qualitative research is the research, the behavior of the individual, attitudes of the individual, intelligence, all these are qualitative factors. We can done research, this type of research, by using rating scales, like from 1 to 5 rating scales, and we are using, then that is qualitative research. Then coming to conceptual versus empirical research. Conceptual research is the research. Again, we are purely based on the ideas or the theories, and coming to empirical research, we are purely depending on the experiments. Empirical research, also known as experimental research, we are conducting experiments and we will find out the solutions to the particular problems. Empirical research. And then coming to, this is the types of research, and coming to research methodology. And the research methodology is nothing but it is a way to systematically solve the research problem. Here the research methodology, the methods, procedures, techniques, tools, all are included in this particular research methodology. And it may be understood as a scientific studying, studying that how research is done scientifically. In it, we study the various steps that are generally adopted by a researcher in studying his research problem, along with the logic behind them. A systematic approach is there in research methodology. Researcher not only need to know how to develop certain indices or tests, how to calculate mean, mode, median, or the standard deviation or chi-square, how to apply particular research techniques, but they also need to know which of these methods or techniques are relevant to which are not, and would they mean and indicated why. So all these are discussed in research methodology. And the present study is relating to the research methodology in social sciences. And the social sciences is the term is a group of academic disciplines dedicated to examining the society. This branch of science studies how develop a culture and influence the world. Social sciences help to examine how society works, exploring everything from the triggers of economic growth and causes of unemployment to make people happy. So the social sciences includes psychology, sociology, anthropology, social psychology, political science, management, all these are under economics, all these are under social science. Now the research methods in research methodology in social sciences, in olden days, that is in 1990s or in those days, they are mostly the research methodology is in social sciences, mostly they are using either methodology they are using. Again, earlier we discussed that quantum methodology measurement use numerical terms. Madam,
Yes.
am I audible to you?
Yes, you are.
I finish in 5 minutes. And coming to qualitative methodology, that's in quality these methods are methods to study the behavior and habits of the participants. Only these two methods they are using in earlier, and now the recent trends in research methodology are nowadays research methodology is focusing on qualitative research rather than quantitative research, and researchers using math and analytical techniques. The researchers are is moving from analytics, that is, the digitalization is happening, and the second one is increasing recognition value attached to research for knowledge advancement and robust policy making. By in India, we are the ICS are framing different policies. Policy making institution is there. ICSR and NICR, Nigeria in Nigeria, for example. And the third one is moving from basic research to research or empirical research. Earlier, most of the researchers
Hello, Yaneshwari. Yaneshwari, can you hear me? Alright, I believe there is some network connectivity issue because of which we are unable to hear Yaneshwari. Anyway, I would like to congratulate you for such a critical paper that you have shared, and we all here wish you all the best for your future. And now, because we are short on time, we would move ahead with our next speaker, who is Ms. Maya from Ietvar Floran University, Budapest, Hungary. She's conducting research on mindfulness in corporate environment. Maya, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, we're very pleased to have you here, and thank you so much for being so patient. I know that you have other commitments as well, but you have still stayed here with us. We are very, very thankful to you for that. And you can please begin your presentation.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Maya. I'm really grateful that you gave me 3 minutes, 4 minutes time. I hope you are not annoyed, and next time you won't say no to our webinars and seminars. Thank you very much for joining me.
No worries. Thank you very much. I will make it short. I will try to present a small presentation. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, so for me, I'm interested in studying the concept or discourse of mindfulness and practices in organizations. I had a broad idea of how I can do that, but first of all, after reading research papers and getting more and more into the topic, I discovered that as a first step, we need to identify or define mindfulness as a discourse and practice in organizations, and what does this discourse means to them. So for me, I became interested in the discourse and content analysis to come up with a definition of mindfulness, as until now in sociology, I couldn't find a definition what mindfulness in organization or corporate mindfulness means. So for example, I would like to just share a research paper which I have came across, and it was very interesting for me that for each, for example, of these companies that you can see or organizations, there's are private organizations and public organizations or governmental. I'm sorry.
Please continue, Maya. I have muted the other speakers.
Okay, so here you can see the private and governmental organizations. So for example, the way Blue Bay Asset Management, if you can see on the second row, for example, they communicate mindfulness to their stakeholders as a way to achieve peak performance and enhance decision making. Or for example, in Global Professional Services firm, it improves the soft skills development and reduces brain workouts. On the other hand, in a governmental organization like the UK Government Department, they are more focused in the use of mindfulness on the employees' well-being, and for the Transport for London on the stress reduction. So achieving peak performance in managerial and also sociological concept, it is different than achieving well-being. So for me, it was very interesting to start at this point understanding what this discourse means to different types of organizations. So for example, even if I come up in my end of the research or let's say initial results, that for example, small technological or tech companies perceive mindfulness as, let's say, a tool of achieving peak performance. And on the other hand, governmental organizations in the West perceive it as a method for enhancing employees' well-being. So this is just an example I'm giving. I still haven't conducted my research fully. I'm just starting to conduct my research, and I will share the methodology that I will be doing so. So to do the discourse analysis, for me, it's very, it would be used to further analyze how mindfulness have been defined at the workplace and how organizations and corporates are communicating mindfulness to their stakeholders. But here I need to point out that if I use the term corporate mindfulness, it does not mean that mindfulness only in corporations, but this term corporate mindfulness have even been used in organizations, governmental organizations, NGO, different types of organizations. So, but it came up with a concept of corporate mindfulness. So in my case, I would like to access available sources online, publicly available sources, I need to see organizations that already communicated mindfulness to their employees or stakeholders and actually have practices or training programs in their organizations. So I would like to, first of all, from a methodological perspective, I would like to check if I will, for example, analyze the web pages of the organizations or their published online reports. And somehow I would not be able maybe to use both of them together, because both of them contain different genre of text. How web pages are designed and what is communicated on the web page could be different from online reports, so it might not even be comparable results in my case. So I will need to check how many companies have actually published reports and the availability and richness of data, so I wouldn't really risk losing essential data for further categorization and thematizing processes that I would be doing. So in order to do that, I'm considering purposeful sampling. So purposeful sampling was defined as identification and selection of information-rich cases related to the phenomenon of interest for the most effective use of limited resources. Purposeful sampling is because I want to target organizations who are already implementing mindfulness training programs. So by itself would limit me from doing, for example, random sampling. I will not be able to randomly choose my organizations because I will have many of them, for example, maybe not implementing this course. I understand that this purposeful sampling could cause bias and in the selection process, of course. However, I will try my best to overview literature related to naturalistic sampling techniques, how we can reduce bias in qualitative research. And this is becoming more and more of interest of mine to understand how bias is being or could be seen in a qualitative research and how we can actually reduce it throughout the research, from the selection process till the analysis. I will start with content analysis. So from these available online sources, I have so far 6 questions in mind that I would like to actually test. So I will open, for example, the web page of Deutsche Bank, or one of the organizations I will be studying, with binary questions of yes or no, coding 0 or 1. I will be here you can see code 1 for yes, code 0 for no. I will be checking, for example, does this organization have an English website? Yes, no. Is mindfulness mentioned on their website? Yes, no. Do they have implemented mindfulness training program? Yes, no. And if, for example, they have published a report. In the last 2 questions, because it's my previous experience and my current interest and also my supervisor's main specialty, how we can connect mindfulness to corporate social responsibility. So I will also check if, while they are mentioning mindfulness, are they also connecting it to the corporate social responsibility in their organizations or not. On a later stage, after decreasing the sample from here, we will go to the discourse analysis. From discourse analysis, we will be able to categorize the companies according to, of course, the typology of companies will be taken into consideration. Maybe the modernity of the company, the size of the company, the location of the organization that we're dealing with. So we will be categorizing, sorting organizations on how, first of all, the typology of the organization, and then how each of them is communicating or describing mindfulness on their publicly available sources to stakeholders, so we can start coming up with first results. This is study similar to it. Here it is in one of my references. It was done for a doctor here called Zsuzsanna Giering in 2015 for corporate social responsibility. So she studied the discourse of corporate social responsibility on publicly available sources for Hungarian companies. So somehow following on her methodology and also reading further on other methodology sources and literature, I came up with this structure for my own research for now. So I will be doing this qualitative analysis. Of course, it would be a qualitative research for now, but you can see numerical findings here in the last point. Frequencies and numerical findings are expected to be seen through the analysis because, as I said, for example, we will have categories, we will have topologies, so we will see frequencies even though it's a qualitative research. And finally, I thought this would be a reasonable way to do my research because of the globalized nature of organizations that I will be focusing on. So available online sources seemed very convenient to the limited resources, and also especially, for example, in such situations like the pandemic, it is anyway very hard to travel or try to conduct a different way of research. So available online sources seems very convenient in my case right now. And I would like to point out that it is very hard as a research to understand the actual purpose of adopting mindfulness in an organization. So that's why we're trying to first understand how they are communicating it, how they are reporting the effects of mindfulness, and because the exact purpose of adopting such practice and discourse is very or nearly impossible to reach, because we have a lot of arguments in sociology that this practice might not actually be for this reason, it might be for another reason, but they are not disclosing this reason. However, this would be very difficult. So for now, we're trying to focus on the communication, and on a later stage, as my supervisor and other professors suggested, that we can do some interviews with key personnel from organizations to actually confirm the results, because of course interviews help in confirming such results. So they would actually say how they are adopting it in their organizations and whether it is true or not that this how they perceive it. So that's it for now. Thank you for listening to me, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Maya. It was such an interesting presentation, and I wasn't really aware about the mindfulness concept for an individual person, but today I got to know that it can be applied to organizations as well for the employees' mindfulness. So that was a really, really amazing presentation. Would you be staying with us till Agnes speaks, or do you have to go somewhere right now?
Yes, I would like to stay for her speech, and then maybe I will have to leave.
Okay, so is it okay if we do the question and answer session for you, Mr. Zolt, and Ms. Agnes together?
I can't promise that I will be here, but I will try my best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So now we will move ahead, and I would like to call upon our next speaker, which is Ms. Agnes Pasti. She's from Eötvös Loránd University, Budapest, Hungary. She's conducting research on sociology of culture, and she will talk about feminist methodology. Agnes? All right, I'm sorry, I think I have the concept wrong here in the sheet. She will explain the concept, but Agnes, can you hear me right now?
Hi. Yes, there is a misunderstanding about
yes, I'm
my.
sorry about that.
I also tried to communicate this problem, but I'm not very familiar with the feminist methodology. I can't speak about on a scientific level, but I have on my own research issue and interest, and it's Eastern Europe, and it's if I can I start it? Everybody is prepared. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. the title of my talk is an Eastern European perspective on the European project. And it's very interesting for you to speak with, for me to speak about this issue with you, because a lot of you, or some of you, are studying in Hungary, and but I don't know if you could understand our culture or something like this. It's not easy, and this is why I try to introduce you to this issue. So outside of the European continent, people often see Europe as something like a more or less homogeneous entity. The European Union, as a supranational political alliance, despite its constant inner tensions, attempt to maintain the image of unity. But my purpose is to draw a more subtle and layered picture about this issue. My talk is an overview based on critical theoretical frameworks about Eastern Europe developed by Eastern European scholars. And now I start with a quote by Alexander Kiosev. And I think in my talk you will find very familiar issues if you listen and if you try to understand it in your own way in a global context. So it's not just about Eastern Europe, but about the relationship to the Western center, global center. So back to the Kiosev quotation. From the point of view of the modern globalization of the world, there are cultures which are not central enough, not timely, and not big enough in comparison to the great nations. At the same time, they are insufficiently alien, insufficiently distant, and insufficiently backward, in contrast to the African tribes, for example. That's why, in their own troubled embryo, somewhere in the periphery of civilization, they arise in the space of a generative doubt. We are European, although perhaps not to a real extent. So, sometimes I check if I still hear. Do you still hear me? Still?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just check it because my connection is not stable. Sorry, really. And I try to read my text, okay? So Alexander Kiosev, the Bulgarian scholar who introduced the notion of self-colonization, analyzed the dynamics and consequences of the historical process through which discourse of otherness transformed into a discourse of lack of civilization among the fraction of the Eastern European elites at the dawn of modernity in the mid-19th century. The constant comparison with the West and the narrative of belatedness, privation, and inferiority can be found in the self-interpretation of the Eastern European societies, are retraceable to these processes. Recently, Europe geographically can be divided into three parts, which also represents a hierarchical order of the territory: Western Europe, Central Europe, and Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, it can be technically divided into two parts, Western and Eastern Europe, and is led back to the end of the World War II and is consequent to the Cold War. The so-called Iron Curtain, a wall which physically separated the territory and was guarded by the military on the both sides, tied these two regions of Europe to two different power blocks, the Western powers and the Soviet Empire as satellite state. The Soviet Empire collapsed in 1989, and as Boris Budin, the Croatian scholar, put it in his text in the title Children of Post-Communism, he put it this way: the people of the region, those who proved their political maturity in the so-called democratic revolutions of the 1989-90, have become thereafter overnight children. Bonan analyzed the ideological aspect of this transformation and unveils the not so hidden social Darwinist and paternalistic features in the rhetoric of the social and economic reincorporation into the global capitalist system of Western liberal democracies. Eastern Europeans are passing as white people, and they like to think and attempt to represent themselves as white. But while Western Europeans symbolically also refer to them with the vocabulary of the Euro-whiteness, and theoretically they have equal rights in the EU, right to work, live in any EU member states, many historical resources prove that Western Europeans didn't acknowledge Eastern Europeans as fellow white people. See Larry Wolff, Inventing Eastern Europe. His book is very, very fascinating. What proves that the situation didn't change deeply is spectacularly revealed itself in the labor market of the EU. Eastern Europeans, irrespectively to their level of education, are mainly employed in lower class works in Western Europe, manual laborers in construction industry, food industry, agriculture, carers of the older and disabled people, and for typically even lower salaries than the natives. You still here? Okay. This phenomenon confirms the theories which claim that race is a social construct and its hierarchical structure embedded in the economy of the global division of labor. But after the Eastern enlargement of the EU, 2004-2008, there was 2 phases, racialized public discourse emerged in the Western EU states about the character of the Polish plumber who could move to other member states of the EU to offer the services at the price that will presumably undercut local markets. See József Böröt, Hungarian scholar. Later on, the issue was instrumentalized by right-wing parties of the Western EU states and embodied in the political rhetoric against Eastern European immigrants en bloc. The most striking example where these processes led is the case of the Brexit, which can be clearly seen, in fact, in the fact that the pro-Brexit campaign based on the anti-immigrant protectionist rhetoric. So, my central question at the level of my research, where I am here now, is how the post-colonial theoretical framework can be applied to the case of Eastern Europe. József Böröt, Hungarian-born American sociologist, proposed the concept of the role of European difference to capture a particular configuration of West European superiority narratives. He developed it as an extension of Partha Chatterjee's notion of the role of colonial difference. Chatterjee's idea defined the centerpiece of the moral geopolitics of repressive colonial dominance without hegemony by positing a matter-of-fact West European superiority, a form of exceptionalism bordering on a veritable solipsism. Böröt also identifies these 3 features or specification of the role of European difference, which refer to a hypothetical global moral code. The concept insists that despite the goodness is a quality which is an essential component of humanity, but the geographical dispersion of this human quality, of this goodness, is very uneven. Outside of Western Europe, the presentness of this goodness is insufficient or outright marked the population of these parts with a sense of privation of the goodness. Of course, in this system of thought, the hierarchy implies that goodness can be found in the highest density in Western Europe. But how this dominance without hegemony is realized in the region? There must be still something that still holds the EU together and symbolically legitimate the European difference. And this is the constant aspiration of the Eastern European population to be white and laying claims to to the privileges attached to this position or to this condition. According to Burrett's quotation, what is something unique about the position of Eastern Europe in the world today is that, as citizens of EU member states, many inhabitants of the region perceive the European Union, rightly or wrongly, as a source that offers them an opportunity to boost their racial credentials. That is, a chance to proceed upward on the scale of privilege in the obviously unequal, oppressive, and discriminatory system. So, and finally, which is just another aspect of the problem, there is no consensus about where Europe ends or starts, and the consequence of this is a similarly non-consensual hierarchical moral order in the eastern part of the continent, where one nation can be prove its Europeanness or its cultural proximity to the hypothetical West by symbolically denying it from its eastern neighbor country. As Slavoj Žižek, Slovenian philosopher, paradoxically described the phenomenon in his essay, Giving Up the Balkan Ghosts, quotation start, where do Balkan begins? The Balkan are always somewhere else, a little bit more towards the southeast. For the Serbs, they begin down there in Kosovo or in Bosnia, and they defend the Christian civilization against the Europe's other. For the growth, they begin in Orthodox, despotic, and Byzantine Serbia against the Croatia safeguards Western democratic values. For Slovenes, they begin in Croatia, and we are the last bulwark of the peaceful Mitteleuropa. For many Italians and Austrians, they begin in Slovenia, the western outpost of the Slavic hordes. For many Germans, Austria itself, because of its historical links, is already tainted with Balkan corruption and inefficiency. For many North Germans, Bavaria, with its Catholic provincial flair, is not free of Balkan contamination. Many arrogant Frenchmen associate Germany itself with the Eastern Balkan brutality entirely foreign to French finesse. And this union, for whom implicitly at least not. And this brings us to the last link in this chain, to some conservative British opponents of the European Union, for whom implicitly at least the whole continental Europe functions today as a new version of the Balkan Turkish Empire, with Brussels as the new Istanbul, a voracious despotic center which threatens British freedom and sovereignty. So, I don't know if my presentation would be finished there, but this is the text I was prepared for today. And if you have any question, just ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes. A very interesting presentation by you. We are also receiving a lot of compliments for your presentation in the chat box from our participants. And I would request the participants, if you have any questions for her, please unmute yourself and ask the question.
Hi, Agnes. I wanted to ask you, I mean, most people in India probably would not understand this concept of self-colonization. So would you elaborate just a little bit about this? Because I think it is very much related to what is happening in India as well. But maybe if you elaborate upon it a little bit, people would probably understand what self-colonization is.
Yes, self-colonization is the concept of Alexander Kiosev, a Bulgarian historian. And he formalized, or he put it the way that there is a kind of symbolic aspect of colonization. So there are, Eastern Europe is an example for him, for a kind of process that when a region is not occupied military or politically, but there is a kind of sense of inferiority which is generated in a much more subtle way, symbolical sense of deprivation. And he wrote about this process led back to the 19th century when Eastern European intelligence and aristocracy tried to contact with the Western European aristocracy intelligence, and they had to realize that they are seen as an inferior to them. And not just in many aspects, so there was a direct articulation of this inferiority face to face, but there was also a kind of experience of a complete lack of civilization model, because the modern civilization model here in Eastern Europe was built around the mid-19th century. So the bureaucratic system, all this kind of state apparatus was built in these times. So, and this is why I think it's very interesting, because you are in India, kind of understand this logic, because there are many things that was happening there, not in a totally similar way, but there are a lot of similarities with these aspects. And I don't think that you can hear about this issue anywhere. And it's very important because the EU recently is in a crisis for 4 years. And a lot of these issues of this crisis are not just economical issues, but this social issues is based on these kind of processes and conditions, which led back to the historical process, how this region was established, like Eastern Europe as a concept.
Thank you very much. I hope it has clarified, because I mean I just thought that mostly people in India will basically confuse it with British colonial period and how they colonized us. But self-colonization, as you said, is something different. I mean, it is basically the way people colonize themselves in terms of the, as you said, the Western civilization. Sort of.
It was a kind of modernization model which was proposed by local elites. This is why self-colonization, and not the whole elites, but a fraction of the elite. So not everyone. It was. It goes much deeper. You know, it's like interest which was interfered or totally against each other. But it was a kind of process where the local elites colonized themselves, and they introduced it in the self-perception of a society. Actually, you know, it's how the literature, the science, the social science is also built on many of these premises. So
I think it is the similar process is going on today in India as well, in terms of the especially the intellectuals, especially the liberals in India, who are basically trying to just copy the liberals, the neoliberals from the West, and then basically passing it on to the majority of people in India as well. First, they are colonizing themselves as the neoliberals or the liberals in India, and then they're passing it on to the other people in India as well. So it's more or less the same kind of process that you explained that went on in Eastern Europe in the later 19th century, I guess, but more or less the same thing in India as well at this time.
A bit different, but there are a lot of similarities. A bit very
not exactly the same. Not exactly the same. Yeah.
But there is something very common with us. So it's. I think it's very. I bring this because it's something that you can also join, and if you want, you can understand this position. So it's not so far India from Eastern Europe.
No, definitely not. Culturally as well, not too different. Oh, thank you very much. If anybody else.
Yes, thank you very much for Agnes. And if anybody has any questions for any of our speakers from all of them are here except for Maya. She had to leave because she had some other commitments. Sumit Kumar, Agnes, Mr. Zolt, and Ms. Sara Marcus are here. If you have any questions for any of them, you can unmute yourself and ask the questions. All right, it seems like nobody has any questions for them. All four of you, I would really like to thank you for being here, for sharing your knowledge. We had a lot of capacity from all of you. It was an amazing session. And again, we would really like to thank you for taking out some time to join us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I also need to go now because I have to hurry as well. I have some other things to do. So I will not be able to participate further.
Sorry for the disturbance. I'm sorry for the disturbance. There was some technical issue. I believe Mr. Srivastava wants to say something.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you, Sumit. Thank you, Agnes. Thank you, Sara, Zolt, everybody who has joined here, Maya, who is not here. I am really grateful to all of you that you have presented your papers here and you have given us a lot of information that we did not have. And I am sure people around here on this platform must have been benefited by these talks. And in case anybody wants any information, may please leave their message on the chat box, and we can revert back to all these speakers later and get the information from them and pass it on to you. So thank you, Agnes. Thank you, Sara. Thank you, Zolt. Thank you, Sumit, for joining us. And it was a great day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, thank you very much. And now we are going to move ahead with our schedule, and we are not going to have the presentations by the participants here. And for that, I would like to pass on the stage to Mr. D.S. Srivastava.
Mr. Suryanarayan, are you there? Mr. Suryanarayan, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am here. Can you continue with the paper presentation that was left out?
Okay, sir. Okay. I will.
Because we have some more speakers that we will do only at 6. You have a lot of time now, around 1.5 hours left now. So you can have the presentations from all the participants here. Whoever have presented their paper, let them please present.
Okay.
So you can give them a call and
I'll take it for 5 minutes, 5 or 3 minutes gap.
And please also inform your chairman, your webinar convener, and everybody to be here for the vote of thanks ceremony that will take. We will do it after the presentation, paper presentation, and after the 1 or 2 speakers for very short duration. They will be coming because they are busy in very high-level meeting somewhere. So they will be coming at around 6 o'clock. So we'll take some 5, 6, 7 minutes for both the speakers. And then, oh, okay, ma'am is here. Good evening, ma'am. I have not seen you. Dr. Kalyani, by 6 o'clock you must be here for the vote of thanks ceremony, because by then I expect everything to be over, all the paper presentations and everything. And I want all participants and paper presenters to be satisfied fully to their full extent. They should be satisfied. Let them present the paper, whether registration fees received, not received. I am repeating the same thing every day. Whether they have registered for the webinar or not, but if they want to present their paper for the hard work that they have done, let them please come out with it and let them present the paper.
Sure, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we'll meet you at 6 o'clock. Please complete the paper presentation by then.
Okay, sir. Okay. Very good evening to all. Now I request Dr. Radha Madam, Reader and HOD in Botany. Madam, we heartily welcome to our webinar program. Please present your paper.
Thank you. Good evening.
Radha Madam, are you there?
I am here only. I am.
Okay, Madam. Please continue your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, all of you. I am Dr. S. Radha, Department of Botany. The name of the topic is Ethics in Research Methodology. Introduction. Before writing even a simple research paper or making a major or minor research projects, research dissertation level should adhere the basic ethical principles of doing good and not to harm at any course of time. The research strategy consists of a number of components. The approach you adopt should reflect each of these components. A report is being prepared and presented as a part of consultancy projects. All types of organizations need a systematic supply of information coupled with the tools of analyzing for making sound decisions which involve minimal risk. In such conditions, research methodology play a paramount role. What is research? Research is the systematic and objective process of gathering, recording, interpretation, and analysis the data for decision making. Research that involves human subjects or participants raises unique and complex ethical, legal, social, and political issues. This cannot help the achieve informed consent, but also case the mind of the research participant, minimizing the potential for the distress, which is an important basic principle of research ethics. Observation, whether covert or overt, faces additional ethical considerations when compared with the use of surveys and structured covert observations, where the participants are unaware that your conditions. Research raises particular ethical issues. Most of the research that uses observation as a research, that research participants will be aware that we are observing them and should be known what you are observing in this sense. It should be possible, obtain informed, consistent consent from these individuals that you are observing participants may not have been given right to withdraw from your research, which is one of the basic principles of research ethics. Covert observations can be viewed as ethically problematic because it is a form of descriptive practice not only, but you may also be keeping the observation covert because you feel that respondents could be otherwise unwilling to take part in your research. Sometimes it is impossible to get informed consent to each participant. You do not have access to the contact details. It may be difficult to get informed consent later on, as well as get permission to use or publish any data you have collected. For example, quotations, sometimes what was said, specific facts discussed, etc. This could be geoparadising the productions of data and individuals confidentially, which is the basic principles of research ethics, informed and in-depth interviews. Compared with the structural interviews and surveys, there is a potential greater uncertainty for research participants when facing partly informed and in-depth interviews. Some recommendations, like in many nations or universities without research faculty is not recommended for the next increment or promotion. It should be applied in good industrial as matter as of principle. Faculty may be made polish at least 2 research papers and participate in 2 conferences or workshops or symposiums. With introduce of computers and internet and the latest software like SPSS, B Sigma, etc., the secondary research has become easy and faculty should keep at least with the latest software available and it be user friendly and should be confidently. Thank you, our principal, Madam Kalyani Garu, Physics HOD, Dr. Radha Krishna Garu, Physics Senior Lecturer, Jaipal Garu, and last not least, Srivastava Garu, to giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. You are giving a nice talk. Thank you so much. Please mute yourself. Now I request Dr. VVS Prasadrav Patnaik Garu, reader and HOD in computer science. He is the co-author of one paper which is written by our chairperson, Dr. G.A. Kalyani Garu, who is the principal of our college. Now I request Dr. VVS Prasadrav Patnaik Garu, please present your paper. Sir, hearty welcome to our webinar program. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Sudan Garu. Am I audible?
You are welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible and visible.
Yes, please allow me to share my presentation.
Okay, sure. Sir, your presentation is not visible.
How can I cut it? It's on my desktop. Mr. Sunarana?
Sir?
It's on my desktop. How can I cut it?
You are share your presentation with viewers.
Yes, I just click on it.
But it is not visible here.
It's on my desktop, sir.
Sir, but it is not visible here.
Is there any way to get it?
So, Ruchi madam, are you there?
Sir, in the top file edit menu is there, sir. Here, then share button is there.
Where, sir?
On the top.
Menu, then share on the top. File edit menu share is there, sir.
I couldn't find it.
From the right side corner. On the top, sir.
No, sir. Not. I didn't find anything.
Sir, you may find
Pardon me?
Sir, you may please find the present now option.
Yes, I clicked on it. But I get only 3 options. Only 3 options I get.
Present now button. Present now. Touch on present now.
Yes, I have clicked it.
Okay. Sir, slowly do that. Then you can share your.
I found three options only: your entire screen, a window, a Chrome tab.
Sir, you go through present now.
Yes, I clicked on it.
But it is not visible here.
Sir, you please click on window. Sir, you please click on window, or you got three options. Am I right?
No, on window also there is no.
Window or screen, I like that.
Sir, meanwhile, give another chance, another person to present their paper. In the meanwhile,
Okay. Now I request. Okay, sir. You will come back. You will come back again. We will give the chance. Now I request Shastri Garu, Vijay Shastri Garu, Assistant Professor in Physics, Department of Physics. Please present your paper. Sir, VVS sir, please mute yourself. Sir, VVS sir, please mute yourself. Now I request V. Jagannath Shastri Garu. Hello? Hello? Shastri Garu is there? Shastri Garu is there? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Jagannath Sastri is visible on the screen, sir.
No, he is not visible.
Jagannath
Shastri Garu. Shastri Garu, please unmute yourself. Shastri Garu, please unmute yourself. Hello? Shastri Garu. Hello, Shastri Garu, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Okay, now you can speak. Now you can speak.
Hello.
Shastri Garu, now you can present your paper.
Okay, thank you, Suryanarayan Garu. Good morning to all of you. My name is V. Jagannath Sastri. I am working as assistant professor in physics, Mamar College, and respected our sirs Kalyani Madam Garu and convener DBRK Murthy Garu, coordinator Jaypal sir, and our Tejasvi Asispa Foundation team. Good evening to all of you. Now, I would like to explain the research methodology concept, fundamentals of research. Research is an attitude of inquiry and systematic, scholarly application of scientific method. Now, I would like to explain the types of the researches. First one is following research. Any research making persistent effort to discover truth and something new to enrich human knowledge is called fundamental research. Second one is applied research. Applied research is based open the application of known theories and models to the actual operational fields or population. Third one is the descriptive research and analytical research. Descriptive research is the description of the state of affairs as it exists of present. It includes surveys and fact-finding inquiries of different kinds. Quantitative research, fourth one is quantitative research is based on the measurement of quantity. It is applicable in terms of quantity. Fifth one is conceptual and empirical research. Conceptual research is related to some abstract idea or theory. One of the most important simple in language, especially as it related to the research is the concept. Next, sixth one is action research. Action research is similar to applies or practical research. It is usually a post of big research program. It is mainly related to the actual operations connected with an event or problem. Seventh one is ex post facto research. Ex post facto research is systematic empirical inquiry in which the researcher doesn't have direct control of independent variables because of their manifestation have already occurred. And eighth one is survey of research. Survey of research is the most popular scientific method for discovering relevant impact and interrelationship of socio-politics and psychological variable from given population. Ninth one is laboratory of experimental research. The research of this type is confined to only laboratory experiments. Only the basic feature of such research is that there exists a possibility of exercising control over independent variables. Field investment research. It is a research study in a realistical situation in which one or more independent variables are manipulated by experimenter under carefully controlled conditions as the situations. And the 11th one is evaluation research. Evaluation research is a systematic collection of the information about activities and outcomes of actual program. It is primarily directed to evaluate the performance of the development program and the impact of the program. There are three types of the evaluations. One is concurrent evaluation. It is counting and containing the process of inspection of the project that has been launched. Second one is periodic or phase evaluation. It takes a place at different stages of performance of the project in the research. Then third one is terminal evaluation. It is the final phase of the project once the project has been completed. These are the three evaluations in our evaluation research. And second part of prerequisites of research. The prerequisites of research, I just only telling the headings of the prerequisites of the research. First one is planning, and second one is guidance, third one is experts, fourth one is training, fifth one is finance, and sixth one is references, seventh one is library, and eighth one is research journals. These are the prerequisites of the research. And third part is important steps for research. The important steps for research is first one, identification of the problem, and second one, discussion regarding the proposal of action, and third one, constructing the hypothesis, fourth one, collection of data, and fifth one, presentation of data, and sixth one is analyzation of the data. These are the 6 important steps involving in research. And the fourth part is hypothesis. Here, the hypothesis is 3 types: descriptive hypothesis, analytical hypothesis, and logical hypothesis. The sources of the hypothesis are general culture, scientific theory, analogies, personal experience. These are the important sources of hypothesis. And fifth part is typing of the report. Typing sheets must be clean, distinct, and legible. Second one, strike over should not be made. Third one, typing must be one-sided. Fourth one, heading should be typed in center. Paragraphs, quotations, footnotes should be mentioned in appropriate and appropriate place. Ditto mark should not be used. An efficient typist should be engaged. After typing, the researcher should read it carefully. All copies of the report must be legible. When the types of the report is ready, the researcher should check it carefully and make some corrections if errors are found. So, the following features of the report should be types in the research method. First one is title page, B, acknowledgement, C, table of content, D, list of the tables, E, list of the figures, F, different chapters, G, quotations, H, footnotes, I, tables, J, figures, K, bibliography, and L, appendix, M, last one is index. In this way, research process, another components of the learnings involve promoting learning aptitude, reading skills, study skills, survey the textbooks, introductions, read the contents, index, glossary, dictionary, concept mapping, outlining, note making, note taking, summarizing. In summarizing, the internal concepts are survey, question, read, recall, review, and the last one is declaration of the results. These are the fundamental aspects of the research. Okay. Now, I would like to telling some particular ways. In this way, research process, another components, learnings involves the promoting learning, aptitude learning, reading skills, studying skills. These are the fundamentals of the research methods. and research aptitude also. So thank you for this. This is the total information about fundamentals of the research methodology. Thank you for this opportunity giving by Tejasvi Assista Foundation and our organizing committee. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Shastri Garu. You are giving the nice presentation. Please mute yourself.
Okay.
Now, VVS sir, are you ready?
Yeah, I will try. Just I want to.
Okay.
Is it coming?
Okay, now it. Yes. Now it is okay. Yes, sir. You will be continue.
Thank you very much, sir. This is Sundaran Garu. And
you are mostly welcome, sir. You are mostly welcome.
I would like to thank all the organizing committee, Tejasvi Assista Foundation, and all the co-delegates who are present here. In fact, I am from mathematics. I did my mathematics MSc in applied mathematics, MPhil in magnetohydrodynamics, fluid dynamics, and surprisingly, I joined on FDP to pursue PhD in engineering mathematics. Ultimately, I got a PhD in statistics. And today, I am very privileged to present a paper with the full support of Dr. G.A. Kalyani, Principal, MRA College, Vijayanagaram. And as a person belongs to mathematics, I did my research in so many areas of mathematics. But as this is the multidisciplinary webinar, that international webinar, I have chosen this topic to present a small paper. My title of my paper is Impact of COVID-19 on Academic Research, Need for Research on the Pandemics and Learning from it. And I drafted the abstract like this. The world is fighting against COVID-19 and economies across the globe have declared a lockdown. Work from home has been a need for, especially for service organization. Following government and UGC instructions, even the academic institutions had to shut down temporarily, affecting academic delivery. Thus, they had to find new alternatives to academic delivery, and virtual classes were the way forward. Besides this, much affected field is research and development. And among the research, academic research and non-academic research, there are two branches. Academic research in general and research on the travel paths of COVID-19 demanded a deep study into it. In the present paper, we, both the authors, have attempted to study the impact of lockdown on research aspects. Already so many persons, research persons and already paper presenters have defined what is research, but according to the Advanced Learners Dictionary, it is a careful investigation for inquiry, especially through search for new facts in any branch of knowledge. That we have to define. If we have to define what is an academic research, it comprises of defining and redefining problems, formulating hypotheses or suggested solutions, collecting, organizing and evaluating data, making deductions and reaching conclusions, and the last carefully testing the conclusions to determine whether they fit the formulating hypothesis or not. And so many persons, they want to pursue research, but the main motivation may be one of the following. What makes people to undertake research? This is a question of fundamental importance. The possible motivates for doing research may be either one or more of the following. Desire to get a research degree along with its consequential benefits, like the basic qualification for a lecturership, like that. And desire to face the challenge in solving the unsolved problems, that is concerned about practical problems, initiates research. Desire to get intellectual joy of doing some creative work. Desire to be service to society. and desire to get respect from the society. And regarding the research methodology also, so many speakers, they have emphasized what type of research methodology is to be adapted to solve a research problem. And mainly, I took only two branches, like to create awareness on the need of methodology irrespective of the discipline for research studies, and to make them to prepare themselves, researchers, to face the unforeseen difficult situations like pandemics, just we are now facing all over the world. And regarding our problem, the initiatives on research on the pandemic, that is COVID-19. The outbreak of the COVID-19 disease has posed great challenges to the worldwide economy and people's daily lives, and will have far-reaching consequences beyond the spread of the disease. But at the same time, on the positive side, the crisis is also a strong driver of creativity and innovation. Indeed, if examined closely, one can observe abundant creativity and innovation emerging at the national, institutional, organizational, and individual levels within the countries affected by the COVID-19. And an imperative research focus on actions that can save lives now. The Global Research and Innovation Forum recently held during February 2020 at Geneva. They have suggested 8 branches as research methodology to observe the path of the COVID-19. And one among that, first one is Mobilize. Mobilize research on rapid point of care diagnosis for use at the community level. And this is critical to be able to quickly identify sick people, treat them, and better estimate how widely the virus has spread. And second point is immediately assess available data to learn what standard of care approaches from China and elsewhere are the most effective. There is an imperative to optimize standard of care given to patients and different stages of the disease, and take advantages of all available technological innovations to improve survival and recovery. And the third point is evaluate as fast as possible the effect of adjunctive and supportive therapies. The global research community need to understand what other adjunctive treatments that can currently be used. We currently have at our disposal that may help with the standard of care provided to patients, including the quick evaluation of interventions such as steroids and high flow of oxygen. And fourth point is optimize. Just optimize the use of protective equipment and other infection prevention and control measures in healthcare and community settings. It is critical to protect healthcare workers and the community from transmission and create a safe working environment. It's a very, very important point to have. One should keep it in mind. And review all the evidences available to identify animal, because there is a saying that most of the viruses, the hosts are animals. So to prevent continued spillover and to better understand the virus transmissibility in different contexts over time, the severity of disease and who is more susceptible to infection, understanding transmission dynamics would help us appreciate the full spectrum of the disease in terms of the risk groups and the conditions that make the disease more severe, as well as the effectiveness of certain public health interventions. And sixth point is accelerate the evaluation of investigational therapeutics and vaccines by using master protocols, rapidly developing master protocols for clinical trials. Those will accelerate the potential to assess the workers, and what does not improve collaboration and competition across different studies, streamline ethics, review and optimize the evaluation of new investigational drugs, vaccines, and diagnostics. And next one is maintain a high degree of communication and interaction among funders so that critical research is implemented. Funders reiterated their current financial commitments to track this outbreak and agreed that the firm would help to coordinate existing investments and inform mobilization of additional resources in the coming days, weeks, and months. And last but not the least, broadly and rapidly share virus materials, clinical samples and data for immediate public health purposes. It was agreed that the virus materials, clinical samples, and associated data should be rapidly shared for immediate public health purposes, and that fair and equitable access to any medical products or innovations that are developed using the materials must be part of such sharing. And these 8 points the Geneva meeting has suggested, and from the website we have took the data of the COVID-19 at as on 9/7/2020. This shows that in which state the rapid development of the pandemic shown in this picture. And the second one is map of active cases as on 11th July 2020. And this map shows that map of confirmed cases as on 9/7/2020. And this map of deaths due to the pandemic as on 11th July 2020. And this is the summary of the recent maps I have shown. The virus strain, the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, which is called SARS-CoV-2. Location is India, study of location is India. First outbreak is observed in Wuhan, China, and in India it is Kerala. Data 30th January 2020, and still it is ongoing. Confirmed cases, active cases, recovered cases, deaths, and fatality rate is 2.69 as on 11th July 2020. And this data is collected from the government website of 28 states and 7 union territories. And I would like to conclude with the COVID-19 crisis has suggested that it may not always be the case that time is needed to develop a creative and innovative response, and creativity can nevertheless thrive under these conditions. Targeted research priorities in each research, the matrix areas are to be identified beyond the immediate research actions. A clear-cut roadmap with immediate and mid-long term priorities are to be built to robust global research response. And importantly, there should be a descriptive pledge to collaboration, solidarity, and to equitable access to all innovations developed. And just to have collected the data from this, and with the help of the principal madam, who is an expert in statistics, we would like to explore the statistical tools to analyze this data, which shows the rapid growth of and the curve of the pandemic COVID-19. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. And I must thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, V.S. Patnaik, sir. You are giving the right information at right situation. Now our world is facing the COVID-19 problem. I would also like to extend my thanks to Dr. G.A. Kalyani Garu. So he is the main author of this paper. Thank you very much, madam. You are giving the good information for our nation. Now I request Vijayveni madam, please present your paper. She is the scholar, Department of Journalism, Andhra University. Vijayveni madam, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So 1 minute, madam. I request all remaining participants, please mute your video and audio. Sanyas Rao sir, your video is creating some disturbance. Please mute it. Now I request Vijayveni madam garu, please continue your talk. Hello. Hello, Vijayveni madam. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Okay, okay. You are welcome, madam. Hearty welcome. You will be continue your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, one and all. Myself, Vijayavani from Visakhapatnam, presently working as guest faculty in dance department of Andhra University. I am a PhD scholar and pursued MPhil in Kuchipudi dance from Potti Sriramulu Telugu University. I have been organizing dance institute from past 30 years named Natarajan Chiniketan. Today I am going to present on the influence of performing arts on present generation. As we all know that today's children are tomorrow's citizens. The importance of our history, culture, and tradition is presented to our younger generation in various ways. Pardon me, sir. I'm trying to present the PPT.
Sannyasrao sir, please mute yourself. Sir, please mute yourself. Sir, please mute your video. Madam, is there any problem? Vijayavani madam?
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir. I'm going to setting the PPT, sir.
Okay, how much time it will be taken?
Just 1 minute, sir.
Sir, Sannyasrao sir, please mute yourself. Your video is visible. Sir, okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Research methodology. It is a highly intellectual human activity used in the investigation of nature, matter, deals specifically with the manner in which data is collected, analyzed, and interpreted. As our Aarti Nirmal madam, one of our today's speaker, have mentioned that the theoretical knowledge learned until graduate levels should be implemented the practical knowledge in a creative way according to the present society. These are the types of research methodology. The methods can be used according to the research goal, as the data from different methods will be different in quality and quantity. I have chosen observation method where it helped me in collecting richer information, as it is categorized as quantitative method. With the experience of 30 years running my own institute, I have observed and noted some improvements in my students' career, knowledge, and fitness-wise. We have several performing arts in our country like dance, music, and drama. I'm going to discuss about the origin.
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me.
Sir.
Dr. KRG Garu, please mute yourself. Sir, Dr. KRG Garu, please mute yourself. Okay, madam, to be continued.
Okay, sir. I'm going to discuss about the origin, benefits, and importance of dance. This is a communication tool through which we can share the moral stories in audio and visual way to all kinds of people in our society. Natya is formed by extracting literature from Rigveda, music from Samaveda, Abhinayam from Yajurveda, and Rasas from Atharvana Veda, and form a fifth Veda called as Natya Veda by Lord Brahma for the sake of Loka Kalyanam. The concept of Natya filled with the moral stories of sacred epics and itihasas like the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Bhagavatam. Around the 13th century, the Natya Shastra was written by Bharata Muni. He described dance with 11 parts and 36 chapters as Natya Veda. Nachaveda Sangraham, which is authentical to all the Kuchipudi, to all the classical dance forms of India, like Kuchipudi from Andhra Pradesh, Bharatanatyam, Tamil Nadu, Manipuri, Manipur, Kathak, UP, Kathakali and Mohiniyattam, Kerala, Odissi, Odisha, and Chau from Assam. Rasa Bhavabhinayascha Dharmi Vritti Pravurtayaha Siddhiswara Tadatodhyam Ganam Rangascha Sangraha. The principles of governing techniques of Indian dance and stage presentation are as follows. Modes of presentation. Dharmis. We have two dharmis like Lokadharmi and Nachadharmi. And styles. Vrittis. We have 4 vrittis. And types of acting Abhinaya, Chaturvida Abhinaya. Angika, Vachaka, Satvika, and Ahara Abhinaya. Brain activity. There is a theory where people are recognized according to the brain activity. In 1960, Roger W. Sperry, Nobel Prize winner, has conducted the research about the brain activity. The left brain is more verbal, analytical, and better at things like reading, writing, and computations. The right brain is more visual and referred as analog brain. It has more creativity. In order to bring a balance between the two sides of brain activity, we need to spend time on reading, writing that never stops us from learning and taking a new hobby like dance. Dukkarthanam, Sramarthanam, Sokarthanam, Tapasvinam. Visranti Jananam Kale, Nachame, Tad Bhavishati. The rhythmic exercise with a unique characteristic of amplifying mind-body coordination, perfect way of staying fit and in shape, where the strength and flexibility is improved. Culture and tradition is easily presented to our younger generation in an entertainment way. Stress reliever. When a person is relieved from stress and free from tensions, either free from work or home, can be stay in a positive way, where the pleasant environment is created around the person. When a person performs on stage, where the stage fear is reduced, with the appreciations received from the audience, help the person to improve self-confidence, where the discipline is adopted automatically. The real talent and capability of the person is exposed and makes him or her as a complete person. I have been working as dance instructor in Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College and Vishaka Government Degree College for Women. The government has introduced the add-on course scheme to the academic curriculum, as these have additional benefits like younger generation can carry right attitude and build human relations. I would like to conclude that we have equal role and responsibility in providing our younger generation our traditional values and arts, in developing them as an individual as well as our beloved country. Thank you for giving this opportunity, Tejashwi Astitva Foundation and Maharaja College of Vizianagaram. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Garu. You are giving a nice information. Thank you so much. You mute yourself. Now I request RVSN Umadevi Madam Garu, Assistant Professor in Chemistry, Department of Chemistry, Maharajas College, Vizianagaram. Now I request Umadevi Madam Garu. Madam, are you there?
Yes. Sunarayan Garu.
Okay. Okay, madam. Madam, you are heartily welcome to our webinar program. Please present your paper.
Thank you. Good evening, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the Tejaswi Astitva Foundation, Principal of our MR College, D.A. Kalyani Madam Garu, and all the organizing members of this webinar for giving me this opportunity to present a paper. And the topic of, I am RVSN Umadevi, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, MR College. And the topic of my paper is Research Methodology and Career Opportunities. Research is an investigation of finding solution to scientific and social problems through systematic analysis. It is done with the help of experimental study, collection of data, observation, analysis, and comparison. It can lead to new contributions to the existing knowledge. The research defined as a logical, scientific, and systematic search for new and useful information on a specific topic. It is investigation of finding solution to specific problem. The main aim of research is to find out the truth which is hidden and which has not been discovered as yet. The frequently used methods of research include observation, surveys, interviews, focus on groups, experiments, and data analysis. These are the following types of educational research. Descriptive. The one is descriptive, which includes surveys, historical, content analysis, and qualitative analysis, both ground theory and case study. The second one is associational, which includes correlational and causal comparative. And the third one is intervention, and which includes experimental, quasi-experimental, action research. These are the 6 factors which are important for the right research methodology, which are goal, statistical significance, quantitative versus qualitative data, sample size, timing, and availability of existing information. A key part of the thesis is the methodology. It describes the broad philosophical underpinning to our chosen research methods, including whether we are using qualitative or quantitative methods. Methodology involves specific techniques that are adopted in research process to collect, assemble, and evaluate data. Surveys, questionnaires, interviews, experiments are the common tools of research. It is a way to systematically solve a research problem. It is a science of studying how research is done scientifically. Research ethics are important for a number of reasons. They promote the aims of research, such as expanding knowledge. They support the values required for collaborative work, such as mutual respect and fairness. This is essential because scientific research depends on collaboration between researchers and groups. The research ethics are honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, openness, respect for intellectual property, confidentiality, and responsible publication. Probably the most common question that researchers ask is, what are the options after my PhD? And this can be a tricky question to answer in general terms. Broadly speaking, the options are, one is an academic career, second one is a research career outside of academia, and other one is working for yourself. A job outside of research but related to the subject area of research, for example, teacher, a social scientist, etc. A job outside of the subject area but using some of the technical skills that we learned as a part of our research may be useful. There are a small number of schemes which offer a PhD entry level route. Many doctoral and postdoctoral researchers would say that an academic career is where they see their future lying. Nowadays, to achieve highest positions in academic line requires PhD degree and publications. A quality research with high ethical values can only give an excellent career either in academic route or in administrative line. Thank you all of you, and thanking you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. You are giving the nice presentation. Now I request Sri B. Nageshwar Rao Garu. I think he is the very well participant asking so much questions to the speakers. He is working as a school teacher, but he is good enthusiasm. Now I request B. Nageshwar Rao Garu, please present your paper.
Thank you, Surya Narayana Garu. Thank you, Surya Narayana Garu. This is Nageshwar Rao Bhogapurapu. Today I want to present my paper on perfect numbers. You are all know about the perfect numbers. That is invented by Mr. Euclid. Perfect number, let me explain what is the perfect number. Perfect number is nothing but, sir, are you audible? Is it audible, sir?
You are audible, sir.
Sir, is it?
You are audible and visible.
Thank you, sir. Sir, perfect number is nothing but if the sum of all divisors is equal to the double of the number, then it is called as perfect number. Let me give an example. Or suppose if you take 6, then the divisors of 6 are 1, 2, 3 and 6. If you add all these divisors, we can get 12, which is double to the 6. All numbers cannot like this. Okay. So if a number, the sum of the divisors of the number is double to that number, then it is called as perfect number. Am I clear, sir? Okay, right. So these perfect numbers are invented by Mr. Euclid, and the perfect numbers are 30 or 35 around, invented from today, till today. Okay, and there is a question, unsolved question is there. What is that? Is there any odd perfect number? It is an unsolved question. All the perfect numbers invented till today are even numbers. But the question is there exists any odd perfect number? So many persons and so many scientists, so many mathematicians are trying to solve this problem. And I too search on this and I too try to prepare a solution for this question. And I find something new. So I wanted to explain that. Okay, sir? Sir, I am going to share my screen.
Your screen is not visible, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to screen. Sir, is it visible, sir? The screen?
No. Your picture only visible.
Sure. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Now it is loading.
Okay, right, sir.
Yes,
Is it visible, sir, now? Yeah.
Yes.
This is my research. Okay, thank you, sir. So before going to explain my research, let me explain some notation which I have found. That natural numbers can be and classification. We have so many numbers, sir, that are even numbers and odd numbers. I classified the even numbers and odd numbers as pure even numbers and impure even numbers. Again, odd numbers as pure odd numbers and impure odd numbers. These are new notations. I have invented that. What is a pure even number? If a number can be explained as 2 power something, it is called as pure even number. For suppose 2 cube, that is 8. So 8 is a pure even number. Are all even numbers pure even numbers? No. For example, 10. 10 can be expressed as 2 into 5. That is 2 power 1 into 5 power 1. So 10 is produced with these 2 and 5, with these two prime numbers. So if a number produced only with the 2 and its exponents, it is called pure even number. Am I clear, sir? Right. And what is the impure even number? Impure even number is nothing but if a number polluted, if an even number 2 into something is polluted with some other odd perfect number, the odd prime number, it is called impure even number. For example, 12. 12 is nothing but 4 into 3. So 2 square is polluted with the 3. Okay. So then that is called 4 into 3. 4 3 is 12. So the 12 cannot be expressed as 2 power something, not only. 2 power 2 into 3 power 1. So that is impure even number. As like as saying that pure odd number and impure odd number. What is the pure odd number? Pure odd number is nothing but if a number produces only with an odd perfect number and its exponent is called pure odd number. Let me, is it clear, sir? For example, 3 power something, 3 power 3 square equal to 9 is a pure odd number because there is no another prime number. Okay, for suppose 15, if we take 15, that is not a pure odd number. Why? Because 15 is impured with 3 and 5. So the product of 3 and 5, there is 2 prime numbers. So 3 and 5, so 15 is not a pure odd number. It is impure odd number. Okay, right, sir? Just I classified it, sir. And impure odd numbers and pure odd numbers I have explained, and perfect number and my views. So perfect number I have explained what is the perfect number, and the question is also explained by me that is there any odd perfect number? Actually, I want to find the solution to the question. Okay, I have do some research and I made 2 theorems. The first theorem is the sum of all positive divisors, a pure even number, never and can't be expressed as n tenths of the pure even number. Let me explain n tenths of the pure even number. Before going to do this, we have to it is better to explore our idea to the perfect number to another n-fact number. What is n-fact number? So here n-fact number is also invented by me. What is n-fact number? If you see the perfect number, the sum of all divisors is double to that number. This is called perfect number. If, for example, if the sum of the all divisors is triple to that number, then what is called? So I named it as trifect number. If the sum of all divisors equal to the same number, then it is called trifect number. Is there existed any trifect number? Yes, 120. If you take the 120 divisors and add and get the sum of all 120 divisors, then we can say that is trifect number. Okay, I named it, sir, and I elaborated this concept. Okay, so is there any 4-fact number? Is there any 5-fact number in the number system? I try to find that, and I find that 120 is a trifect number. And is there any n-fact number? What means? That means if the sum of all divisors of a number, if it is equal to n times to that same number, it is called as n-fact number. Can you? Is it clear, sir? Thank you. Right.
Yes.
So, yeah. So I wanted to find, is it possible to find any n-fact number? In my research, I find that there is no any n-fact number. I mean, perfect number or trifect number or 4-fact number or 5-fact number, etc. as n-fact number where n belongs to n. There is no n-fact number in pure even numbers and in the set of pure odd numbers also. So that is the result of my research work, sir. Here I present all the equations, what I have done here. I don't want to use Florey language because you are all aware about this. So I told about this one. Okay, sir. So if you go through these equations, you can conclude that there is no perfect number in pure odd numbers. There is no perfect number in pure even numbers also. I find that, sir. So if you please go through the all equations, you can conclude that also. So this is trifect numbers and n-fact numbers, and this is 120 is a trifect number. So I want to go to conclusion. Are there any odd perfect numbers? So this is an unsolved question in mathematics today. This paper contains all my theorems and findings about this unsolved question. Though I didn't solve the question completely, but I did solve it partially. Yes. With this research, I have also extended the idea of perfect number as 3-fact number, 4-fact number, 5-fact number, and as n-fact number, where n belongs to n. My major findings in this research are there is no perfect number in pure even numbers or in pure odd numbers. And there is no n-fact number which is invented by me in pure even numbers or in pure odd numbers. And for this paper, I invented the following terms: pure even numbers, impure even numbers, pure odd numbers, and impure odd numbers, pure divisions and impure divisions. Here I want to clarify that what is the pure division. Pure division is nothing but if a division leaves a remainder as 0, then it is called as pure division. And perfect number, I already explained about this one, and this is n-fact number also I have already explained it, sir. So this is my presentation, sir, and I am very thankful to all of you and Tejasvi Asthitva Foundation, and I am very proud to say that I am one of the former students of MIA College, and I am very happy to share my thoughts and my research papers to you, to all of you with the dignitaries. So thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, Nageswara Garu. We have a wonderful talk from your side. Thank you so much. Please mute yourself. Now I request Dr. Sitaramamurthy Garu. Are you there? Sir, Dr. Sitaramamurthy Garu, are you there? Now I request Dr. KRG Seshigaru from Government Degree College, Vijayawada. I request to deliver some few words regarding this webinar program.
Sir, namaste, sir.
Yes.
Namaste, everybody, sir. Madam and
thank you, sir. We are heartily welcome you, sir.
First of all, thank you, sir. First of all, the great man, founder, chairman, and director Garu, Dr. Srivastava Garu, and the organizers of this seminar.
Sir, excuse me for 1 minute. Excuse me for 1 minute. Dr. Sitaram, sir, after completion of Dr. Shesh Kumar's speech, then you will come. Sir, Sitaramamurthy sir, after completion of Shesh Kumar talk, then you will come.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, Sheshu sir, please continue. Sir, Dr. Sheshu sir, you will be continue.
Sir, may I continue, sir?
Okay, you will be continue. Yes, you will be continue.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I am from Vijayawada, sir. My college is SRL CVR Government College. I am Telugu lecturer. I would like to speak about the research methodology, the trends and values and ethics in a brief manner. Sir, research methodology has become very popular nowadays. The sources have been increased, and when the Google and internet facility is available, it is very easy to perform a better research. That's why what is research methodology means it's a method of research. Which is the best method? That is the method following the scientific approach and basic facts approach and finding to the truth and finding something new and valid statement. That is the main aspects of research methodology, sir. It should be with scientific approach. It should be done with a social responsibility, sir. First of all, individual responsibility and also social responsibility is very essential for this research responsibility. Whenever are willing to do a research on a topic, we have to select a genuine topic and a valid topic and perform the research procedure in a right manner under the proper guidance of a senior professor, sir. That's why it is not a commercial aspect and regular routine aspect. It is a ఒక wonderful responsibility, wonderful opportunity to say something and to find out something for the better status of the society. That's why the trend is very popular and very mechanical, but actually the standards should be increased, sir. Number of scholars have been increased, number of topics have been increased, but the findouts are very less. Findouts are repeated. The content in the research papers are maybe repeated in some way. That's why the plagiarism should be controlled. That means the plagiarism should be observed by the concerned authorities. That's why by reducing the plagiarism and copying and cut-paste system, that's why we have to improve the quality and standards of the research, sir. Now I am talking about the values. Research values means individual responsibility, sir. Everybody should not go on biased method or regional, religious and communal and groupism without the biased approach. That's why everybody should be objective. Research should be objective always, and also not only for the content. As we are lecturers in daily life, our main profession is teaching the higher education students. That's why we have to keep in touch with the research methodology as a continuous learner in the research field of research. That's why we should implement the research methodology in every chapter and every topic in our daily syllabus and chapter-wise syllabus of our subject. That's why whenever a teacher goes with a perfect methodology in a research approach, then only the teaching of that content, the purpose of the content, the purpose of the syllabus should be performed, sir, and should be successful, sir. That's why, and also last, it should not be commercial or benefit oriented. Some persons who have taken research for promotions or better scales or better, that's why that trend should be eradicated. That trend is not good for the society, sir. Research is a holy thing. Research is a divine thing. I mean, that means we love the research. We should do the research in a perfect manner with integrity and honesty, sir. Then it is our responsibility to make some truthful facts, to make the statements which are useful for the future generations. That's why a research scholar is a very important person for the society as well as our nation and all over the world, sir. That's why we should give a message by doing a research, sir. That's why ethics means copying and testing should be controlled and no bias, and message for the better society
Sir,
is more
excuse me.
important, and every research should be useful for the common people also. Common people and every
Sir, excuse me.
benefit of every result and every statement of research should be reached to the fruits of the research should be reached to the every person from top to bottom. That's why research is a great responsibility and research is a big and valid task. That's why all of us should focus on research methodology while not only in the PhD acquiring and also in professional life and while teaching the higher education chapters and syllabus for making the students for as better citizens and useful citizens for the development of our Bharat Desh. That's why I conclude the research methodology topic by this statement, sir. And once again, very, very thanks to the organizers and also Srivastava sir and also Sudha madam and everybody who are behind this successful webinar and international webinar. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. KRJ Sesh garu, thank you so much for your wonderful talk. Now I request Dr.
Thank you.
S. Sitaramamurthy garu, retired lecturer, Payakravpeta. Sir Sitaramamurthy sir, are you there? Dr. Sitaramamurthy sir, please unmute yourself. Sir Seshu sir, please mute yourself.
Sir, good evening, sir. Suryanarayan garu, I am ready to.
Seshu sir, please mute yourself.
Suryanarayan garu, good evening, sir.
Okay, sir.
This
Who
is
is this one?
This is
Sitaramamurthy sir.
Hello.
Uma Maheshwar.
I am ready.
Okay,
I am
okay,
ready to present my
okay,
paper,
Uma Maheshwar.
sir.
Okay, now I request Dr. P. Uma Maheshwar Garu, Assistant Professor in Sanskrit, Dr. V.S. Krishna College, Visakhapatnam. Sir, hearty welcome, sir. You will be present your paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Shriyah Kantaya Kalyan.
Mostly welcome, sir. Mostly welcome.
Sir, okay. Shriyah Kantaya Kalyana Nidaye Dhinam Sri Venkata Nivasaya Srinivasaya Mangalam. Sabhai Namaha. Respected Principal Madam, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, organizing committee and Tejasvi Astitva Foundation members, good evening to all. So, I am Uma Maheshwar Rao, lecturer in Sanskrit at Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College. So, Adya, aham Srimad Bhagavatasya Mahatmyam ityasmin vishye aham parishodhana patram samarpayami. Srimad Bhagavatam Puraneshu unnata sthanam adhikaroti. Asya grandhasya kartrutva vicharaha kalanirnayo va name nibandhasya vishayaha. ऐतिहासिका एव तत्र प्रमाणं केवलमस्य ग्रन्थस्य महत्त्वेषु किञ्चिन् मात्रमधिकृत्य द्वित्राः शब्दाः कथयिष्यन्ते. भागवतस्य प्रथममहत्त्वं दशलक्षणरूपं तदा हि पुराणेषु सर्गश्च प्रतिसर्गश्च वंशो मन्वन्तराणि पुराणं पञ्चलक्षणम् इति पञ्चविषया वर्णयितव्या वर्तन्ते. परन्तु भागवतं न केवलं पंचलक्षणम् अपितु दशलक्षणं विद्यते. तथा चोक्तं भागवते द्वितीय स्कंदे एवमुक्तं तस्मा यदं भागवतं पुराणं दशलक्षणम् अत्र सर्गो विसर्गश्च स्थानं पोषणमोतयः मन्वन्तरेषानुकथा निरोधो मुक्तिराश्रयः. अत्र परमाश्रयस्य परब्रह्मणः परमात्मनः सम्यक् ज्ञानाय सर्ग प्रतिसर्गादीनां नवानां वर्णनं वर्तते न तु तदेव मुख्यम्.
Dr. Pola?
Yes, madam.
I'm sorry, I would have to interrupt you here. We have a very special guest with us who has joined us, and we would have to go ahead with his presentation now. I would like to introduce you all to Dr. Ajay Upadhyay.
Already I talked to Sudha madam already about this paper.
You cannot hear me?
Already talked to Sudha madam about this paper.
Sir, we will give you a chance
Sir,
to speak
actually,
after Dr. Ajay Upadhyay's speech.
What, sir?
We will give you a chance to speak after Dr.
Sir,
Ajay
అక్కడ స్పెషల్ గెస్ట్ ఒకరు వచ్చారు.
Okay,
important person.
Definitely, sir. Sunan garu.
All
Okay,
right?
okay.
So now I would like to introduce you
Okay,
all
thank you,
to
sir. Thank you.
Ajay Upadhyay, who is the spokesperson from Indian National Congress. And
Okay.
Dr. Ajay Upadhyay, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? Sir, you are in mute. Could you please unmute your mic? Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are very pleased to have you here. How are you doing today?
Fine. Good evening, all of you.
Sir, we are very, very honored to have you here, and we all are very eager to hear your thoughts. So you may please continue with your presentation now.
Thank you, everyone. I am really grateful to Dr. D.N. Srivastav, Founder Chairman Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, and Dr. Sudha, already HOD of Hindi at Visakhapatnam Government College for Women, who is also the member secretary of Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, an NGO fighting for justice and right of order in India, who were kind enough to invite me here on this ground. This grand global platform where one of the most important topics is being discussed by senior experienced academicians and multi-talented personalities from across the world. The topic research methodology
trend, quality, ethics, and values is a very important subject to be dealt with in this country at various levels in order to get the finest produced in all fields. The researcher indulges himself in various activities in search of a specific information to get an answer to the question that necessitated to research and work hard to get an answer to achieve positive result. But the researcher faces tremendous problems, passes through difficult phases in the sad research, but ultimately the researcher remains satisfied from all angles. I am sure this webinar would help us to come out from all odds that a researcher come across. As a spokesman of Indian National Congress, it shall be my pleasure a report generated by the Mr. D.N. Srivastava, Dr. Shah Kairi, the convener and the entire organizing team from the outcome of this webinar and place it before the relevant authority interest of the researcher and research, especially in the interest of the nation. I am extremely glad to attend this program and would like to mention that Mr. D.N. Srivastava and Dr. Sudha are really social activists. They are working to help the poor and deprived people also work for the reformation in the health, education and human rights sector of society. Mr. Srivastava and his team, who is working 24/7 for the restoration of human rights of every person, not only in the country but in other countries as well. I congratulate Mr. Srivastava and Dr. Shah, their entire team. With them a grand success and assure all of you that I will be with you and shall put all my effort for the and all your sons which are totally selfless and are forever that would be each members in the country. I wish you all a grand success in this webinar. Thank you very much for giving opportunity on this occasion. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Upadhyaya.
Unmute karo.
Can you all hear me? Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Upadhyaya.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Upadhyaya, for being with us. And I'm grateful to you that you have spared the precious time from your work. I know you are coming from various news channels after having a lot of debate and shouting at the channels for various current affairs. So you must be exhausted also, must be tired also, but you have taken the pain to come here and assure us that whatever report that this webinar committee would be preparing for the welfare of the researchers and the research work, you will be taking it forward to the relevant forums at the government to make sure it is at least implemented to some extent. Thank you very much, and I would request you to be here with us for another 15-20 minutes if you have time, but I do not know whether you can spare that time or not. If you have time, please be with us, because we are going to close the program now, and it will be followed by vote of thanks and other things. If you can please stay here with us for 15-20 minutes so you can watch the program, watch the people, researchers who are presenting their papers also, that also you can see, and then we can part off after the vote of thanks. Please stay with us, sir. Thank you very much.
You continue. Okay, you continue. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay. We are very pleased and honored to have you here. And yours was an amazing speech. Thank you once again. And I know that I interrupted Dr. Pola's talk for accommodating Dr. Ajay's speech. Dr. Pola, you can continue with your speech now.
Sir, Pola Uma Mahesh, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will continue, sir.
Okay.
इति पंचविषया वर्णयित्वा वर्तन्ते परन्तु भागवतं न केवलं पंचलक्षणम् अपि तु दशलक्षणं विद्यन्ते तथा चोक्तं भागवते द्वितीयस्कन्धे तस्मा यदं भागवतं पुराणं दशलक्षणम् अत्र सर्गो विसर्गश्च स्थानं पोषणमोतयः मन्वान्तरेषानुकथा निरोधो मुक्तिराश्रयः अत्र परमाश्रयस्य परब्रह्मणः परमात्मनः सम्यक् ज्ञानाय सर्ग प्रतिसर्गादीनां नवानां वर्णनं वर्तते न तु तदेव मुख्यम् उक्तं च प्रथमस्कन्धे श्रीमद्भागवते इदं भागवतं नाम पुराणं ब्रह्मसंहितं भागवतम् अधिकृत्य गुरुपरम्परातः श्रूयते यदयं ग्रन्थः श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतायाः भाष्यभूताश्चकास्ति गीतायां विचारितस्य सिद्धान्तस्य च विषयज्ञातस्य उदाहरण प्रत्युदाहरणादिना विशदीकरणं सुस्थापनं च भागवते विहितम् अथ भागवतस्य अन्यत् किञ्चित् वैशिष्ट्यमधुना प्रदर्श्यते भागवते खलु ब्राह्मण क्षत्रिय वैश्य शूद्र मन्वादि स्मृति शास्त्रवत् वर्णनं कृतं परन्तु भागवतेन केवलं जन्मना जाति स्वरूप निरूपणमपि तु गीतोक्त दिशा गुणैः कर्मभिरपि इत्थं ब्राह्म लक्ष्मणामपि शूद्रेऽपि स्युः तर्हि तस्यापि ब्राह्मणत्वमेव न तु शूद्रत्वमिति भागवतमतं वरीवर्ति तथा चोक्तं सप्तमस्कन्धे यस्य यल्लक्षणं प्रोक्तं पुंसो वर्णाभिव्यञ्जकं यदन्यत्रापि दृश्येत तत्तेनैव विनिर्दिशेत् अतएव भगवता श्री चैतन्य देवेन यवनो ब्रह्मण गुण संपन्नो हरिदासोपि परमैष्टवत्वेन परिगृहीतः प्रसादितश्च भागवतस्य अपरं वैशिष्ट्यं तावत् भूतेषु देवता बुद्धिः यद्यपि इदं तत्त्वं खलु ईशोपनिषदि यस्तु सर्वाणि भूतानि इति श्रुत्या गीतायां च सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानमित्यादि स्मृत्या प्रतिपादितं तथापि भागवते सप्तमस्कन्धे एवमुक्तं तन्मूलत्वादच्युतेज्य सर्वजीवात्मतर्पणम् इत्यादि शास्त्रेणापि निर्गलितार्थः दत्तः इदमेव तत्त्वं श्रीरामकृष्ण सेवाश्रमेपि यत्र यत्र जीवः तत्र तत्र शिवः इति शास्त्रेण रूपायितं दृश्यते अपि च सर्वप्राणिनां समत्वस्य खलु प्रतिपादनं भागवते कृतं तदा हि केवलागो भवति केवलादो इति श्रुत्या ऋग्वेदे स्वार्धैकनिष्ठस्य निन्दा कृता गीतायां च तृतीयस्कन्धे यज्ञशिष्टाशिनः सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषैः भुञ्जते ते त्वघं पापा ये पचन्त्यात्मकारणम् इत्यादि स्मृत्या न केवलं स्वार्थपराणां प्रशंसापि भङ्ग्या विहिता भागवते तु सप्तमस्कन्धे यावद् ब्रियेत जठरं तावत् त्वं हि देहिनाम् अधिकं योभिमन्येत स स्तेनो दण्डमर्हति इति शास्त्रेण केवलादिनो न केवलं निन्दा विहिता अपि तु तस्य चौरत्वं दण्डत्वं च प्रतिपादितम् अथ अपरं महत्त्वं भागवतस्य भगवत् प्राप्ते रूपाय वर्णनम् इतिहासादिभिः समर्थनं च भागवते नवलक्षणा भक्तिवर्णिता सा च श्रवणं कीर्तनं विष्णोः स्मरणं पादसेवनम् अर्चनं वन्दनं दास्यं सख्यमात्मनिवेदनम् अध एकता नवलक्षणया भक्त्या भागवत प्राप्तिर्भवतीति च प्रतिपादितं तत्र परन्तु विद्विषः शिशुपालस्य इंद्रप्रस्थे राजसूय यज्ञे कृष्णेन विहितस्य तद्देहोत्थितं ज्योतिः कथं वा तस्य भगवत प्राप्तिर्जातेति प्रश्नस्य सुन्दरं समाधानं भागवते कृतं। तदा हि भगवत प्राप्तये केनापि उपायेन मनः खलु भगवन्मयं कर्तव्यमस्ति। तदपि श्रीमद्भागवतमते वैरानुबन्धेन यथा सुकरं न तथा अन्येन केनापि उपायेन। धन्यवादाः सर्वे सर्वे धन्यवादाः।
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. B. Venugopal Rao Garu, senior lecturer in English. Sir, I request Dr. B. Venugopal Rao Garu, senior lecturer English, MR College, Vizianagaram. Sir, Venugopal Rao, sir, are you there? Hello? Sir, Venugopal Rao, sir, are you there? Sir, Venugopal Rao, sir, are you there?
Venugopal sir, you would have to unmute yourself first. You are in mute. Please unmute yourself.
Sir, Venugopal Rao, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I now audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, yes.
Sir,
Thank you.
You are mostly welcome to our webinar program. Please continue your talk, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A very good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure presenting my paper today in this international webinar being organized by Maharajas College, Vizianagaram, and Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, New Delhi. And my title of my paper is Unveiling of the Veils, Research with reference to English literature. Search has always been there. It is not a new thing for man to search for something. Without search, there is no progress. Philosophers like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, they searched for certain things which are beyond ordinary man's imagination. And literature too is also an effort to examine for a solution to the problems of life. In its definition, literature is said to be a study of life. And so it sets forth various aspects of life in various forms of literature. And as a study of life, literature also aims at rendering life better. And there are many theories of life, and those theories are as numerous as the problems of life. And what is theorized by philosophers is recorded by literature in forms that fit the tastes of the readers and the author. And the genre is decided by the theme and the purpose of the author. If it is a theme revolving some immediate social evil, then it is told in the form of drama or a novel, or in a form that it is better understood by ordinary people. From old to the recent times, mostly it is prose that is calling the shots. Even though poetry is the first form of expression in literature, chosen worldwide initially. So poetry was the first literary voice in all literatures, for the simple reason that people did not think that prose is a fit medium for artistic expression. And the literature in ancient and oral forms of literature, it was transferred mostly verbally from one generation to the other. And now literature is now recorded, and it is now being used by everyone without any bar. And there are different genres, and prose, whatever be its variety, drama, novel, short story, biographies, essays, legends, tales, or whatever, prose is the dominant medium of expression, and this form of literary medium seeks to expound a truth, social, historical, moral, or some other purpose, with intent to bring about a change in the behavioral patterns of individual or society. All these forms have a beauty of their own, catering to the aesthetic sense of the readers, and relieved the people of strain and stress, pain and struggles as well. And for one who studied literature and wants to pursue research, has to undertake an effort of like that of a swim across a daunting ocean. The heavy currents here are the varieties of literature, such as Indian literature, American literature, Australian literature, West Indian literature, African literature, etc. It is the same English, and the varieties, there are a number of varieties, and these varieties perplex us. And then there are their cultural varieties. There are different social purposes, and there are several social strictures, beliefs, superstitions, religious or otherwise, and political structures, etc. And these also have their equal impact, which require a deeper study. World literature is a wide canvas, and we can take only a brief sojourn into all its aspects. This preview is required to afford us knowledge of the variety in literature and close in on what is to our liking. So I dig into the piles of history of world literature is very much required for one who wants to pursue his research. Then we choose our genre, author, book, or whatever. This travel across the history of literature is required to gain the essential knowledge of the aspects, varieties of literature, and the ruling authors, their works, and which suits our taste and our purpose, and where research or extension of thought is required, etc. So study of history is an essential part of any research study of any subject, and it is an essential leading light and not a light to be derided, subject to be derided. All literature is a sequence of several thoughts or several literary theories. Gaining of knowledge of these theories makes us understand which variety the works belongs to. And then comes the aspect how author has upheld those or any of those theories. And these aspects are technical aspects of how a literary work has to be composed, like the technical aspects we know of in poetry. And then how these tools are used or implemented by the author to narrate his theme. What theme or themes does the author uphold? How is the author influenced by the society, beliefs, etc. whether he is narrow or broad-minded in his exposition of the thought. All these are taken into consideration while studying the author and his work. The study of history of literature is essential to give us basis, an idea on what to study and what requires research. And one is free to adopt his own tools to examine the author, other than those of established order. Finally, what the researcher is doing is to throw a new light on the work, that what is not perceived by other researchers or readers. Hence, every researcher begins his research document by highlighting the history he has studied. It is a big exercise in itself, picking the topic or topic of research. And so, it is a journey from library to library and laying hands on famous books. And for those doing research in languages, the necessary tools are their books only. And the laboratory is the brain of the researcher himself. And these are the words of my research director, Professor V.C. Sudhir. And these are really, these had a really telling effect on me at the time of my pursuit of research. For all the labor of joining the ideas and searching for result and establishing their conformity to the topic, the mind of the researcher is the stage. All tables of validation have to be drawn in the mind only. Herein comes efficacy to the adage that a thesis is a hypothesis. It is better practiced in evaluation of literature than elsewhere. Essentially, it is all hypothesis here in literature while arriving at its truth. Research is what the researcher is finding, not that what he is copying from somewhere. Here, in the study of literature, what the researcher is searching for is for his responses to the work.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
Sir, it will be conclude within 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, right. He is recording his emotional response to the work. When we watch a film, we all respond in some way or the other to the same film. Even if the response is positive, we all respond to its brilliance in different ways, in our expression, in our narration of our experience. All the things of the world are taken in by people in different ways. Research in English literature is such a response of the researcher. It may not be what is accepted by scholars in that area of specialization. And it will be too much to think that we have at least reasonably understood the purpose and emotions of the author. And now I come to the conclusion of my paper. Plato said that he wanted to ban poets from his ideal state for the reason that literature is a copy of a truth of life. A copy is only a copy and it can never be true. So it is once removed from the reality. It is read by the reader, then what the reader understands is a copy of what the writer has written. Hence it is twice removed from the truth. And when he explains the thing, it assumes more imperfection and is removed thrice from the truth. The truth is one, but the scholars would call it in different ways. Ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti is what a Sanskrit saying says. Whether it is one truth being called in different ways by different scholars, or the inherent lopsided nature of literature in its imitating, understanding, and explaining life, research embodies an easy and as well a difficult task, like a knife sharp on both the sides. Hence, with a little bit care, caution, and cunning, one can tame the perils of the flooding waters of literature and turn out a Sindhubad. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Venugopal, sir,
Thank you.
you are
Thank
given a nice information to the all participants. I thank you so much. Please mute yourself. Now I request Dr. K. Sunita, Department of Biochemistry, but she is not available. On behalf of the Harichandana, please present your paper. She is the co-author of this paper. Now I request Harichandana.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Yes,
Am I
ma'am.
audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Harchandana. I am from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur. On the behalf of Dr. K. Sunita Madam, I am presenting the paper.
Madam, is there any problem?
Wait 1 minute, sir.
Madam, please make it.
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Yes, your presentation is now visible.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are visible and your presentation also visible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I am presenting about my topic is identification and estimation of thymine in whole grains by reverse phase HPLC. Whole grains are foods made from them contain all the essential parts and naturally occurring nutrients of the entire grain, seeding their original proportions. Grains are made up of 3 parts: germ, endosperm, outer bran, and the ended part, the eldridon layer, is located between the endosperm and bran. But in the milling process, the eldridon layer is removed together with the bran. Some examples of whole grains are barley, brown rice, and whole wheat. Barley is a member of grass family, and its botanical name is Hordeum vulgare. It is commonly used in breads, soups, and it is used for lowering blood sugar, blood pressure, cholesterol, and promoting weight loss. And it contains the energy of 333 kilocalories, proteins of 11 grams, carbohydrates of 73 grams, fat of 2.1 grams, vitamin B1 0.3 mg, iron 2.8 mg. This is all for 100 grams of barley. And then next, wheat. Wheat is the highly nutritional and widely cultivated cereal grain, and its botanical name is Triticum aestivum. Wheat is commonly used in pasta, spaghetti, macaroni, cookies, and it is used for control obesity, boost energy, prevent asthma and gallstones. It contains the energy of 329 kilocalories, proteins of 12.4 grams, carbohydrates of 59.5 grams, fat of 2 grams, vitamin B1 0.50 mg, iron 3.3 mg per 100 grams. And then next, brown rice. Brown rice is the hulled but unpolished rice that retains most of the bran layers, endosperm, and germ. Its botanical name is Oryza rutifagon. It contains energy of 111 kilocalories, proteins of 2.6 grams, carbohydrates of 23 grams, fat of 0.9, vitamin B1 of 0.4 mg, iron of 1.47 mg per 100 grams. Vitamins are organic compounds that are needed in small quantities for normal health and growth in forms of animal life. Essential nutrients cannot be synthesized in the organism either at all or not in sufficient quantities, and therefore must be obtained through diet. Vitamins obtained from both plants and animal sources. The most common animal sources are meat, fish, poultry, milk, eggs, and chicken. The plant sources are whole grains, green leaf vegetables, soya beans. Vitamins are classified into mainly two categories based on their solubility. They are water soluble vitamins and fat soluble vitamins. Water soluble vitamins are dissolved in water and easily excreted from the body. They include B complex vitamins and vitamin C. Fat soluble vitamins, they dissolve in fat and easily stored in the body. They include A, D, E, K vitamins. Thiamine. Thiamine is an essential micronutrient and involved in carbohydrate, fat, amino acid, and glucose metabolism. Thiamine is important in breakdown of carbohydrates from foods into products needed by the body. A colorless compound which is chemical formula C12H17 and 4OS. It is insoluble in alcohol and decomposes if heated. Reference ranges of thiamine in the particular age groups. Infants of 0.2 to 0.3, 1 to 3 years of childs with 0.5 mg per day, 4 to 8 years of children 0.6 mg per day, 9 to 13 years 0.9 mg per day, females 14 to 18 years of 1 mg per day, males 14 plus years 1.2 mg per day, females 19 plus 1.1 mg per day, pregnant and lactating females 1.4 mg per day. The thiamine rich sources are whole grain cereals, legumes, rice, pork, green peas, spinach, liver, beef, pork, nuts, soya beans, breads and yeast. Basically, the main objective of the project is identifying a vitamin through thin layer chromatography by using mobile phase and then estimation of the vitamin through HPLC, reverse phase HPLC. I extract the thiamine and the amount that is estimated that barley contains 2.94 mg per gram, whole wheat contains 27.50 mg per gram, brown rice contains 30.34 mg per gram. Nutrition benefits of thiamine. Thiamine helps prevent complications in the nervous system, brain, muscles, heart, stomach and intestines. It is also involved in the flow of electrolytes into and out of the muscles and nerve cells. Thiamine helps prevent diseases such as beriberi, which involves disorders of heart, nerves and digestive system. Like other B complex vitamins, thiamine is sometimes called an anti-stress vitamin because it may strengthen the immune system and improve the body's ability to withstand stressful conditions. Thiamine appears to help the development of myelin sheath, a coat that wraps around the nerves to protect them from damage and death. Thiamine may lower the risk of developing cataracts. Thiamine is also necessary for the proper functioning of the digestive system. Thiamine helps to regulate the production of hydrochloric acid, which is needed for maintenance. Deficiency of thiamine. Thiamine deficiency is a medical condition of low levels of thiamine. It is a condition of severe and chronic forms. There are two types of thiamine in deficiency of thiamine in adults. They are wet beriberi, dry beriberi. Wet beriberi affects the cardiovascular system, resulting in fast heart rate, shortness of breath, and leg swelling. Dry beriberi affects the nervous system, resulting in numbness of the hands and feet, confusion, trouble moving the legs and pain. They form with loss of appetite and constipation also occur. Other type of beriberi that is found in babies and little children and present with the loss of appetite, vomiting, lactic acidosis, changes in heart rate and enlargement of the heart. The risk factors include a diet of mostly white rice as well as alcoholism, dialysis, chronic diarrhea and taking high doses of diuretics. Rarely it may be due to genetic conditions which results in difficulties absorbing thiamine found in food. Diagnosis based on symptoms, low levels of thiamine in the urine, high blood lactate and improvement with treatment. A positive diagnosis test for thiamine deficiency can be ascertained by measuring the activity of transketolase in erythrocytes. Thiamine can also be measured directly in whole blood following the conversion of thiamine to a fluorescent thiocrine derivative. The only criteria, vitamins play a major role in immune boosting. So therefore, there are many forms of vitamins which have essential functions in the body. There is some evidence that B vitamins may even boost the immune system. During this coronavirus pandemic, take sufficient quantity of vitamin B1, that is thiamine. So stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Excuse me, sir. Hello.
Thank you, Chandana.
Okay.
Mr. Surya Narayan, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, madam.
Are there any more paper presentations left?
Yes, yes, 2 more papers are there, madam.
Sure, you can go ahead with them then.
Now I request Dr. B. Shubha madam, HOD of Department of Hindi, Maharajas College Autonomous, Vizianagaram. Shubha madam, hearty welcome to our webinar program.
Thank you, Suryanarayan garu.
Thank you so much,
Thank
madam. You are mostly welcome.
First, a small request for you all. I will present my paper in Hindi only.
Okay, okay, it's your
Okay.
pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Madam,
Good evening to all. Suryanarayan garu.
It will be completed within 10 minutes.
Ha.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay.
Thank you.
Good evening to all. My pranams to our principal madam, Kalyani madam, and Srivastav, founder, Tejasvi Astitva Foundation. My name is Dr. Subha Balaga, senior grade lecturer in Hindi in MR Autonomous College, Vizianagaram. Thank you organizers for giving me opportunity to participate in this today webinar. My topic is हिंदी साहित्य में अनुसंधान की भूमिका। अनुसंधान आसान काम नहीं है। प्राचीन काल से अनुसंधान कार्य के लिए अनुपम स्थान है। अनुसंधान प्रवृत्ति ने आदिमानव को आधुनिक मानव बनाया है। इसी अनुसंधान प्रवृत्ति ने मानव को समय के अनुसार आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा दी और अपने लिए आवश्यक सुविधाओं को सृजन करने में सफलता प्राप्त की। इसी अनुसंधान का फल है आज पूरे विश्व में स्थित लोग इस वेबिनार में प्रतिभागी बन गए हैं। अनुसंधान सभी क्षेत्रों में किया जाता है। साहित्य का संबंध सभी शास्त्रों से रहता है। बिना साहित्य के कोई भी शास्त्र अपना अस्तित्व नहीं रखता है। अनुसंधान स्रोतों में पुस्तक, पत्र पत्रिकाएं, तालपत्र आदि का प्रमुख स्थान दिया जाता है। माना जाता है कि साहित्य समाज का दर्पण है, माने लिटरेचर इज द मिरर ऑफ द सोसाइटी। साहित्य रूपी आईने में हम तत्कालीन सामाजिक स्थिति, आचार विचार, खान पान, रहन सहन, वेशभूषा और तौर तरीके, आर्थिक और सांस्कृतिक गरिमाओं का सजीव चित्रण देख सकते हैं। किसी भी व्यक्ति, समाज या देश की उन्नति उनसे संबंधित साहित्य पर ही आधारित है। अनुसंधान के लिए आवश्यक तथ्य है समस्या। इस समस्या का समाधान ढूंढने के लिए साहित्य उपयोगी ही नहीं, आवश्यक माध्यम भी है। क्योंकि हम जो भी विषय को समस्या के रूप में लेते हैं, उसको समाधान ढूंढने के लिए उससे संबंधित सभी पुस्तकों को देखना है। और आज हम जो वैज्ञानिक युग में हैं, उसमें गूगल का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। तो उस गूगल में जो समाचार है वो भी एक दिन पुस्तक में ही था। इसीलिए पुस्तक के समान कोई अधिक समाचार देने वाला कोई भी नहीं रहता है। माना जाता है कि हिंदी साहित्य के आदिकाल से लेकर आधुनिक काल तक अनुसंधान करने योग्य अनेक विधाएं हैं। अभी वेणुगोपाल सर ने बताया है कि लिटरेचर में सारी विधाएं हैं, नाटक, कहानी, उपन्यास आदि सभी। इन सभी हम अनुसंधान करने योग्य विषय ही हैं, जो आज की वैज्ञानिक युग में भी ये साहित्य के जो माध्यम है वे सभी हमारे जो अनुसंधान मार्ग हैं उनको अच्छी मार्गदर्शन कर रहे हैं। तो इनमें पहला बहुत आकर्षक विधा है कविता। माना जाता है कि कविता पठन से आकर्षित होने वाला कोई भी नहीं रहता है। इसके बारे में संस्कृत में भी कहा गया है। और अगर हिंदी साहित्य और हिंदी कविताओं को हम उसके बारे में सोचते हैं तो स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में भी हिंदी कविता ने या हिंदी गीतों ने सारे भारतवासियों को एकत्रित करने में सफलता प्राप्त की है। इसीलिए हिंदी साहित्य में एक सशक्त माध्यम है हिंदी कविता। अगर हम प्राचीन कवियां जो जयशंकर प्रसाद हैं, मैथिली शरण गुप्त हैं, माखनलाल चतुर्वेदी जी हैं, सुमित्रानंद पंत जी हैं, अज्ञेय जी हैं, उनकी कविताओं को हम अनुसंधान के तौर पर देखते हैं तो उनमें तत्कालीन सामाजिक समस्याओं के साथ उनका निदान माने उसका जो सॉल्यूशंस है, जो प्रॉब्लम्स है उसका सॉल्यूशंस जो है वो भी उसमें दिखाई पड़ते हैं। उनके द्वारा दिया गया जो सॉल्यूशंस है, जो निदान है, वे आज भी हमारे लिए बहुत उपयोगी है। इसलिए अगर हम आज जो स्थिति में है, हम सब अपने विद्यालयों को छोड़कर घरों में ही रहकर ये सभी वेबिनार आदि में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, तो इस समय इसका सिर्फ एक ही वजह है, ये कोविड-19 महामारी। तो ऐसे कोविड जैसी एक महामारी का वर्णन भी आधुनिक कवि नागार्जुन ने अकाल और उसके बाद नामक शीर्षक में लिखा है। तो मैं उसके बारे में थोड़ी जानकारी आपको देना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि हम सबको इसे जानने की और हम सबको हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर प्रधानमंत्री साहब मोदी जी बता रहे हैं कि हम सब आत्मनिर्भर बनना चाहिए, आत्मनिर्भरता की आवश्यकता है, माने इंडिविजुअल डेवलपमेंट आदि के बारे में सोचना चाहिए। तो इस अकाल और उसके बाद कविता में उन्होंने ऐसा समझाया है कि इसका स्वरूप बताया है कि अकाल मतलब इसका है, तेलुगु में कहते हैं करुవు। अकाल के समय आदमी ही नहीं, सिर्फ मानव ही नहीं, हम सब सोचते हैं कि जब अकाल आता है या ऐसा पैंडेमिक्स जो भी आते हैं तो हम ही समस्याओं को झेलना पड़ता है। नहीं, हमारे साथ इस धरती पर रहने वाले जो जीव जंतु आदि जो भी होते हैं उन सभी का भी समस्या झेलना पड़ता है। इस धरती पर स्थित कौवे जो क्रो मानते हैं, क्रो है, क्रो भी अगर ऐसा अकाल या महामारी जो भी आता है तो ऐसे समय में वे भी परेशान हो जाते हैं अपने खाना के लिए। और उसी प्रकार कुत्ते, हमने मीडिया में देखा है, सभी लोग लॉकडाउन में रहने के कारण ये कुत्तों को खाना कितना मुश्किल हो गया है। तो कुछ समाज सेवियों ने उनको खाना भी खिलाया है। और छिपकलियां माने लिजर्ड्स जो घर के अंदर रहते हैं, तो ऐसी अकाल की समस्या जब उत्पन्न होती है, ये लिजर्ड्स जैसे छोटी भी चीज भी अपने खाने के लिए कुछ ना मिलने पर बहुत परेशान हो जाते हैं। उन सबके बारे में उसमें उन्होंने सिर्फ बहुत 10 ही पंक्तियों में उन्होंने बताया है। अगर हो सके तो, अगर समय है तो मैं उसे सुनाना भी चाहती हूँ, ठीक है ना? ओके सर, सूर्यनारायण गारू, कैन आई रीड?
यस मैडम, यस मैडम।
तो कविता है, हाँ 5 मिनट्स, 4 मिनट्स।
ओके।
उसमें नागार्जुन जी ने बताया है कि अकाल और उसके बाद सिर्फ 8 ही पंक्तियां हैं। कई दिनों तक चूल्हा रोया, चक्की रही उदास, कई दिनों तक कानी कुतिया सोई उनके पास, कई दिनों तक लगी भीतर छिपकलियों की गश्त, कई दिनों तक चूहों की भांति हालत रही शिकस्त। यह तो अकाल के समय का है, माने जब कल्टीवेशन आदि जब चले जाते हैं तो उस समय। इसके बाद जब अकाल चला गया है तो उसके बाद दाने आए घर के अंदर कई दिनों के बाद, धुआं उठा आंगन से ऊपर कई दिनों के बाद, चमक उठी घर भर की आंखें कई दिनों के बाद, कौवे ने खुजलाई पंखे कई दिनों के बाद। इस प्रकार उन्होंने कम शब्दों में अकाल आते समय देश का या ग्रामीण लोगों का या आम आदमी का जीवन कैसा विचलित हो जाता है इसके बारे में बताया है। और कुछ समय के बाद अकाल चली जाती है, तो इस प्रकार उन्होंने समस्या को बताया है, बाद में उसका सॉल्यूशन भी बताया है। जब अकाल चला जाता है तो दाने आए घर में, खाने योग्य सभी चीजें घर में आते हैं और सारी उस हम खाने खाकर छोड़ देते हैं, उसे खाने के लिए कुत्ते और कौवे आदि भी किस प्रकार आते हैं। इस प्रकार उन्होंने समस्या और समाधान दोनों को भी उन्होंने प्रस्तुत किया है। तो इस समय मैं ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि आज अकाल नहीं है, लेकिन ये कोविड-19 महामारी जो है उसके कारण आम आदमी माने सामान्य लोग, कॉमन मैन जो है, उसकी जीवन स्थिति और कुत्तों की जीवन स्थिति ऐसी दिखाई पड़ रही है। जब अकाल के समय में जैसा था उसी प्रकार आज भी दिखाई पड़ रही है। और इसके अलावा सड़कों के किनारे रहने वाले कुछ गरीब लोग जो होते हैं उनकी हालत, और मजदूर करने वाले माने दिन भर काम करके जो पैसा आते हैं उससे अपना पालन पोषण करने वाले लोग जो होते हैं उन्हें, और भीख मांगने वाले जो होते हैं, जो सड़कों पर घूम के भीख मांगकर अपना पालन पोषण करते करने के बाद उसे पैसा मिलता है। अगर ये कोविड जैसे समय आ जाता है तो वे घर छोड़कर बाहर नहीं जाते हैं और कुछ कमाई भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, तो उस समय उनका पूरा परिवार बिना खाए रहना पड़ता है। तो ऐसी स्थिति को उन्होंने दयनीय स्थिति का वर्णन किया है। आज हमारे युग में वैज्ञानिकता बढ़ रही है, तो इस वैज्ञानिकता के कारण जो भी अकाल जैसी ऐसी समस्याएं जो भी आते हैं, तो उसका समाचार पूरे विश्व में भरने के कारण कुछ लोग उनको सहायता करने के लिए आगे आ रहे हैं। लेकिन हम इस प्रकार ऐसे लोगों को कितने समय तक सहायता कर पा सकते हैं? तो कुछ ना कुछ करना है। हर एक व्यक्ति अपने पैरों पर खड़े होने की जरूरत है। इसीलिए माना जाता है कि सभी लोगों को आत्मनिर्भर बनने की आवश्यकता है। तो लोगों में ऐसे महामारी के अवसर पर आत्मनिर्भरता बढ़ने के लिए योग्य माध्यम है साहित्य। जब भी हम विचलित हो जाते हैं, एक अच्छा गाना सुनने के द्वारा या एक अच्छा सिनेमा देखने के द्वारा हम अपने में होने वाली जो भी कमियां हैं उनको दूर कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए हम सब जो साहित्यकार होते हैं उन सबकी एक ही जिम्मेदारी है ऐसी समस्या को दूर करने के लिए ऐसे पुराने साहित्य में जो भी अच्छे विषय हैं उन सबको किसी न किसी रूप में प्रदर्शित करने के द्वारा लोगों में आत्मनिर्भरता को भरने की आवश्यकता है। मैं मानती हूँ कि आज सभी लोगों को मालूम है कि महाभारत फिर से आ रही है, तो ऐसी कथाएं सुनने के बाद हमें जो ताकत है समस्या के विपरीत लड़ने के लिए जो शक्ति को हम जुड़ाना है, वो शक्ति ऐसे महाभारत जैसी कथाओं को देखने से जरूर आ जाते हैं। माने इससे पता चलता है कि समस्या ये हर समय है, लेकिन उसका रूप बदलता आ रहा है। तो लोगों को हम साहित्य के द्वारा ये बता सकते हैं कि समस्या ये तो हर दशा में है, तो उनको इस समस्या से खुद बाहर आने के लिए हर एक व्यक्ति, हर एक नागरिक, हर एक बच्चे भी आत्मनिर्भर बनने की आवश्यकता है। तो ऐसी आत्मनिर्भरता हम साहित्य के माध्यम से पूरे लोगों में हम भर सकते हैं। तो मेरा निष्कर्ष है कि मेरा कंक्लूजन है कि आज वैज्ञानिकता के कारण जो साधनों को हम सृजन कर रहे हैं, वैज्ञानिकता को हम सभी सैल्यूट करना है, लेकिन उन साधनों को साहित्य के माध्यम से उसके इस्तेमाल करने का, माने इसे यूज करने की जो भी तरीके होते हैं उन सबको हम साहित्य के माध्यम से सभी लोगों तक पहुंचाने के द्वारा हम इस महामारी से बाहर आ सकते हैं। तो मेरा सभी में निवेदन है कि जो भी रिसर्च करने वाले जो भी लोग हैं, अनुसंधान करने वाले जो भी लोग हैं, इस भारत को, स्वतंत्र भारत को आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लिए आवश्यक विषयों की ओर अनुसंधान करने के द्वारा हम सुदृढ़ रह सकते हैं। इस प्रकार हम अपने आप को बचा सकते हैं और हमारी समाज को भी बचा सकते हैं। ऐसे सुअवसर मुझे देने पर मेरा धन्यवाद हमारे प्रिंसिपल मैडम डॉक्टर जी.ए. कल्याणी जी को और इस फाउंडर तेजस्वी अस्तित्व फाउंडर श्रीवास्तव जी को दोबारा मैं अपना नमस्कार अदा कर रही हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, madam. We are getting a nice presentation from your side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are listening wonderful talk from your side.
Thank you, sir.
Please mute yourself, madam.
Okay.
Now
okay.
Now I request Dr. Y. Anita Madam, Department of Hindi, Gayatri Vidya Parishad, Visakhapatnam. I request Anita Madam, please present your paper.
यस सर सर सुनाई दे रहे हैं ना?
Yeah.
आदरणीय जी आदरणीय डॉक्टर सुधा मैडम, आदरणीय डॉक्टर DN श्रीवास्तव सर, MR कॉलेज महाविद्यालय प्राचार्य डॉक्टर कल्याणी मैडम, विद्वानगण
Madam, you are not visible.
सुनाई दे रहे ना सर?
None.
No sir?
No,
Hello?
madam. No, you are not visible, madam.
Audio clear but not video is not coming.
ओनली ऑडियो के माध्यम से मैं व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ सर, ओनली ऑडियो।
Okay, you will be continuing.
ओके सर, सभी को मैं प्रणाम करना चाहती हूँ। मैं डॉक्टर अनीता गायत्री विश्वविद्यालय में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर के रूप में कार्यरत हूँ। मेरा विषय है वैश्विक परिप्रेक्ष्य में अनुसंधान प्रक्रिया। शोध या अनुसंधान किसी भी क्षेत्र में ज्ञान की खोज करना या विधिवत गवेषण करना होता है। शोध अंग्रेजी शब्द रिसर्च का पर्याय है। रेडिमन एवं मोरी के अनुसार नवीन ज्ञान की प्राप्ति के लिए व्यवस्थित प्रयास ही अनुसंधान है। वैश्वीकरण के कारण अब विश्व एक परिवार ही हो गया है। इस भूमंडलीकरण, उदारीकरण एवं निजीकरण की मानसिकता और पहल ने नवीन क्षेत्र, नवीन सृजन और नवीन अनुसंधान के मार्ग सृजन किए हैं। शोध प्रक्रिया की रूपरेखा इतनी सावधानी से नियोजित हो कि उद्देश्य आधारित परिणाम प्राप्त हो सके। शोध में उपयोग किए गए आंकड़े और सामग्रियां विश्वसनीय हो। किसी भी अध्ययन या का विकास इस बात पर निर्भर होता है कि अनुसंधान की विधियां तथा तथ्य संकलन के साधन कितने विकसित है। महत्व इंपॉर्टेंस, शोध सामाजिक विकास का सहायक है। शोध कार्य चिंतन की एक प्रविधि है। शोध अनेक नवीन कार्य विधियों व उत्पादों को विकसित करता है। अनुसंधान केवल सूचनाओं की पुनः प्राप्ति या संग्रह नहीं है, अपितु अनुसंधान में व्यापीकरण, नियमों या सिद्धांत के विकास पर बल दिया जाता है। अनुसंधाता अनुसंधानकर्ता की उत्सुकता को शांत करता है। अनुसंधान और उसकी सत्य ज्ञान की पिपासा को शांत करता है। विश्व संकुचित हो गया है और व्यक्ति की भूमिका महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। शोध कार्य का उद्देश्य किसी भी समस्या का तार्किक विवेचन, तथ्यों की सत्यता एवं समस्या के समाधान हेतु रचनात्मक सुझाव होना चाहिए। वर्तमान वैज्ञानिक युग में हमारे शैक्षिक, आर्थिक एवं सामाजिक जीवन में शोध का महत्व है। आज शैक्षिक शोध का क्षेत्र विस्तृत हुआ है। वर्तमान समय में विज्ञान, व्यवसाय, तकनीकी आदि क्षेत्रों में बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनियों के वजह से निरंतर शोध हो रहा है। लेकिन भूगोल, अर्थशास्त्र, इतिहास, दर्शन शास्त्र के साथ ही भाषाएं आदि में भी प्रबल शोध की जरूरत है। अनुसंधान प्रक्रिया में शिक्षकों का अभाव जैसी मूलभूत समस्या को भी दूर करने से कितना अच्छा होगा। विकास के पद पर कोई देश तभी आगे बढ़ सकता है जब आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए ज्ञान आधारित वातावरण बने और उच्च शिक्षा के स्तर पर शोध तथा अनुसंधान के पर्याप्त संसाधन उपलब्ध हो। अंत में मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि अनुसंधान प्रक्रिया बदलती परिस्थितियों में तथ्यों की सही व्याख्या मानव समाज की समस्याओं के हल का रास्ता सुझाता है। वैश्वीकरण के वर्तमान दौर में उच्च शिक्षा की सहज उपलब्ध और उच्च शिक्षण संस्थाओं को इसकी महत्वता को बढ़ावा मिले और शोध का क्षेत्र विस्तृत हो सके। इतना कहकर मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ। सभी को एक और बार मैं धन्यवाद कहती हूँ ये मौका मुझे देने के वजह डॉक्टर सुधा मैडम, डॉक्टर DN श्रीवास्तव सर और डॉक्टर कल्याणी मैडम, सभी को एक और बार तहे दिल से धन्यवाद कहती हूँ। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much. We are hearing nice thoughts from your side. Thank you so much. Now I request Sanjay Madam Garu, please present your paper. Sanjay Madam is there? Hello. No, we are requesting you present your paper, madam. We are mostly welcome to you. Please present your paper. Sanjay Madam, you are not visible. Please present your paper. Madam, you are not visible. Madam, are you able to good network connection or not? Hello? Hello? Sanjay madam, you are not visible, madam. Sanjay madam, are you there? Sanjay madam, are you there? Madam, you are not visible, please. Please come to the online, madam. Your voice is not clear, madam. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, sir. Mr. Suryanarayan?
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. Is there any problem?
I think she is getting some problem, madam.
I think it's because of some network issue.
Yes.
Hello? Hello?
No, we are unable to hear you.
Okay. Something network problem, madam.
Sanjay madam, your network is very less, so we are unable to hear you.
Yes, sir.
Sanjay madam, so many people are waiting for your presentation, but your network is low. Madam, now you are visible, but your audio is not clear.
Sir, I'm trying, sir.
How much time you are taken? So many delegates and so many persons are waiting for.
Yes, sir. అబ్బా ఏం రావట్లేదు
Madam, please mute yourself.
ఓకే సార్
Mr. Suryanarayan, I'm going to mute her, and while she figures out what is wrong with her network, why don't you continue with the next presenter?
And next, everything is completed, madam. One person is there, Sitaram Sassi, but he is unable right now.
All right, so it's just Mrs. Sandhya that has to continue with the presentation.
Suryanarayan garu. Hello.
Sir.
Madam.
Sir, Venkatrao sir, is there, sir?
Sir, before Venugopal sir.
Sir.
Hello. Before Venugopal sir, my name is Dev, sir. Can I continue?
Your name is there. Oh, okay, sir. Okay. Sorry, sir. Sir, Venkatrao sir. Sir, 1 minute.
Okay.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Now I request Dr. P. Venkatrao garu, HOD of Philosophy, Department of Philosophy, Maharajas College, Autonomous, go through his presentation. Hearty welcome, Venkatrao sir. Please present your paper.
Okay, thank you very much, Sunarayan Garu. First of all, my thanks to the management of the Maharajas College, Vijayanagaram. And my also thanks to Principal Maharajas College, Vijayanagaram. And I'm also thanks to Tejasvi Astitva Foundation. Srivastava Garu is too much worried about the quality of higher education and the research. In the many parts of this country, the research methodology is one of the part at the level of +2. In Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh is very few colleges, but in Tamil Nadu, in Orissa and some other northern states, there is a logic is one of the subject. It is nothing but a research methodology. Sir, here research methodology in the +2 level in all science and arts is a mandatory subject like our human values subject. It is nothing but a research methodology, sir. In the first year of this +1, +2, +1, it is an inductive logic and +2 is a deductive logic. These two logics are nothing but a research methodology. At that level, every student must learn the research methodology. Then his life is very good, flourish with a qualitative research. So this is my suggestion and my request to the many people here. And now my paper regarding the constitutional ethos of India. So our individual behavior is completely based on the religious ethics, but is in society, law, and on the basis of the constitution, not on the religious morality. In constitutional morality is also essential for individuals. So in this regard, I present my paper, The Constitutional Ethos of India. Ethics is a branch of philosophy that deals with the moral principles, ideals of the right and wrong. But essentially, being ethical means being honest. Ethics is a moral law of human conduct or a behavior considered from the point of view of good or evil. Good or evil. It is an action which is a moral good or a moral evil. And also, if some behavior is according to the moral law, it is ethical. The Constitution of India is a document which contains the broad framework of the fundamental principles according to which this country will be governed. The problem of this constitution, the preamble of the Constitution of India is in a brief introductory statement that spell out the guiding principles of the document. The preamble states India is in a sovereign socialist democratic republic. The word socialist were added in 1976 by an amendment to 42nd Amendment. The word sovereign emphasizes that India has its own defined territory and it is free of any foreign power. In a democratic republic, the supreme power is vested in the citizens who voted for their representatives in fair and free elections. The power is not vested in a monarch or a hereditary headed by the state. In a socialistic state, all decisions are made according to the voice of the majority and according to the established law. In a secular country, the government does not interfere in the matter pertaining to the religion. People of all religions have the right to practice their faith. The Constitution of India is the world's lengthiest written constitution and the supreme law of India. It lays down the framework defining the fundamental political principles established in the structure, procedure, powers and duties of government institutions and set up the fundamental rights, directive principles and the duties of the citizens. It is the longest written constitution of any sovereign country in the world, containing 448 articles in 24 parts with 12 schedules, 5 appendices and 98 amendments. Now 104 amendments. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is widely regarded as the father of the Indian Constitution. The Constitution follows the parliamentary system of government and the executive is directly according to the legislature. Article 74 provides that there shall be a Prime Minister of India as the head of the government. It also stated that there shall be a President of India and the Vice President of India under Article 52 and 63. Unlikely the Prime Minister, the President largely perform ceremonial roles. The Constitution of India is in a federal in the nature, such as the state and each union territory of India have their own government. Analogies are the President and the Prime Minister. The Governor, in case of the state, the Lieutenant Governor for the Union Territories and the Chief Ministers. The 74th and 73rd Amendment Act also introducing the system of Panchayati Raj in the rural areas and municipalities in the urban areas. Also, Article 370 of the Constitution recently abolished. This Constitution earlier gives the special provisions to the Jammu and Kashmir. Now the Jammu and Kashmir is divided into the 3 states, 2 states and the one of the Union Territory. The Constitution was adopted by the Indian Constitution Assembly on 26th November 1949 and come into effect of 26th January 1950. The date of 26th January was chosen to commencement the Purna Swarajya Declaration of the Independence of 1930, which is with its adopts the Union of India officially becomes the modern and contemporary Republic of India, and it's replaced the Government Act of the 1935 as the century's fundamental government document. They ensure constitutional autonomy, the framework of the Constitution instead Article 395 in the Constitution and by its article in Indian Independence Act 1947 was replaced. The Constitution declares India to be a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, assuring its citizens for justice, equality, and liberty, and adverse to the prompt fraternity among them. The word socialist and the seculars were added in the definition in 1976 by constitutional amendment. India celebrates the adoption of the Constitution on 26 January every year as a Republic Day. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to continue India into a sovereign, socialistic, secular, democratic republic and to secure all its citizens justice, social, economical, and political justice, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status of opportunity, and to prompt among them all, fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and unity and integrity of the nation. So, recently, the Supreme Court of India commented on this provision equality, in particularly the Article 16.4 and 15.4, which is commented. In this regard only, I submit this constitutional objective in front of the. Besides this, my article in the brief, fundamental rights are very essential, a very important part in the Indian Constitution. Every citizen must know about the fundamental rights. And what is the fundamental rights? The right of equality, the right of equality, the right of freedom, right against the exploitation, right to freedom and freedom of religion, cultural and educational rights, and right to constitutional remedies for enforcement of the fundamental rights, right to elementary education. These are the now fundamental rights. Besides this, there will be a directive principles of state policy also adopted by our constitution. It is the biggest constitution in the world. So, directive principles is the responsibilities of the citizens dictated in the 1976 47 amendment. It is introduced the directive principles. It is a very essential part of the Indian Constitution. So, this is my submission. Thank you very much to providing this opportunity to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You are giving the nice information. I thank you very much to you. Now I request Sanjay Madam Garu, are you available now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam, please. Madam, please present your paper as early as possible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. I am Dr. Sandhya Rani, working as a Hindi lecturer at BVK College, Visalakshmi Nagar. I want to share a few words, sir. Sir, let me say thanks to Srivastava sir, who is a daring, dashing and dynamic person in organizing such a wonderful webinar nationally and internationally. He had shown a series of his webinar model in this health emergency. Before this, as we know, only seminars, but now we came to know about webinars also because of Srivastava sir and also Dr. Sudha. Sir, thank you, sir, for giving opportunity in the seminars from 2 days onwards. Thank you, sir. And also I should convey thanks to all Maharajas College organizers, Vijayanagaram, for giving opportunity. Sir, my topic is research trends in research and ethical values. Research is of mainly two types. One is quantitative and qualitative. As all said from the morning itself, so many dignitaries told the same thing. Most of the people in India follow qualitative methodology, and now it came to new methodology came into existence, that is mixed methodology. It means incorporation of quantitative and also qualitative in a single research. Steps of conducting a mixed method study determine if a mixed method study is feasible. Identify a rationale for mixing methods. Identify a data collection strategy. Develop both of quantitative and qualitative questions. And use mixed methods designs. When both quantitative and qualitative data together provide a better understanding of your research problem than either type by itself. When one type of research, qualitative or quantitative, is not enough to address the research problem or answer the research question, programmatism, practicability, multiple viewpoints, biased and unbiased, subjective and objective. Qualitative research definition. Qualitative researchers study the subject in the natural settings, attempting to make some or to do interrupt phenomenon in terms of the meanings. People is intended to penetrate to the deeper significance that the subject of the research ascribes to the topic being researched. Qualitative research generates non-numerical data. It's focusing on gathering of mainly verbal data rather than measurements. They are answers to wide questions to go the extra mile and add the extra understanding to the figures collected in quantitative research. Elements of the research process: inductive thinking, observation, patterns, hypothesis, theory. Qualitative research: when any research conducted using an observational technique or unstructural questions, observation, depth interview, case study, focus group, projective techniques, free word association, sentence completion, unfinished scenario or story completion, cartoon completion test. 1 minute. Quantitative research: to quantify the data and to generalize the results from the sample to the population of interest. Recommend a final course of action. Large number of representative cases are used. It is structured and amenable to statistical applications: percentage, mean, median, standard deviation, chi-square, t-test, correlation test, f-test, etc. Elements of the research process: deductive thinking, theory, hypothesis, verification and confirmation. Before discussing the differences between qualitative and quantitative methodologies, I must understand the foundational similarities. Foundational similarities are: all qualitative data can be measured and coded using quantitative methods. Quantitative research can be generated from qualitative inquiries. Example: one can code an optimum-ended interview with numbers, that open-ended interview with numbers that refer to data specific references, and such references could become the origin of a randomized experiment. Foundational differences. Quantitative research is used as confirmatory and deductive in nature. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity to Srivastava sir, to Sudha and Maharajas College, Vijayanagaram. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. You are giving a nice presentation. You are given a nice presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I hand over mic to Ruchika madam. Madam, please resume.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suryanarayan. First of all, I would like to thank you.
Ruchika madam, please hand over the mic.
Yes, can you hear me?
Madam, 1 minute, madam. I should say thank you for the Ruchita madam also for conducting in a very well manner and nice manner.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Suryanarayan for helping all the presenters present their papers. And we now have to move on for the closing remarks by our webinar director. But before we do that, there are a couple of things that I want to present before all of you. Number one is I would like to thank all the participants because you have been such amazing participants. You have been such great sports, and you have been sitting here whole day, even yesterday, and we got to learn so much from all of you, all the paper presenters. You all shared so many knowledgeable things with all of us. And I saw that there were a couple of questions about the feedback form and about the certificate. So I just wanted to clarify that after this webinar ends today, all of you will receive a feedback form in your email. And once we receive the feedback form with complete responses by you, then we would forward your certificates to you again on your email addresses. So that's about it. And then another thing that I wanted to mention is that I wanted to thank our media partners, the DN News, that have been telecasting this whole webinar even yesterday and today live on their channel. And if any of your friends or colleagues missed watching this live webinar, then you can share the link to the news channel with your friends. I am going to leave the link to the news channel in the chat box, and you can share it with them. Make sure that you subscribe to them because they have been so supportive and they have been amazing media partners for us. And now we are going to move ahead with the closing remarks by the webinar director, Mr. D.N. Srivastava. Sir, you can begin with the closing remarks now.
Good evening to all of you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very good evening.
Yes, sir.
I am grateful
Good
that
evening,
all
sir.
of you who are present
Good evening,
here
Good evening, sir.
have taken
Good
so
evening,
much
sir.
interest in
Very good evening,
you have
sir.
taken in attending this webinar, and you have patiently been watching the whole day. You have been sitting here. Lot of researchers have presented their papers, marvelous papers. But yes, I would definitely like to say one thing, that paper presentation should be as per the title of the webinar or the seminar. So please, from next time, stick to the title of the seminar so that your paper presentation has some meaning to it. Definitely your papers were very good, wonderful, marvelous research work you have done, and some of the things were such that we did not even know about it. So especially I wanted to thank one person, Mr. Ramakrishna, I think from Srikakulam, who had presented a paper on ethics and value that he had prepared on animal experimentation, which was the most relevant topic in research methodology, because our subheading was Friends, Value, Ethics. So that contained a real meaning. He spoke about animal experimentation, which was a very, very relevant subject to be discussed today. But anyway, all of you have presented a marvelous paper. So you have been sitting here whole day. You have been watching the program. You have, I think so, that you have enjoyed the whole webinar, and especially Dr. G.A. Kalyani, who has been every time whenever I have called for her, I have been seeing her on the screen. That is a wonderful thing that I have noticed, that she has been present here monitoring everything, and she has been visualizing everything, what is going on, what is happening, and we will have the special remark from her. How did she like? That is the feedback that we are going to get. That is the encouragement that we are going to get for our team who has been working to make this webinar a success. May I request you, Dr. G.A. Kalyani, the principal of MR College and the webinar chairperson, to please let us know how you felt about it in a few words.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The webinar is really, really excellent, sir. And you have conducted all this very systematically, sir. So in this webinar, it is a special, there are many specialities. One is that it is international webinar and it is connecting 5 to 6 countries people. So we are very much enjoyed with their ideas and with their research work also, sir. Now, this is interlinking many disciplines also, because physics, mathematics, chemistry, statistics, history, and then Sanskrit, Telugu, Hindi, etc. All the disciplines, philosophy, and even dance also. People, they have shared their ideas. They have presented their papers very well, sir. And now we are very happy to hear the experiences of many personalities like Professor B.C. Nirmal, sir, Professor D.K. Satsangi, sir, Dr. Aarti Nirmal, Dr. Balaganapati Devarakonda, Dr. P.B.B. Bensi. They have shared their ideas, and also they have connected with the people who have doubts and questions. So it is very much useful for the young researchers. That what I have observed is that they have got information as well as they got confidence also, sir. That is what I have observed. Really, this is a very, very good initiative, and this is all because of Devendranath sir and Ruchi Srivatsava madam and also Sudha, who have organized this, sir. So very much thankful from our side. Our physics department people, they have also worked nicely. So this is all what I want to say with a lot of happiness. I have enjoyed all the sessions, these two, from the first session to the last session. I have enjoyed very much all these 2 days, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And actually, the main motto, the main motive of the organization was to bring in the newcomers, the people who are now about to progress. They must get opportunity, they must get chance to come up, show their talent, because unless that is done, because people who are 40 years and 50 years experience, they have already had so much of opportunity and chance to come up. Now we need to promote these researchers who are in the young age and in the process of progressing. So we have this thing in mind, that they should get proper opportunity. And I'm sure, I'm very happy that all these young people have come forward with all their the supportive material. They have come with the presentation, with a PowerPoint presentation. Somebody has come with some other thing, but definitely the entire thing is heart-winning. If you see, it is a real motivating thing for every college. If other colleges are also watching, they must do this kind of webinars and seminars so that people are motivated, the youngsters get encouraged, and they come forward with all these kinds of presentations. And they also know that they can come out with these kinds of presentations only once they are into a good research on some good issue. So they will more be interested in innovative ideas, how to come into a new kind of research on a topic, on an issue. They will like to find out something, some new thing, so that they are able to present a paper on that. So these are the things people get inquisitive, people get more interested in these things, and these things will ultimately be helpful in personality development, being bold, because once you are speaking on the mic, once you are speaking on a camera, once you are speaking in front of so many thousands and thousands of people across the world who are watching you live also on the YouTube, so you become more smart, you become more bold, your hesitation is gone, you don't get nervous, you are not depressed, and you are getting so much of good energy. So that was the idea, and I think I have achieved that idea as far as my organization is concerned. We need to only make sure that you keep doing this, ma'am. You just let us know whenever you have time, you have arrangements, and you want to organize such webinars and seminars. We do it live there also. We can do it in your college. We can arrange seminars, workshops, debates. That is our specialization, because unless you have a good kind of debate for 3 to 4 hours between all these people, all these people will not come out openly. They will not be freely talking to each other. You must give them an opportunity to talk to each other, to convey their own feelings, to convey what they want to say, to convey what they have in mind. All these things, when they start doing, that is the debate platform that we do. So I definitely hope that you will give us a chance for debates also, workshops also, so that we come out with some good things again. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And over to Ruchika, please. We will take just half a second. There is some technical problem. Just half a second. Just half a second. Please bear with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srivastav. And I would like to also thank Dr. G.A. Kalyani, because of her, this whole webinar was organized, and because of that, I got to learn so much from all the paper presenters, and I got to learn so much from all the speakers that were invited today and yesterday. So thank you very much, ma'am, for also giving me the opportunity to learn more and become more knowledgeable. Thank you very much to you. And
thank you, Ruchika. Thank you, Ruchika.
Thank you, ma'am. And all the participants, again, a very hearty thank you to all of you for sharing your knowledge with us and for being with us the whole day. And now, before we move on to culminating this webinar, I want to tell you 3 things that might help you after this webinar is over. Number 1, I want to tell you about Tejasvi Astitva Research Journal, which is an ISSN certified research journal. And if you want to get your article published, I will share the link of the research journal. You will find it in the chat box after I am done talking. So if you want to get your paper journal, just visit the website and talk to the team. They will certainly help you out. Number 2 is the DN News channel, the same channel which is our media partners. I will share the link to their channel as well in the chat box, and you can go and check the channel. You can watch this video, the seminars, and also the other webinars that take place, and make sure that you subscribe to the channel, because they have been telecasting this whole webinar yesterday and as well as today. And the third is my channel. I am also a YouTuber, and I make videos on personal growth, productivity, and lifestyle design. So if you're interested in such a content, I will leave the link to my channel as well. Make sure that you visit and that you subscribe to my channel. It would help me a lot. And again, thank you once again to all of you for being such great sports. And now we will move ahead. All right, so it seems like Mr. Srivastav wants to say something, so I will give the stage to him for a minute.
I would like to share one more thing. This ISSN journal is registered with the Government of India, Registrar General of Newspapers of India, and this is a multidisciplinary and a multilingual. We publish this in 5 languages: Hindi, English, Telugu, Sanskrit, and Punjabi. You can send your publications in either of the 5 languages and in any subject, because it is multidisciplinary, so we accept all languages, all subjects, all streams. And secondly, that we are also looking for members to the peer review board. Peer review board is a very important thing for an ISSN journal. We are looking for peer review board members. In case you feel eligible, please contact us. You have the same email ID. You can send the same. You can mail us the information on the same email ID about your interest in the peer review board. For a subject, for every subject, we need peer review board members. So kindly send your applications in case you want to join us as a peer review board member. That is one thing. Secondly, I missed out saying one thing, that this webinar was special in one aspect also, that a lot of school teachers have attended this webinar, and they have been sitting here whole day for 2 days, watching also, and they have been presenting papers also. Is a matter of great appreciation. I don't know, school teachers are involved in research and they are presenting papers. This is a big achievement. Whoever has done this, I do not offhand have the names, but I definitely remember that a lot of school teachers were here and they have presented their papers also. Is there anybody sitting here right now from the school? Is there anybody sitting here as a school teacher who has presented his paper?
Yeah. Good evening, sir. This is Nageshwar Rao, Bhogapurpu from Vizianagaram.
Yes, I saw you. So this is a very big achievement, ma'am. Principal ma'am, can you hear me? Dr. G.A. Kalyani, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
See this. Your webinar is a grand success, because not only colleges, not only universities, even school teachers have attended your webinar and they have presented paper because they are involved in some research work. This is a very big achievement for you, and you should mark it in your college prospectus that this has happened in your webinar.
Yes, sir.
I think no other webinar will be having a school teacher and who will give a chance to the school teachers to come and present their paper. They will say, no, you are not eligible. But for me, this is the biggest thing that has happened today.
Yes,
a school teacher coming here, and how much infrastructure he will be having, how much resources he will be having, that you also know, I also know, and he also must be knowing how he has done his research, how he has presented his paper. This only we can understand.
Yes, sir.
So it is a very big achievement for him also, for me also, and for you also. This webinar goes grand success in this aspect also.
Yes.
Am I right or wrong, ma'am?
Yes, you are true, sir. You are true. He is alumni of our college also. That's Nageshwar Rao Garu. He studied in our Maharaja's college also.
Oh, then it is double grand success then. That
yes.
It's a very big success, huh?
Yes.
So I want you to speak a few words about Mr. Nageshwar Rao.
Okay, sir.
I want you to encourage him.
Yes.
It is a big achievement to me, sir.
He is also from the mathematics department, sir. So definitely he will go to heights, sir. He is doing his research in mathematics. So it is my favorite subject. So definitely we will encourage him, sir. He is our alumni, our student, etc., etc. So definitely he will go to heights, sir. We will bless him, sir.
And today the world has known that school teacher is also doing this.
Research, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
it is a grand success for us.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nageshwar Rao. Please keep it up. And you have shown some such thing to the world that yes, being a school teacher also you can do it.
Yes, sir.
If you have the willingness, if you have a strong heart, and if you have clear intentions, you can do it. This is what we want to tell and convey to everyone, that yes, you can do it. Don't think that you are weak. Don't think that you cannot do it. Nothing is impossible. There is no word as impossible. I am has been added to the word possible. If there is any English teacher, you let me know if there is any word as impossible.
No.
With your blessings and our Kalyani madam blessings, there is no impossible, sir.
Yes, there is no impossible.
Everything is possible.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for attending this webinar. Okay, ma'am, you want to speak anything to the participants? Please convey your message. So we will go with vote of thanks now.
Yeah, you can proceed, sir. I have everything.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to all the participants. And now I would like to ask all the participants if there is anybody who wants to say anything, if they want to give a feedback, a suggestion, or just want to share anything with us.
Sure, madam.
Yes.
This is Nageshwar Rao, Bhogaparpur, and it is a great achievement to me because I have some ideas, but I don't know how to share my ideas with others. So you given me a good platform to share my ideas and thoughts, and I'm very thankful to Mr. Srivastava sir and our Kalyani madam, and at the same time very thankful to you too. Why? Because you are going to all program, it is going in your hands. So I am very pleased to share my ideas and have the to participate in this program, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Nageshwar. That was very sweet of you. And in fact, we feel very lucky to give a talent like you a chance to share your knowledge and learn something from you. So thank you very much. Is there anybody else who wants to say anything?
I want to talk.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the brain show of the only Srivastava sir and Sudha madam. This is the webinar, is a new one. Seminar was converted into the webinar in this critical period. It's a great platform. We are able to learn some technology also because of this. We are lack of some technology settings and all that, but we are able to learn some others. Thank you, Ruchita, for organizing in a well manner everything. Thank you, Srivastava sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. That is very nice of you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Srivastava wants to say something again, so I'm going to let him.
Now, since we are about to move to the vote of thanks ceremony for everyone, I want to put to the knowledge of the principal ma'am also and everyone who has watched this program whole day. A very important person, the national spokesperson of Indian National Congress, Dr. Ajay Upadhyaya, was here. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
I want to mention here that most of you have, I think, heard Dr. Ajay Upadhyaya. Dr. Ajay Upadhyaya was a special guest for me. He had come all the way from Indian National Congress. He is a national spokesperson of the party, the political party who has ruled this country for last 70 years. And he has assured us that the moment your webinar report is complete, you make out a report of the conclusion, what you have found, what kind of problems you are facing, and what kind of solution and changes you want. So he will take this report and to the appropriate relevant department in the government and make sure that it is implemented, make sure that somewhere it is met with your requirements. So it will be another great achievement for you in the future. This report is going to go to the government. If you can make a beautiful, nice report of what actually you need, what actually are the problems that you are facing as a researcher. And as a research institute, what kind of infrastructure you are lacking behind in, so that you can produce a better researcher, if you can produce a better product, I would say a better person as an academician. So kindly make sure that you generate a wonderful report mentioning all the defects, all solutions, and what actually you want as a change in the education system pertaining to the research methods and the methodology that is being used. So this will again be a great achievement. And lastly, I want to end up my saying that we are all Indians, you know that, and we are all heading towards, we all are willing and heading towards the development of this nation, but we should head on for the development of the nation in true sense. We are not here to just write on the board that our nation is developed. We are not here to just say in the paper that we are developed. We need to develop this nation in true sense, which means the nation will be developed on that day when we will not see any downtrodden person, any backward person, any person who can be called poor. When all these people will get up to the mainstream, when all these people will progress and develop and they can be independent on their own, then this nation we can call as a developed nation in true sense. And I will end up this whole thing in 2 lines. है प्रीत जहां की रीत सदा, है प्रीत जहां की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहां के गाता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। है प्रीत जहां की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहां के गाता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। Which means I belong to India. India is my country, and whatever I do, whatever I speak, I will do and speak for my country, my nation, that is Bharat. काले गोरे का फर्क नहीं, हर दिल से हमारा नाता है। Which means there is no difference for me between black and white. There is no difference between caste and creed. There is no difference for me between any religion. कुछ और नहीं आता हमको, हमें प्यार निभाना आता है। जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया, जिसे मान चुकी सारी दुनिया, मैं बात वही दोहराता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। Oh, can you all sing with me? One time, can you all sing with me? Oh, है गीत जहाँ की रीत सदा, मैं गीत वहाँ के गाता हूँ। भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ। Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you
भारत
very
माता
much.
की जय।
Very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srivastav. This was absolutely amazing. You are such a wonderful singer, and this was a very, very nice message that you have shared with us. Again, just one thing, because I have the habit of saying this at the end of every video. Make sure that you go to my channel, visit it once. Please subscribe it, hit the bell. It would really help me with my work, just out of habit. YouTubers have this habit. Now, to culminate this webinar, I'm going to hand over the stage to Dr. P. Padma Priya. She's the Assistant Professor of English from Vishaka Government Degree College for Women, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. I'm sorry, Visakhapatnam, India. Dr. Padma Priya, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
Ruchika?
Yes, hi,
Can you
doctor.
hear
How
me?
are you?
Yeah, fine. Good evening, and that was a wonderful song from Mr. D.N. Srivastav. Very happy to listen that once again. Yeah, good evening to the distinguished guests, eminent resource persons, academicians, webinar organizers, learned colleagues, and participants. At the outset, on this final day of the two-day international webinar on research methodology, trends, quality, ethics, and values, organized by Maharaja College Autonomous Vijayanagaram in collaboration with the NGO Tejasvi Astitva, New Delhi, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to one and all. I profusely thank Dr. Ajay Upadhyay, International Relations Spokesperson, Indian National Congress, Delhi. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and for joining us, and also for the encouragement to the NGO Tejasvi Astitva, which works for social causes, and to the organizers. Sir, your presence really made a big difference for us. I sincerely thank Professor D.K. Giri, Professor International Politics, Delhi, for rendering his profound insights regarding action research. He rightly pointed out that one should have patience to carry out research in any field. I thank Dr. Aarti Nirmal, Assistant Professor of English from Benares Hindu University, for her intellectual session on research in humanities and also on hermeneutics of research. My heartfelt thanks to our principal, Dr. S. Shobharani Madam, Principal, Vishaka Government Degree College for Women, where I work. Her presentation was crisp and precise and focused on various aspects of research. Thank you once again, ma'am, for an insightful presentation. My sincere thanks to Professor D. Balaganapati, Head of the Department of Philosophy, Delhi University, Delhi. Sir, you have awesomely summed up various types of research. Thank you so much for enlightening us on research models like painter model, sculptor model, etc. Really, most of us are not aware of such research terminology. Wonderful comparison between painting and a sentence in a thesis or a research paper. Thank you once again, sir. Moving on, I would like to accord thanks to Mr. Sunit Kumar, a dynamic speaker, social scientist and researcher, Mrs. Sarah Macker, Mr. Joel, Miss Agnes Batsy, and Miss Maz, all from Etavos, Loran University, Budapest, Hungary, for sharing their perspectives on various aspects of research. I thank all the speakers from the team Hungary for joining us virtually. My special thanks to each and every paper presenter for their earnestness and sincere efforts to present quality papers. Thank you. I acknowledge my thanks to the webinar director, founder, chairperson, NGO Tejasvi Astitva, none other than Mr. Devendra Srivastava. Usually we call him DNG. for the elaborate arrangements for the international webinar. Sir, you bring life into the seminars or webinars, whatever you conduct. I once again thank you for your thank you and your technical team right from Delhi. You have controlled and conducted the seminar smoothly. My special thanks to my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Sudha Curry, Assistant Professor, Vishaka Government Degree College for Women, who would be always behind the scenes, but she works like a honeybee. Thank you, Dr. Sudha. My heartfelt thanks to the principal, MR College, Vijayanagaram, Dr. Kalyani Ma'am, her management and her excellent team. Really, it's an excellent team, ma'am, who have committed to conduct this webinar successfully and magnanimously. On behalf of Tejasvi Astitva, I thank each and everyone. Finally, last but not the least, I thank Ms. Ruchika Srivastav, the seminar moderator. Well done, Ruchika. Thank you for being continuously for these 2 days. I thank each and everyone. Thank you very much. Over to
Thank you
Ruchika.
very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Padma Priyar. I also would like to thank you for staying with us the whole day and to
Thank
do
you.
this vote of thanks. Again, thank you and congratulations to everyone. I wish you all the best and hope to see you all soon. And that's all. Thank you very much and hope to see you soon again. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all.
Thank you to all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you to all.
Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, one and all.
Thank you to all.
Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, one and all. A great success. This credit goes to our MR Degree College, headed by the Dr. G.A. Kalyani Madam. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sirs and madams.